Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Abandoned by Lord of Death and Luna as Girlfriend. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description. How can I be of service to you, goddess of the moon? Mighty Selene. Luna. My namesake. I am your priestess, like my mother before me, I offer my life to you. The little girl looked silly, standing in an orchard, wearing a white robe, and staring up at the sky. It was the winter solstice and a full moon. A powerful time for the moon, indeed. The girl was 13 years old and seeking the blessings of the moon goddess as she entered womanhood. Her birthday, December 21st. Silence filled the air with a weighty expectation. The girl held the cup up to the moon, standing as still as a statue. A small breeze began to blow. A voice on the wind. Give to me 7 years of your life for 1 year and the fruit of your womb. A life to save a life. I will return to you threefold what I take. Tears streamed down the little girl's face. You ask much and give much, my lady. I fear I will not be strong enough to provide what you seek. Help me to be worthy. She sank to her knees and drank from the cup. The moon goddess smiled on her acolyte and the girl's body began to change. She groaned in pain as her legs and hips grew, as her chest expanded and her shoulders rounded with strength. She stood a curvaceous woman of 20 where previously had stood a willowy girl of 13. She ran her hands over her new body and laughed. I am a woman now, ready to do a woman's sacred work, she beamed. The moon that smiled fondly back at her. The work would be more difficult than the still young girl was ready to see, but the rewards not only for herself but for their world would be worth it. The voice rose with the wind. The strength you need will be yours. You will follow your oath and provide the fulfilled seed to the Savior. The life you create will save the life that will save us all. Go to him now and be fruitful. The wind whipped around the young girl. She laughed as she twirled in the whirlwind. She was set down at the gates of Hogwarts and walked towards her part in destiny. Ooh. Harry Potter walked the lonely path of the stairways, uncaring of where his feet would lead him. It was Christmas time and Harry was all alone. All the Weasleys had gone home this year to spend time with their Aunt Muriel, who had come to visit the family for the holiday. No one that Harry was even relatively familiar with had stayed behind to spend time with him. At first, he was glad to be one of only 2 Gryffindors to stay behind for the holiday, but now he was despondent about it. A lad can only take a glad hand so many times in a day before he gets chaffed, after all. A month is a long time to be alone. Harry was thinking he needed something fun to do while he walked back and forth down a hallway on the 7th floor. A door appeared and a sitting room with a comfy-looking bed was behind the opening. Harry walked inside and looked around, amazed at the comfortable and somehow sensual decor. He laughed at the satin sheets on the bed. He turned to walk back out of the room when he froze, rooted to the spot. A goddess stood in the doorway to the room. Hello Harry Potter. Do you remember me? The beautiful blonde who stood about 5 feet 6 and had curves that a 13-year-old. Harry Potter had only the vaguest clue of what to do with. Harry shook his head. I'm Luna. Luna Lovegood. From the train, she asked him. They had sat in the same compartment all the way to Hogwarts, along with their new Dada professor. After all, you look, different, Harry said, his voice squeaking. The girl's aquamarine eyes danced with unspoken laughter. I accidentally aged myself. It'll fade after a year, but it's nice to know what I'll look like when the time comes, isn't it? She said, modeling her body for him. He practically drooled. I was wondering if you might do me a favor, Harry. Luna said, walking towards him. Her hips swaying. Yeah. Harry garbled out around his swollen tongue. He swallowed to keep from drooling on himself. I wanted to give you some gifts, but you have to swear to me. On your life and magic, that you'll accept my gifts, that you'll love them and cherish them, and you'll never give them away to anyone else. Maybe, you'll let me see them sometime, someday, she finished, wistfully. Harry was ready to agree to anything. She was leaning against his chest, looking him in the eye, her chest pressed firmly against his body. I promise, he said, his eyes glued to her assets. Swear it. On your life and magic. She said, urgently, pulling away. Harry literally groaned at the loss of sensation. I swear it. On my life and magic, I will accept your gifts, I will love and cherish them. I will never give them away to anyone else. I'll let you see them anytime you want," he groaned as she leaned her body back into his. She purred as she said the last thing she'd say for a long time. Good. Ooh. Harry Potter woke the next morning in the 7th floor room of miracles, as Harry was now calling it. Harry had seen the face of the divine the night before. He lost count of how many times they had made love. He could still feel the hot, wet feel of her skin against his as they moved together in a sacred dance as old as time. Harry was or in places he didn't even know existed. He pulled himself together and got out of the bed. He moved to haul himself back to his dorm and a hot shower. The stickiness that had been so nice last night was disgusting in the light of the new day. Harry whistled while he walked back to the dorms. He searched for Luna for the rest of the break and never found her. No one else in Ravenclaw seemed to know where she might have got off to. They said Luna was weird and no one cared where she was. Harry got hopping mad and maybe brandished his wand and made some very inventive threats. Ravenclaw House was on notice. Harry Potter wouldn't tolerate anyone talking bad about Luna Lovegood. Classes resumed and Harry still couldn't find the girl. She was nowhere to be seen. Harry had only glimpsed her once or twice. At her still accelerated age, moving quickly away from him in the crowded hallway. His fantasies were exclusively about her and he hoped quite desperately she might be down to have another go. Harry knew he'd certainly like that and she had seemed to like what they did together, so yeah. Maybe that. But it wasn't meant to be. Harry never found himself able to speak to her again. He was forlorn about it until around Easter and then he got over it. Cho Chang had captured his eye and, thanks to Luna, he was able to imagine new things while watching her fly. Spring turned to summer and summer turned to fall. Harry had a lonely, awful summer with the Dursleys and was quite happy to head out for the Quidditch World Cup in August before his 4th year, even with its disastrous ending. The 1st of September was upon them before they knew it. He had no idea what was waiting for him on the train. Ooh. Harry walked down the side of the train until he reached the last compartment. The compartment Harry and his friends always sat in. Hermione's parents had met her at the platform to say their final goodbyes for the year. Ron and Ginny had been held back by last-minute instructions from their mum. Harry was glad to snag the compartment and wait for everyone else to mosey along. Yet, when Harry reached their usual compartment, he found he wasn't the first person to arrive. Luna, Harry said, feeling a visceral reaction in his loins from seeing the girl again. He had convinced himself he was half in love with her even though he knew literally nothing about her except her name and the way her bum felt in his hands. Just right. He looked her over. The aging solution or whatever wore off. I see, Harry said. He was only a little disappointed to see she was back to being the small, developing girl she was instead of the voluptuous vixen she had been. It did, Luna said, smiling at Harry. I see you've been well. Looks like you've had more to eat this summer than usual. I'm glad. Harry looked ashamed and then flummoxed. How would this girl know these things about his life? Come again, Harry said. Oh, we really don't have time for that, she waved her hand around, airily. Just remember that bouncing baby bubbles keep the nasty nargles at bay. Okay, Harry said, slowly. He didn't know what she was talking about but he'd think on it later, when he wasn't busy remembering the way she tasted. I have to go now. I just wanted to drop off your gifts. Their trunk is in the compartment above and they're in the basket, she said, fussing with the blanket laying over the basket top. She had tears in her eyes. Well, I have to go now, she said again. She leaned down and kissed the basket, which Harry thought was weird but whatever. Remember what you swore, she half asked, half commanded. Harry jumped. He was confused. Yes, I swore to accept your gifts and to love and cherish them and to never give them away to anyone else. Oh, and to let you see them sometimes. Harry asked, confused and aroused. Was she about to give him another gift? Because he could get behind that idea. Luna hugged him and kissed his cheek. I'm glad you were my first. I hope all goes well, Harry. Take care of Julius and Jameson. She turned to the basket and choked out the words, love you. Then, she turned and trounced from the room. Harry was shocked. Wait, he said, shouting down the hallway. Don't you want to hang out or something? She didn't turn around. Harry's shoulders slumped and he went back inside the compartment. The basket Luna had left behind was rather large. Harry tried to move it and found it was surprisingly stable and feather-light, if unwieldy. Harry moved the blanket to see what she had brought him only to discover 2 babies inside. Harry froze. The blanket fell back over the basket. Were those real live babies in the basket? He was almost afraid to look. He lifted the blanket and looked inside. One of the babies twitched and sighed in its sleep. Harry squeaked in fear. He let the blanket fall back over the basket again. That's when he saw the letter. A rather thick letter was set in the basket with the babies. Harry S.L. Owly and carefully pulled the letter out, like he was afraid a bomb would go off if he made a wrong move. He gingerly opened the letter and plopped down on the opposite bench while he read. Dear Harry, thank you for the wonderful night we had together. It meant more to me than you'll ever imagine. I communed with the goddess Selene. She instructed me to lie with you and let the bounty of my body provide for you in your hour of need. Selene promises these babies will save your life. I had them for you and you alone. Thank you for signing the surrogacy contract when we spent our evening of passion with one another. The funds will be transferred to my account now that I have delivered the twins to you. They are your sons, Charles Jameson Potter IV and Julius Sirius Black. The letter went on, for several pages talking about what the boys like, what their birth was like, what her pregnancy was like, and what her own family was like. Harry read the rambling document with growing horror in his heart. Harry Potter was a father. No, Harry shouted, standing suddenly. This was a mistake. He ran out of the compartment and checked every other compartment on the train. He couldn't find Luna anywhere. It suddenly hit him that he'd left 2 defenseless babies, his sons, alone in a train compartment. He ran full stop back down the train. He sighed in relief to see that Ron, Ginny, Hermione, and Neville were all standing uncomfortably in the small room looking at the babies. What are those, mate? Ron asked with disgust, staring at the babies. Harry just stared at him, open-mouthed. Did they belong to a professor? Maybe we should sit somewhere else. Hermione asked, looking uncomfortable with the unaccompanied minors. Harry still couldn't speak. He handed her the letter. I don't really like babies, Ginny said, wrinkling her nose at the baby smell. I think we need to find out who their parents are, said Neville, looking serious. Neville started to exit the compartment, supposedly to look for the parents. When Harry stopped him, Harry pointed at himself and wheezed. He still couldn't speak. Oh no, Harry, you didn't, Hermione said, speed reading the letter for a second time. I did, Harry squeaked out. What will you do now? Hermione wailed, reading the letter a third time. Ginny grabbed it from her and read it. Harry, Ginny shouted. How could you? With my best friend, too. She started crying. Harry was even more bewildered. Ron started to put 2 and 2 together and became ill. No, mate. These aren't, are they? Yours with Looney. That's disgusting. Harry W. as starting to get angry at the look of revulsion Ron was giving the twins. I'm not ready to be a mother. I thought we'd have children in our 40s. I wanted a nice long Quidditch career first. I can't give up everything for a cheater like you. I won't, Ginny shouted and ran from the room. You cheated on my sister with that skank. My sister is worth 10 of you and your ugly babies, Ron said, his fists curled up and his face red. Harry smacked him one right in the jaw. It wasn't a hard hit, but it was still enough to put Ron Weasley down on his bottom. Ron sat there, looking shocked for a moment, before he stood up angrier than a hornet. Fine, keep your sprogs and keep away from my sister. Ron stormed out of the compartment, following behind Ginny in her dramatic exit. Hermione looked at Harry sympathetically. Neville looked at Harry a little green around the gills. They heard some snuffling under the blankets and a short cry. Now Harry was really screwed. Ooh, 5 minutes of 2 children who were less than a week old screaming had Harry at his wits' end. Hermione was bouncing one of the twins while Harry held the other. Neville sat in the corner of the compartment with his hands over his ears, looking panicked. I don't know what to do, Harry wailed, ready to cry himself. Change them or feed them, Harry. It isn't a wide variety at this age, Hermione said, becoming annoyed with Harry's panic. I need help, Harry cried. That made him think of someone who might be able to help. 2 someones, 1 for each baby. Dobby, Winky, Harry said, seriously frightened. Surely the house elves knew how to take care of babies. With a slightly discordant pop-pop, the elves were in the train compartment. Master Harry Potter, sir, be calling. Dobby asked, looking arrow. Ooned at the bedlam in the train compartment. Winky just hiccuped and walked over to the babies. She took the baby from Harry, changed it quick as a flash without any unfortunate fountain moments. She took the other baby and did the same. Fast as can be. She rooted around in the basket for a few more minutes and found 2 bottles. She handed one to Harry and one to Hermione. Just like that, there was silence. Winky hiccuped again, and stood at her best, drunken attention. What does you be needing? Winky slurred. Harry just stared at the miracle worker in front of him. Bond with me, Winky, please. I'll do anything. You'll have to stop drinking, but I need help with these babies, please. Harry had his puppy dog eyes set to kill. He needed the elves' help. Winky stared at Harry for a few seconds, blankly. Then, she squeaked and jumped forward, hugging Harry's legs. Really? Please say you is being serious. Winky said, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Harry, you can't. A scandalized Hermione said quietly, hoping not to wake the sleeping baby. I can and I will. Winky wants it. She should be free to choose for herself. What do you want, Winky? Harry asked. Winky wants a family. To help with babies. Please. Winky said, begging Hermione, crying now that her dream was being ripped away. Hermione gave Harry annoyed look number 4 but didn't say anything else. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and waved Winky forward. In just a few short moments, it was done and Winky was bonded to Harry. What do you say, Dobby? Do you want to be bonded? Harry asked, feeling immensely better now that he had Winky's help. No. Harry Potter, sir, the elf said, looking wounded. Dobby is a free elf. Dobby thought Harry Potter, sir, understood. You be wanting to bind Dobby. No. I mean, only if you want me to. I don't want to do anything you don't want, Dobby. I just wanted to offer. If you want to work for me instead, I'd be glad to pay you. I just need help with the twins, Harry said, apologetically. Dobby's ears perked back up. You would be hiring Dobby. For pay? Dobby asked. Yes, whatever you want as long as I can afford it, Harry said, earnestly. 1 galleon per month and 1 day off per month, Dobby said. 10 galleons per week and 1 day off per week, Harry said, stubbornly. That is being too much, Dobby said. That's what Winky will be getting, too, so take it or leave it, Harry said. Dobby looked unsure but agreed. If that's what it would take, that's what it would take. The group of 4 wizards, a witch, and 2 elves made it to Hogsmeade Station. What should I do now? Harry asked, distressed. Are you even allowed to bring babies to school? He asked, absurdly. Hermione and Neville looked unsure. You should talk to Professor McGonagall, Hermione said, authoritatively. She'll know what to do. Harry thought for a moment. Hermione was probably right. That's a good idea. I'll try that. I'll take the babies to her and ask her what to do, Harry nodded his head in agreement with himself. 20 minutes later, Harry was waving the old Transfiguration mistress over to a room off the Great Hall. Mr. Potter, what is the meaning of this? Please, take your seat at your table in the Great Hall. The sorting will be starting momentarily, she said, sternly. I have an emergency and am in need of assistance, Harry said, trying to remain calm. What is it? She asked, rolling her eyes and following him inside. Teenagers. They always thought all their problems were life or death situations. Harry waved her over to look at the basket Hermione and Neville were standing beside. Minerva pursed her lips and looked inside. She almost fell over at the sight that greeted her. 2 beautifully sleeping babies. What is the meaning of this? She shouted, looking down at the sleeping infants. They both startled but didn't wake. Harry handed her the letter. Preposterous, McGonagall said. She turned to Harry. Did you? Harry nodded, shamefaced. McGonagall blew out a giant gust of wind. You did? She asked, flabbergasted. She took out her wand and started casting on the babies and Harry. She looked shocked. You really did? Harry just nodded, again. We have to tell the headmaster, she said, brusquely. What she didn't know was that there would be little the headmaster could do. Dumbledore went after the gaunt ring the last week of summer vacation. The first Horcrux that the man had sought out on his own. It was a terrible mistake. Dumbledore wasn't expected to see the end of the school year. The curse on the ring had truly done him in. No, Harry said, panicking. What if Dumbledore tried to take his babies to the Dursleys? What if he dumped them on some doorstep the way he had done to Harry? After what he did with me, no. These are my babies. I'm keeping them, Harry said, mulishly. McGonagall didn't know what to say. They are yours, Harry. You're the only person who gets a say, if these documents are to be believed. You used a surrogate. Why did you do this so young? Why Ms. Lovegood? McGonagall was so confused. Harry just shrugged. He didn't know what to say. McGonagall stared at him for a minute and then blew out a long breath. This has happened before. Cygnus Black and his wife Druella Rosier. She was a 5th year and he was a 3rd year. Only 13 years old. She looked away at a distant memory for a moment. Then, she looked at Harry. At least you're 14. She turned to the door. I'll have the house elves prepare married student housing for you. There are 2 suites off of Gryffindor Tower, behind the portrait of the Fire Drakes. Though you're not married, the professor sniffed. Does that matter? Harry asked in dread. He already had surprise children. He didn't want to find himself with a surprise wife, too. No, I suppose not, McGonagall said, leading him out into the Great Hall, the babies floating behind him. Harry froze. The Ministry won't try to take them away from me, will they? The babies are mine. Really mine. Quote. McGonagall gave him a sympathetic look. Harry, of course they're yours. You're a lord and the last of your line. The Ministry wouldn't dare. Harry looked relieved and started following her again. Ooh. A short 15 minutes later and Harry's babies were resting safely in their basket in Harry's new suite of rooms. It was right off the Gryffindor common room. Harry wasn't sure how he hadn't noticed the rooms before, but he was glad they were there. Harry didn't want to have to lose contact with his house. Harry hurried back down to the Great Hall for the feast. He slipped in while they were sorting moss, Demelsa. Harry moved into his seat beside Hermione and across from Neville. The youngest Weasleys were sitting full stop at the other end of the table. As far away from Harry as they could get. Harry just rubbed his forehead. There wasn't much he could do about the Weasley snit of the week right now. Are they okay? Hermione asked, worried about where the babies had gone. Yes, apparently Gryffindor Tower has family housing. I got a new suite of rooms right off the common room. I'll show you when we get back to the dorms, Harry said. Hermione nodded. Neville gave Harry a sympathetic look but didn't know what else to say. Something like this could only happen to Harry Potter. They watched the rest of the sorting and started eating before Seamus decided to butt his stupid fat ass into Harry's business. Oi, Potter. Is it true? Weasley says you've got a baby with Loony Lovegood. Seamus said that part like it was the butt of a particularly funny joke. Knock it off, Seamus, Neville said, while Harry tried to ignore him. It's true, isn't it? Seamus said, thrown for a loop. You really do got a baby with Loony. Huh. Harry stood up and threw his bowl at Seamus. It's 2 actually. Why don't you shut your fat gob, Finnegan? Harry shouted. The entire hall went silent. Seamus sat back up from where he ducked, potato soup all over his head. You know what, Potter? I hope you and Loony are happy together. You're both nuts. Harry lunged at Seamus only to be held back by Dean. Potter. Detention tomorrow night and 20 points from Gryffindor. Snape yelled, approaching the table faster than McGonagall could get around the head table. Harry didn't say anything but he gave Seamus the look of death. What was this all about? Snape snapped. Seamus spoke up with his side of the story while Harry sat silently fuming. Apparently Potter's upset because he got Loony Lovegood up the duff and has got a baby now. It's not my fault he chose such an ugly toffer. Seamus said, spitefully. Finnegan, that'll be a detention for you, as well. You will speak about your classmates with respect. While Ms. Lovegood is no longer a student of this school. You will still speak about her with respect, as well. Apologize. She barked, angrily. Harry looked shell-shocked. Luna was gone. Seamus apologized begrudgingly. Snape stared at Harry until a glimmer of hate appeared in his eyes. I see nothing for which Finnegan would need to apologize. I hope you drown it, Potter. Better that than more filth flood this world, Snape said meanly. McGonagall gasped. That is out of line, Severus. I'll be taking your detention tomorrow, Potter. Come to my office and bring them with you, she said, seriously. Snape just sneered at her and walked away. Harry. The headmaster would like to speak with you after the feast. Please come to his office. Ice mice is the password, McGonagall said, seriously. Harry sighed and turned back to his unappetizing food. Ooh. Harry walked up to the headmaster's suite with the food sitting like lead in his stomach. He had babies. 2 of them. Julius and Jameson, according to the letter. What was Harry going to do? He didn't have any positive role models to learn parenting from. He wasn't even allowed to take care of himself yet, let alone take care of 2 brand new babies. They'll be a week old tomorrow. Harry gave the password and started up the spiraling staircase. He walked up to the door at the top and raised his hand to knock. Come in, Dumbledore's voice called before Harry could even get close. Harry walked in. Have a seat, Dumbledore said, looking at Harry over his half-moon glasses. Harry sat and looked at the headmaster. They sat in silence for a few moments. May I read the letter? Dumbledore asked. Harry didn't say anything, he just handed the letter from Luna over. Dumbledore read the missive, then took his glasses off with the hand that had been in his lap. The hand was black as tar with little black streaks running up Dumbledore's wrist. Harry couldn't help but stare. Dumbledore noticed. He put the hand back in his lap and sighed. This is quite the pickle. I don't suppose you'd be willing to give them up for adoption. You're terribly young to have such a responsibility, Dumbledore asked. Harry's face flushed red with anger. No, they're my only family. I'll be keeping them, Harry said mulishly. To Dumbledore's credit, he didn't mention it again. I understand you've been given family housing. There are no other privileges for married students or students with families. You'll still have to attend all your classes and take your exams with your peers, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded his agreement. Ms. Lovegood has refused contact. I reached out to Beauxbatons to entreat her to come speak with us, but she did not agree. She states she was merely the surrogate and, while she'd love to see the babies when the time is right, she is not the mother, Dumbledore said. Gently. Harry still flinched. A nod was his only reply. Dumbledore watched him for a few minutes before sighing again. This makes things more complicated. We will Avenue to try a risky procedure instead of my original plan, but it can still work. Love is your secret weapon, Harry. This will only bring you more love, Dumbledore said, patting Harry's hand. Harry looked confused. Don't worry about it for now, my boy. Just go rest. We will meet anon and plan, yes. This really was for the best, Dumbledore said, gently. Harry didn't know what else to say. He stood up and headed out of the room. He walked slowly back to Gryffindor Tower. It wasn't that he didn't want to see his children, it was that when he went back to his new rooms, it would all be real. Old have to admit to himself that he was a father. Harry entered the common room and looked around. Hermione was waiting for him in their usual spot by the fire. Harry walked over to her and spoke. Did you want to come see the rooms? He didn't know what else to say. Hermione must have read his mood. She just nodded and followed Harry up to the portrait of the fire drakes under the stairs to the boys' dormitories. For one horrifying second, Harry couldn't remember the password. His children would die, locked behind this portrait because their irresponsible father couldn't remember the bloody password. The password came to Harry's mind, much to his relief, but the adrenaline hadn't stopped pumping through his veins. Hermione looked at him in concern. Harry's face had suddenly gone white. Then, he had started panting like he had run a marathon. Are you all right, Harry? Hermione asked. This is really happening, isn't it, Hermione? I'm not dreaming, Harry asked, looking at his best friend like a deer in headlights. She gave him a look of sympathy and leaned forward to give him a hug. He clung to her for a second, then got himself under control and said the password. Harry walked in to the room like he was expecting ninjas to jump out from behind every object in the room at any moment. They silently made it to the center of the room when Dobby came out, scaring the crap out of them both. Harry and Hermione both gave a little scream, which made Dobby scream loudly, which made the babies scream for just a moment before they quieted right back down. You scared Dobby, Dobby said, clutching his chest. Sorry, Dobby. You scared us, too, Hermione said, contritely. Where are they? Harry asked, looking towards the direction the scream had come from. They is being in the nursery. They is sharing the bassinet. It is being very wide. Wide enough for 2 babies, Dobby said, walking quietly towards the nursery. Harry and Hermione peeked inside. The 2 babies were laying in the bassinet. one of their little hands touching the other's but otherwise giving each other space. They had a fuzzy little blanket covering each of them. One was blue and the other aquamarine. Hermione cooed at the precious sleeping babies. Winky was sitting dressed in a brand new pillowcase with the Potter crest on the breast sipping a cup of coffee the size of her head. Dobby will make sure to stay with Winky and the babies all the time for the next few days to make sure Winky does not go back to drinking butterbeer. It would not be right for Winky to drink butterbeers and watch out for babies, Dobby said, shaking his big head until his ears flapped. Harry looked caught out. I didn't even think of that. I just left her with them and she might have been drunk and let them drown or something. I'm a terrible father. You're a new father. You're not going to get everything right, straight off the bat. That's why you have people to help you, like Dobby and me, Hermione said, laying a gentle hand on Harry's arm. Harry looked at her like he was seeing her for the first time. He put his hand over hers and squeezed it in return. Hermione blushed and then turned back to Dobby. Can we peek in on the little ones? Or would it be better if we left them alone? Hermione asked. She didn't want to upset the babies if they were resting. Oh, no, Ms. Hermy, please come on in. The babies is being sleeping but they will not be bothered. Come, Dobby said, ushering the two teens into the room. Harry almost fell over again. There they were, again. The two little babies who had Harry's chin and tufts of black hair stuck out of the tops of their heads in a way that already said, Potter. Hermione walked over and gently touched their little hands. She turned to Harry with the most beatific smile on her face. Harry smiled gently back at her. He walked forward and looked down at the babies. His sons. He reached out a hand and gently cradled first one little head and then the other. His finger gently caressed the tiny fingers that he was afraid to touch. They were so delicate, he was afraid his touch alone would break them. The baby in blue grabbed his finger and held on with surprising strength from such tiny digits. Harry let the baby hold on for a few minutes before he gently pried his finger away from the tiny clenched fist. His eyes filled with tears and he quickly left the room. Hermione bent down and gently kissed each little head before hurrying after him. Harry, she said, as she ran into the sitting room of Harry's suite. Harry stood off to the side, his face in his hands. She walked over and put her arms around him. Hermione held Harry for a few minutes before she spoke. It's going to be okay, Harry. You'll see. You'll be a brilliant father. I'll be there to let you know anytime I think you're doing something wrong, so there's that, she teased. Harry let out a weak chuckle. It's just that, I never had any parents. Not really. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon don't count as parents. They didn't care one whit about me. I was always alone. I'm still not fully alright and I know that. How can I be a parent when no one has ever tried to parent me? No one has ever really cared enough to try. Harry's voice broke on the last word. He felt so unprepared and alone. Hermione felt so bad for Harry. Everything he'd said was true. He needed some help and some guidance. She knew just who to turn to. Harry, what about Sirius? I know he wasn't able to be a parent to you but I know he'd like to be somewhat like one to you now. Does the flow work in here? Why don't you check? Harry wiped his eyes and looked at the fireplace. That's not a bad idea. I don't know if it'll work but I'm interested in trying. Sirius said I could reach him at Remus Cottage. Harry walked over the fireplace and poked around. He got a fire lit and found the small tub of flow powder. There's flow powder, so there's hope, he said. Harry threw a pinch of the powder into the flames and watched to see what happened. The flames flew higher and turned green. Success, Harry said to Hermione, pumping his fist in the air. He stuck his head in the flames and called, Lupin's den. He sat in the flames for a few moments, feeling dizzy at the swirling green surrounding his head when suddenly the flow opened and he was looking at Remus Lupin. Remus, Harry called out. Hermione rushed over and put her head inside next to Harry's. Professor Lupin, she called. Harry, Hermione, this is a surprise. Are you at Hogwarts? Is everything all right? Remus asked. Yes, we're at Hogwarts, Hermione answered. Could you get serious before we get into the rest? Of course, Remus said. He gave the teens a concerned look and left the room. In just a few moments, he was back with Sirius in tow. Hey pup. Hermione. What's going on? I know you wouldn't be calling on your first night back in school unless something was wrong. Give it to me straight, he said, looking serious. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance. Harry opened his mouth but didn't know where to begin. It's okay, Harry, Hermione encouraged. Harry took a deep breath and spoke. I caught a set of nappies, Padfoot, Harry said. Looking shamefaced again, Padfoot stared at Harry in horror. No, say it isn't true, Padfoot said. Remus looked equally as horrified but also offended by the language Why and Padfoot were using to describe the situation. Harry nodded his head. Harry, that's the one thing I told you to watch out for. Did you forget the spells I taught you? Padfoot asked. No, I mean, it's just that you taught me those spells after. Not before, Harry said, significantly. Way to go, pup. That made you, what, 13? Sirius asked. Hermione reached through and smacked Sirius' shin. It's all she could reach. Hey, sorry. I didn't mean to be offensive but that is a feat. How old is she? Sirius asked, concerned for the girl's health if she was younger than Harry. She had the body of a 20-year-old but she was only 13. Harry said, miserably. Sirius whistled. That's a conundrum. No wonder you couldn't say no, Sirius said. Remus gave him the death glare. Sirius held up his hands in supplication. He didn't want to get smacked again. When is she due? Remus asked, turning to the crux of the problem. About a week ago. I didn't even know she was pregnant. She just showed up on the train and said she had a gift for me. She left me this basket and disappeared. Like literally. She isn't at school. Her dad took her out of the country. She trapped you good. Sirius laughed. It wasn't really funny but he needed to break the tension somehow. Harry gave him a baleful look. She tricked me into signing this, Harry said, handing through the surrogacy contract he had found in the baby's basket along with their birth certificates and healer's reports, a baby book, and a whole slew of pictures of an age-advanced Luna, her pregnant belly, and the birth of the babies. Remus took the document and read it quickly. He gaped and handed the document to Sirius who choked. She charged you 50,000 galleons per live birth. You keep saying babies, so I assume there's more than one. Sirius said in disbelief. Twins. Harry said, miserably. I didn't even see she'd done that. Can I afford that? The payment is specified to come out of the Potter vaults, not your trust vault, so yes, you can. But still, she got you coming and going, pup, Sirius said. I find it hard to believe a 13-year-old girl came up with this plan. Who is this girl? Remus asked. She's Luna Lovegood, Hermione said. Her dad owns the Quibbler. Remus raised his eyebrows. I know Zeno. He couldn't have planned this either. She said the goddess told her to give me a gift. I thought she meant the, lovemaking, Harry said. His face bright red. She said it would save my life. Sirius laughed. You thought a good shag would save your life. Granted, I don't see how a couple of babies are supposed to save your life either. Remus smacked Sirius in the shoulder. What else did she say, Harry? I don't know, Harry said, throwing up his hands. She was naked and I was distracted. I pretty much agreed to whatever she wanted. Including an oath sworn on my life and magic that I would accept her gifts, cherish and love them, and never give them away to anyone else. Harry, you didn't. Oaths are serious business, Remus said, shocked that Harry could be so unwise. Hermione smacked Harry's arm. Ouch, the boy said, rubbing his shoulder. There goes that idea. You can't do adoption, either then, Sirius said. Harry reached forward and tried to smack his shin. I wouldn't do that anyway. Harry said, hotly. They're my family. My only blood family and I won't be giving them up. Harry wasn't sure why it made him so angry to even consider the idea of adoption but it did. He didn't know his kids and didn't truly love them yet. The idea of them was still too new. Yet, he felt very protective of the tiny, helpless babies lying in the other room. Okay. I was just considering all the options, Sirius said. He didn't want to upset his already upset pup. What are you going to do? Harry looked lost. I really just don't know. For now, Professor McGonagall has given Harry a family housing suite in the Gryffindor dorms. Dobby and Winky, the house elves, are helping to look after the babies. I suspect we'll have to soldier on, Hermione said, brusquely. Harry looked at her gratefully for saying, we. Sirius looked at Remus. You need to think about what you're going to do long term, pup. My uncle Cygnus had a kid at 13 and stayed on at Hogwarts until 17. Bellatrix Lestrange was the witch who grew up with only house elves to care for her. Of course, my cousin Andromeda, Bellatrix's sister, is a perfectly sane person and she was cared for by elves for the first year of her life. It could really go either way. Harry shook his head. I'll need to think on that. I can't decide anything further out than how am I going to sleep with innocent, helpless babies in the room. What if I break them? Harry asked, fearfully. You won't, Harry, Remus assured him gently. Could you use some help? For a couple of days. Maybe me and this mutt could sneak in and come visit. Please, Harry said, desperately. There's no class tomorrow. Classes don't start until Monday. I could meet you in Hogsmeade and you could come back with me. I'll bring my cloak. I'll tell them I bought the dog to be a guard dog for the babies. Just please. Sirius laughed but agreed. I'd love to hang around and help with the little baby pups. Let me at 'em and I'll spoil 'em rotten. Remus looked serious. I can only stay for a couple of days. I have a day job and as much as I'd love that day job to be looking after your children, it's not. I can leave Padfoot for as long as you like, though. Harry looked a little hopeful. Are you interested in a job as a nursemaid? Or governor? I'll gladly pay you. Remus laughed this time. Little children aren't really my forte. Give them to me when they're school-aged, and we can talk again. I have an idea. I'll need to speak with someone first. We'll try to call tomorrow in Hogsmeade, Hermione said, thinking hard. We'll meet you at the Shrieking Shack at around 2 p.m. That'll give you time to shop and eat before you meet up with us, Remus said, sensibly. Sure. How hard can it be, shopping with babies? Harry asked. He had no idea. Julius, or maybe Jameson, was screaming his bloody head off. How his brother could manage to sleep through the loud, incessant crying was beyond Harry. They hadn't even left the suite yet and this trip was already a disaster. Harry hadn't really thought about it until this morning, but the Bobbies would need things while they were shopping, too. The trunk that had come with the babies had a few outfits, a few bottles that self-refilled, and a pack of nappies. There was no crib, no toys, hardly any clothes. Harry suddenly needed a full kit for a baby ×2. The basket was big enough for both babies to sleep in for now, but that would end in a month or two. He hadn't thought about how he was supposed to shop when he needed both hands to hold babies. He probably needed a stroller and baby swings and who knew what else. Harry almost broke down crying right there. Don't worry, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby can be helping, the little elf said. He conjured a couple of pieces of cloth and wrapped them around Harry in some unforeseen fashion. He slipped a baby in on each side and Harry somehow had a baby sling on both sides of his body. He was amazed at what Dobby had managed. Both babies quietened right down once they were being held. Dobby showed Harry how to grab a bottle in each hand to feed both babies at once. Quick as could be, Dobby slipped a baby bag over Harry's head to rest under the baby on the right side and they were off. Harry entered the common room and everyone froze. Around 20 young witches and wizards stared at the baby-laden boy. Harry blushed and hurried through the common room. Hermione chased after him, scowling at the rest of the room as she ran. Wait, Harry, do you need any help? Hermione asked, carrying only her purse that had a magical expansion charm on it. Harry turned to look at her. Neville came running up too, puffing a little at the exertion. Wait, Neville puffed. Let me help, too. Harry relaxed to see his friends. I'd love the help but don't know how you could give it. Dobby did some kind of magic and created these baby hammocks for me. I don't know how to move them. Quote. Hermione laughed. It's called a baby sling, Harry. Here, I'll take one, and you keep one. Neville, grab the bag. We'll have to find you a better bag than that one, Harry. It's gigantic. With magic, we should be able to slim that down considerably. Harry carefully lifted the bag over his head and handed it to Neville. He stood very still and held the baby. As Hermione unwound one of the babies from around Harry's body. She did some crazy shimmy and tied the thing around herself in a flash. Harry handed over Jameson and held onto Julius. Jameson was Blue baby and Julius was the aquamarine baby. Harry was trying hard to keep track. The trio walked towards the Great Hall to grab breakfast before they headed to Hogsmeade for the last weekend before classes started. They made it to their seats at Gryffindor table and started to load up their plates. They heard the obnoxious voice before they saw the owner of it. Precious Potter couldn't wait. Oh, bring his filthy progeny into our presence. Despicable. At least their mother is supposedly of pureblood, though I highly doubt the truth of it. Harry spun around, spoiling for a fight when he felt the baby in his arms. He took a deep breath and slowly turned back around. Get lost, Malfoy, Neville said, realizing that he was the only one without a baby in his arms. His voice shook as he told the other boy off. No one wants to hear your tripe today. Is that a baby crying or a big, fat cry baby I hear? Malfoy asked. Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind him. Leave us alone, Malfoy, Hermione said. Ready to kill to protect Harry's precious babies. Make me, Mudblood, Malfoy sneered. McGonagall heard that last comment as she came to a stop beside what she expected would soon be fighting teens. She made it just in time to stop the fireworks. That'll be 20 points from Slytherin and a detention today, Mr. Malfoy. That term is fully unacceptable in this institution. The number of points you've lost for its use should have clued you in by now, McGonagall snapped. Just so you know, if I see one fist fall or spell fly around those babies, it will be expulsion. I will not jest while the safety of an innocent child is at risk, she said, in a quiet, vicious tone. Do not test me. Malfoy skulked away, headed for the Slytherin table. McGonagall turned to Harry and gave him a look. Quote, you have more important things to worry about than that, boy, Mr. Potter. She doted on the babies for a moment and then moved along, back towards the head table. Harry looked up and saw that Dumbledore looked even worse today. His wrist was black now as well as his hand. Do you think Dumbledore will be all right? Harry asked. Hermione looked at the old man, perturbed. Something is definitely not right. Is his hand worse than yesterday? Hermione asked. I think so, Harry responded. Neville looked up at the head table, trying to see what was wrong. What's that? Neville asked, spotting Dumbledore's black hand. Don't know, but it can't be good, said a disturbed Hermione. The three friends finished eating and stood to leave, only to run into more loud-mouthed trouble. It's disgusting the special treatment some people get. No one else here has a baby. What makes it okay for you to have one, Potter? Ron spit at Harry as they passed one another at the entrance to the Great Hall. Y's face turned red from anger, but he kept walking. The weight of the baby against his arm had him walking faster. He needed to get out of here before the need to punch that bugger in the face overcame him. Run away, Potter. Go ahead. With no one here to pay special attention to you, you need to run, don't you? Ron said, pulling his wand, fully intending to shoot Potter in his cowardly back with a spell. Ginny ripped the wand from his hand. Don't you dare. You could hurt the baby. Potter is worthless, cheating garbage, but the baby is innocent. If Mum hears you even thought of shooting a spell at a person holding a baby, you're toast, Ginny warned. Wait until he's in class without them, she sneered. She was still very hurt that Harry had slept with someone else. Had let someone else bear his children. Didn't he know he was supposed to wait for her? That is uncalled for. Hermione shouted at the two redheads, who just sneered back at her, but not for long. A loud thwack sound echoed in the hall. The two youngest Weasley had just been head-smacked by their older brothers, Fred and George. You two Burks. Had best bugger off. Mum isn't the only one you have to worry about. The twins threatened. Leave little Harrykins and his babykins out of this, the person that was probably Fred said. If Mum and Dad don't wallop you, we certainly will, the person that was probably George said. You should be ashamed, Ginny. It was just 2 years ago that Harry saved your miserable life, Gred said. And just a week ago, Harry was your best friend, Ron, Forge said. The twins jumped over and gently squeezed Harry between them, messing up his hair. You don't deserve this treasure, the twins said together. Groff, Harry said, not bothering to try to fix his impossible hair. The twins laughed and bounced away. You tossers. How can you take his side? Ron yelled. I'm telling Mum, Ginny screamed, running for the Ollery. Go. Tell her Harry got trapped and you guys turned against him. Scoffed Fred. Mum will love her new grandchildren and will smack you both down. Laughed George. They turned to Harry and Hermione and grinned. They're about to make a big mistake. Big. Mum will definitely be on your side. Any chance you had of Mum not adopting you is gone now, mate, Fred said, putting his arm around Harry. Yup. She'll ditch them for new babies in a second, George said, making faces at Julius. Don't worry, little ones, we'll teach you the ways of becoming twin terrors, Fred said, gently tickling Jameson. Hermione couldn't help but smile at the exasperating duo. You too, Hermione said, shaking her head. I'd kick your asses if I didn't love you so much, Harry said, patting George's shoulder, probably. Everyone laughed and walked to Hogsmeade together. The twins headed off towards the apothecary while Harry, Hermione, and Neville headed towards the baby store. They weren't even aware there was a baby store until Neville started guiding them towards it. Come on, guys. Bouncing baby bubbles is this way, Neville said, steering them away from Gladrags. What's bouncing baby bubbles? Harry asked, readjusting his twin. The baby store. The first thing you need, right? Neville asked, confused himself. He thought they were coming to buy things for the babies. That's right, said Hermione, taking charge now that she knew where they needed to go. The first thing you need is a baby buggy, Harry. It'll be easier to shop for everything else, if you get that first. Hermione bustled the group into the shop. Harry instantly felt overwhelmed. Harry looked around desperately, unsure of where to start and what his babies actually needed. Luckily, a friendly shopkeeper saw the confused and panicked-looking teens and decided to head over and help. She assumed the kids were looking for a baby gift for someone else. She was shocked to see two babies on these youngsters' hips. She wondered what was going on. Hello, I'm Lucy. What can I help you with? She said, her hawk eyes glued to the babies. We need to purchase some things. I unexpectedly have two babies to care for and will need pretty much everything, Harry said. Except a bassinet. Harry already has one of those, Hermione said, factually. Oh dear. Did their parents pass away? Are you old enough to care for two such young babies? The lady asked. She was prepared to go flow the ministry at once. If she thought these babies were in danger. How dare you, madam, Neville said, looking furious. Harry is the head of an ancient and noble house. These are his heirs. Harry was surprised at Neville's anger. Hermione looked appalled. Neville, that was uncalled for, Hermione said, chastising. No, he's right. I overstepped. It was purely out of concern for the children, I assure you. I apologize, Lord. Harry Potter, Harry said, embarrassed. Lord Neville Longbottom, Neville said officiously with a slight bow. I apologize for saying that angrily, but it needed to be said. No offense taken. We'll have to get some proper wizard robes with family crests on the little darlings, the lady said, still a little stiff from the reprimand. Now she knew these were Harry Potter's heirs, well, she would leave well enough alone for certain. She didn't need any problems from the famous nobleman. Could we please see the baby buggies first, ma'am? Hermione asked, trying to smooth the whole thing over. Lucy led them over to the baby buggies. They were arranged in a long dual row and came in every color of the rainbow. There were over a dozen to choose from and Harry was back to feeling overwhelmed. He stared at the baby buggies then looked at the woman pleadingly. Lucy took pity on the young lord. He certainly had his hands full. Say 4 models down here are double strollers. They can hold 2 children at once. I assume that is what you prefer? She asked, looking between Hermione and Harry. I don't want to be rude, but are you the children's mother? Hermione turned red. No, I'm the she looked at Harry for help. Godmother, Harry blurted out. Please. He gave Hermione puppy dog eyes. Yes, I'd love to, Hermione said. The two teens grinned at one another before turning back to the shopkeep. Wonderful. Will the mother be joining us? She asked, delicately. Mothers usually had strong feelings about things for their babies. No. I used a surrogate, Harry said, blushing furiously. Lucy raised her eyebrows but said nothing. An awkward moment passed before she soldiered on. Well, this model is a favorite amongst parents of multiples. The 2 bassinet-style seats rotate so the baby on the top can change. You just press this button right here, she demonstrated how it worked. This model puts the children side by side. These seats convert into a seat for an older baby that can sit up and will work for the children until age 3. It is a real bargain. It also has a magically expanded basket under the seats to hold all of the baby's accoutrements. She showed them the bronze baby carriage. You can also purchase baby toy attachments and a changing table for this model. She was about to Tart showing them the third model when Hermione interrupted her. Does the bronze one come with a feather-light charm? Are there any safety features? Harry listened keenly to the answers. Yes, there was a feather-light charm and a hover charm for when going up and down stairs. It would fit down any aisle, no matter how narrow. There were automatic brakes on the buggy. It wouldn't move unless someone was holding at least one hand to the handle. There were also privacy charms for when you were changing the babies and silencing charms for when they started throwing a tantrum in public. Harry loved it. Hermione looked at Harry with a raised eyebrow. He grinned and nodded. Hermione turned back to Lucy. We'll take this one, with the works. Lucy grinned. They hadn't even asked the price. This was going to be a good sale. Next, cribs. Or bibs? Neville asked. Lucy laughed but the other two teens looked contemplative. Lucy guided them around the entire store and they bought something from each section. Lucy was downright giddy by the time they made their way up to the turnstile. Neville looked at the absolute mountain of things they had. Two of everything: cribs, bouncy seats, floating baby seats that let the baby stay with you while you did other things, toys, clothes, even tiny toy wands that played soothing baby songs and had teething material at both ends. Neville wasn't sure I'd be able to get everything back to the castle. He was relieved when the shopkeep shrunk everything down and bagged it up, slipping it in the bottomless basket of the baby buggy, getting them out the door in less than 20 minutes. It was a feat of shopping glory. The babies snug and secure in their new baby buggy, the group set off to enjoy the rest of their Hogsmeade visit. Just as they were about to head to the sweet shop, a regal eagle owl popped up right in front of Harry. Harry jumped as the animal tried to hand him a missive. Hermione stopped him. She ran a scan over the letter and nodded to him that it was safe. Hermione was going to be very safety conscious as long as there were babies around. Harry took the letter and opened it. Lord Potter. Gringotts Bank requests your immediate presence to discuss important issues regarding your children and your future. Please just touch the letter and say, immediacy, and you will be portkeyed to the appropriate office. Regards. Account Manager Hardblow. Harry looked perplexed. He handed the letter to Hermione who read it quickly. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to go to Gringotts. It's only 9:30 a.m. We aren't doing anything particular. Until we meet Snuffles and Remus until 2 p.m., Hermione said. You're meeting Professor Lupin? Neville asked. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance. Yes. He wants to see the twins, Harry said. Neville raised his eyebrows. Must have been a fast bird. You only found out about them yesterday. Harry looked uncomfortable, so Hermione answered. We got permission to flow him. Special circumstances and all. Remus is the last of Harry's parents' friends. They're very close. It wasn't untrue so Harry let it ride. That makes sense, Neville said, nodding. You're going to need some help. I hope you have a governess in mind. It's not healthy for babies to spend all their time alone with house elves. They're either not good at discipline at all or they are downright abusive, and then there's the speech patterns. You don't want those becoming ingrained. They'll be made fun of something terrible, if they do, Neville warned. Harry froze. I hadn't thought of that. I don't know anyone. How will I find someone? Remus already said he doesn't work with children this young. Hermione shook her head. I have an idea. If we go to Gringotts, I'll be able to tell you more. I need to make a phone call first. I have a mobile but no service out here. I can step out into London, if you like, and call, Hermione said. Harry looked at her desperately. You know someone? Someone we can trust. It was Hermione's turn to look uncomfortable. Yes, maybe, but I'd rather not say until we know for sure. Are you allowed to hire a governess? Hermione asked. Yes. It's pretty much required for the nobility, but with Harry in school. It will definitely be a must, Neville said. Yes, but does Hogwarts allow it? Where is my rulebook when I need it? Hermione asked, annoyed at not having the book she needed. Yes, it's allowed. Why wouldn't it be? If family housing exists in the school, surely you know you're not the first to need one. Neville asked. Hermione harumphed. I should have checked my rulebook last night. Will you have room for them, Harry? If they come. They who? Harry asked, frustrated. Let me call them first, and then I'll tell you, Hermione prevaricated. Harry sighed. So, Gringotts then. The other two teens nodded. None of them brought up the fact that they technically wouldn't be allowed to go to Gringotts as they weren't supposed to leave Hogsmeade. The 3T.Ns touched the letter while Harry and Hermione held on to the baby buggy with both hands each. It came along easily enough, and in just a moment the teens were stumbling around trying to keep their feet in a meeting room in Grangers. They got their bearings and looked around. There were refreshments already waiting but no signs of the goblins. The twins started crying and Harry looked panicked for a minute. Check their nappies, Harry. I bet they need a change and a little bottle. Yes, they do, Hermione cooed, taking out the changing table. Harry was horrified by what he found in the diaper. It was disgusting and smelled horrid. Harry gagged. Hermione gave him nasty look number 7, and he got to it. Thankfully, the changing table came equipped with a rubbish bin that banished the detritus put inside it. After half a box of wipes, and an extra nappy that just wouldn't latch, it was done. Harry held one baby and fed him while Hermione held the other. They made a good team. As soon as the babies were settled again, the goblins came in. Harry looked at them suspiciously. They had waited until the perfect time to enter. The goblin just grinned at Harry and waved its hand to clear the smell out of the room. Welcome, Lord Potter. I am Hardblow, your account manager. We have much to discuss. Upon bearing progeny, you automatically became the head of house and lord of the Potter family. Here are your head of house rings. Please put them on, the goblin said. What, Lord? Head of house? What do you mean? Harry asked, baffled. The Potters are an ancient and noble house. Noble. Ergo, you are a lord. Technically, you are the Marquis Potter, but lord is the appropriate address. You, as the eldest of the last remaining Potters, are considered head of House Potter. Ergo, the rings. Please, put them on, Hardblow said. Condescendingly. Harry looked flabbergasted. Don't worry, Harry. It's all right and proper. I have one, too. See, Neville said, showing off his Air Longbottom ring. But why does Harry have two? Hermione asked. Hardblow grinned. He wasn't sure if these wizards would even notice a second ring, let alone question it. I'm not sure, Neville said, looking perplexed. Lord Potter is also the Black. Technically, he should be Lord Black Potter, but the announcement won't go out until tomorrow. The previous Lord Black ousted Narcissa Malfoy and her progeny and B. Bellatrix Lestrange and any progeny she may have from the Black family. What does that have to do with me? Harry asked. Hardblow rolled his eyes in impatience. Previous. Does that mean anything to you? The previous Lord Black abdicated his position to his heir, you, Hardblow said. But, I'm not a Black. Harry said. Not yet, but after tomorrow, you'll have to legally go by the name Lord Potter Black. Black has the higher rank. So that name goes first. Your grandmother, Doria Black Potter, is a close enough relation for you to qualify for the position of heir. You must have already known this. One of your children is named Black and the other Potter, as would be required for Julius to serve as your heir for the Blacks, Hardblow said. Harry and Hermione looked at one another. How had Luna known? There were rumors she had some latent seer blood. Hermione thought it was a load of bunk, but maybe it was true. I don't know what to say, said Harry. You don't need to say anything. Please, just put on the rings. Hardblow said, becoming annoyed at the delay. You won't be able to make a will until you put on the rings. You have children now. You need a will and need one now. What will happen to them if something happens to you? Hardblow asked. Harry nearly choked. What if something happened to him? Where would his children go? Would they be tortured the way Harry had been for most of his childhood? No, he wouldn't allow it. He grabbed the ring boxes and shoved the rings on his fingers. Both rings glowed and resized themselves to fit Harry. Harry ignored the glow that then surrounded him in red, gold, and silver with sparks flying around him like fireflies. Hermione gave him an understanding look. Hardblow looked ecstatic. Both the Black and Potter accounts had been inactive for a long time. That money needed investing and Hardblow was ready to get to work. The fact that he received a 5% commission on any money he made for the accounts didn't hurt anything. Excellent, sir. Here is the standard Gringotts will for a noble house, including instructions for where your children will go if you die, Hardblow crassly said. He handed the thick stack of papers to Har. Why, but Hermione took them before he could even think of reading them. Quill, she said, holding out her hand. The goblin floated one to her and she started marking things and filling them in. Harry just let her go at it. He turned back to the goblin, who was holding another stack of papers in Harry's face. You might as well start on these while she works on those, Hardblow said to Harry before he turned to Neville. Neville held up his hands and said, I'm just here to entertain the babies. The babies were sleeping soundly. They were only over a week old right now. Eat, poop, sleep, and the occasional adorable smile that's probably actually gas is about it. Hardblow rolled his eyes again. I think you should all take an inheritance test while you're here, Hardblow said. He didn't think there'd be any additional vaults for the Black Potters, but it never hurt to check. With a 10 galleon payment coming straight to his pocket for every inheritance test performed, he thought they should all have one. Harry looked up from the vault transfer, emancipation, child custody, birth certificate information, and so much more that Harry really didn't understand. He looked over at Hermione. Shish. He'd already finished half her stack and he hoped was almost ready to start on this stack, too. She'd be able to explain it to him, if nothing else. Why do we need an inheritance test? Harry asked. Quote, standard banking procedure when a new lord takes on his head of house status, Hardblow said, smoothly. Harry looked at Neville. Neville shrugged. I'm heir Longbottom but I'm not head of house. I won. Become that until I either marry or reach my age of majority, or, well, until I have kids, whichever comes first. Now it was Harry's turn to roll his eyes. Have at it, Harry said. Hardblow grinned. Nedden took out a shallow bowl and a big dagger with a very fine, sharp point on the tip. Harry gulped. Hardblow grabbed Harry's unused hand and stabbed it. It felt like his hand had been cut in two. But it was really just a tiny pinprick that let out 3 drops of blood before Hardblow released him. Hardblow chanted over the bowl and blew on it 3 times. Each time, the blood changed color, until it was solid black. Hardblow poured the liquid over a sheet of paper and the liquid ran off, leaving behind writing that covered the entire sheet in a tiny neatly written script. Hardblow gasped. 3 of the lines of writing were glowing. What is this? Hardblow asked, ignoring the now staring teenagers. You do have some hidden vaults, Lord Black Potter. Or should I call you by your full title, Duke of Black, Marquis of Potter? Earl of Gryffindor, Earl of Slytherin by conquest, and Viscount Peverell. So many closed accounts, reopened, Hardblow cackled. That's, Harry. It's just, wow, Neville said, gripping his friend's arm. You hold enough power that even my Gran will be impressed with you. That's impossible, isn't it? I mean, wouldn't your family already know if you were the lord of all this? Slytherin by conquest. What does that even mean? Hermione asked, shocked. It's not impossible. The Potters have never had an inheritance test performed before, so it does not surprise me at all. Slytherin by conquest means exactly that. Lord Black Potter defeated the last of the Slytherin line, Tom Marvolo Riddle, thereby acquiring all that belonged to Slytherin. Not that there's much left. The Gounts were terrible fiduciaries, Hardblow said. Voldemort, Harry hissed to Hermione, who nodded. Neville just looked confused. Tom Marvolo Riddle was the true name of Lord Voldemort. It's an anagram of his name, said Hermione. Neville almost fell out of his seat at the name being said so many times in a row. It was terrifying. Better you than me, mate, Neville whispered. Harry looked at the floor. It might be you, next, Hardblow said, baring his teeth at Neville and grabbing the young lord's hand the same way he had grabbed Harry's. The ritual was Repaea. Ted and Hardblow shook his head and tossed the sheet at Neville. Just the Longbottoms and a distant claim on the Davies line, if the main line ever goes extinct, Hardblow said, turning to Hermione. She gave the goblin a steely-eyed stare. He handed the blade to Hermione and she pricked herself, allowing the necessary drops of blood to fall in the bowl before handing the blade back to Hardblow. Hardblow completed the ritual again and stared at the sheet of paper that was quickly filling with an entire sheet of writing, just like Harry's had done. Hardblow grinned manically. Have you considered an account manager? Marchioness Dagworth Granger, Duchess of Ravenclaw. I would be glad to take on that role for you, he said with a smarmy grin. It was Harry's turn to stare at Hermione. What? That's not possible. I'm Muggleborn, Hermione said mulishly. She would not suddenly become a toughed-up wanker like many of the wizarding nobility. That you are, Hardblow said, still grinning. But your Muggle relatives on your mother's side come from a squib line of the Ravenclaw tribe that has lain dormant for almost a millennia. Your Muggle relatives on your father's side are a squib line that propagates from the Dagworth Grangers. It was only a squib line for 3 generations, with yourself, the 4th generation, being a witch. Hermione squawked but couldn't get any words to come out. She had never known her great-grandfather. He died in World War II. Could he have been the child of wizards? She just didn't know. Her grandmother had met him in 1936. They'd fallen in love and married in less than a year. Her grandfather was shipped out in 1940 and died before he ever got to come home again. He left behind a wife, a son, and a daughter. Nothing was really known about him that survived to her generation. Hardblow had a keen look in his eye as he gazed on the twins. No, Harry said firmly. They are not getting tested. You'll just have to wait until they become lords to test them. Hardblow sneered but moved to put the dagger and bowl away. Hardblow turned to Hermione. The Dagworth Granger line was quite lucrative. They were renowned potioneers and started the most extraordinary society of potioneers. They leave you a crumbling manor that should probably just be torn down at this point, 600 acres of land, and 25,700,324 galleons. The Ravenclaw dynasty leaves you 10,102,698 galleons. There is probably a hodgepodge of personal belongings in both the manor and the vaults. Would you like to follow through with the Potter method of investing? I'm afraid that the Black method is rather dark and dodgy. I don't recommend it, Hardblow said. I think, yes. I'd love your services, Hardblow. You've obviously taken good care of the Potters. Please, follow their method of investing. I'd like to see my vaults before I leave, Hermione said. Sorry. You'll have to wait until you're either emancipated or of age. You'll only be able to access your trust vault for now. It has 150,000 G, that includes your back pay. You receive 10,000 G per year for your upkeep. I'll get your key for you before you leave today. You'll have to come back to claim the rest on your 17th birthday, Lady Ravenclaw Dagworth Granger. Hardblow said, before turning to Harry. Lord Black Potter, would you like a full accounting of each of your vaults and investments, or would you like me to send that to you later and give you the summary for now? Summary, Harry squeaked, still working on the pile of paperwork. Hermione was watching him impatiently, as she had already finished hers. There were a few sheets dog-eared for him to add information to when he was ready to trade. He started reading faster. For the Potter vaults, you have 37,847,001 G and some change. For the Black vaults, you have 178,444,210. For the Peverell vaults, you have 71,432,907 G. The Gryffindor vault has 14,220,368 G. Finally, the Slytherin vaults have 174 G available. You own no viable homes but do own 1,450 acres of land throughout the UK. You are a very wealthy wizard, Lord Black Potter. Neville was almost ashamed to hear those amounts. The Longbottoms were closer to Hermione than Harry. They had closer to 42,904,000 G or thereabouts last time Neville had heard the bank balance. He was certain it had only gone down. Excuse me, Hardblow, what is your rate of return? Perhaps the Longbottoms should reinvest elsewhere, as well. Neville asked. I easily exceed 8% for each account per annum, Hardblow said with a puffed-up chest. I would be glad to take on the Longbottom accounts, as well, Heir Longbottom. Old you like to follow the Potter investment strategy. I wasn't sold on it when Charles Potter insisted on investing in the Muggle world as well, but you can't argue with his results. His strategy regularly exceeds a 14% return. Yes, please, said Neville. He realized he was still very wealthy but his parents' full-time care wasn't cheap. Excellent, the goblin said, greedily. Hermione and Harry switched stacks of paper quickly. Hermione showed Harry where he needed to add information and what that information needed to be. You need to choose guardians, Harry. Both magical and physical, UNLESS you're choosing magicals as your guardians. We don't want something like what happened to you, she said angrily. She'd never forgive the Dursleys for abusing and neglecting Harry throughout his childhood. Being locked in a cupboard under the stairs with little food and being called names was abuse. Full stop. Harry looked determined. You first, Hermione. If you will. Yes, she said determinedly. Harry stared at her, then looked at Neville. You game. Neville looked uncomfortable. I'd be glad to, but I wouldn't do a good job, I'm afraid. How about my gran? Harry looked doubtful. The only person who might have had almost as abusive of a home life as I did was you, Nev. No offense. Neville shrugged and said, none taken. They won't let Remus, Hermione said. Snuffles is out. You could leave them to Molly and Arthur. They'd take them in and love them. Yeah, Harry said. I don't think I have anybody else. The three sat quietly. McGonagall. Hermione said, unsure. Harry wrote her down, too, but didn't even try to come up with any other names. He needed to expand his social circle, pronto. What if one or two of his friends died with him? There'd be no one left to tell stories about Harry, if that happened. Then, his kids would read all that Harry Potter kids literature stuff and believe it was true. That would be a disaster. Harry was starting a journal today, too. Hermione read through Harry's papers. Quick as a whip, she made a few changes to what he'd already written and explained a few things to him, as did Neville. Neville explained about the Lord system in England, and Harry realized he was going to need lessons in this stuff or he'd never get it all. Tonks! Hermione suddenly shouted. Harry and Neville jumped, looking at her like she was insane. WRITE Tonks down as another person who could take the twins. She's your cousin, isn't she? Through the blacks? Hermione asked. The teens looked at Hardblow. You are related to an Andromeda Black Tonk. S and a Nymphadora Tonks through the blacks, he confirmed. Harry was elated. I'm putting her right after you, Hermione. Harry said, flipping back to insert the info. They finished up the paperwork, half of which Hermione had to complete for herself as well to claim her new vaults and titles. A few keys and a ring for Hermione, and the group was on their way. They quickly went down to the vaults. Harry was running extremely low on funds after ransacking Bouncing Baby Bubbles earlier today. Hermione could barely focus on anything other than her hand. The beautiful fire opal set in an antique G-old ring was too gorgeous and unbelievable to turn away from. Now Hermione really needed to make that call. I think we should just shop here, Hermione said. It'll be much less crowded. First, I need to step out into the Muggle side for a quick call. Harry looked confused for a minute but then remembered. You're going to call someone about being the governess. For the babies, Harry said, pleadingly. Someone with experience who is willing to teach me and take care of the twins. Hermione laughed. We'll see, Harry. Let's go. The group went through the leaky cauldron and out into Muggle London. Hermione reached into her bottomless bag and pulled out her mobile. She pressed a few keys while Neville watched in interest before she started talking. Mum, Hermione said when her mother answered. You would not believe the day I've had. Is Dad there with you? Can you put me on speaker phone? Neville looked at Harry. What's a speaker phone? Harry tried to explain while Hermione kept speaking. And then I found out I was the Marchioness Dagworth Granger. Dad, did you know anything about great-grandfather Rodbert being of magical descent? I'm also Lady Ravenclaw through your line, Mum. Hermione was listening to her parents respond. Harry could hear them exclaiming on the other end of the line. That really is insane, you know, Harry said to Neville. Neville nodded in return. Twins started fussing and Harry gave them a dummy, hoping he could change them once they got back to the alley. Harry's had quite a shock. Yes, the girl just left the twins with him on the train. No, I won't say who she is. She tricked Harry into signing a surrogacy contract and duped him for 100,000 G. Of course he's happy about it. He has a family now. That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. Harry cringed to hear Hermione put it all that way. He wasn't upset with Luna and he didn't feel duped out of money. He felt duped out of sex, and that was worse, more personal somehow. He wished he could talk to her again and find out why. You know how you and Dad were planning to fully retire this year. Well, Mum, you are 69 years old and Dad is 74. You deserve some fun and some rest. And maybe a post-retirement job as a governess. For Harry, silly. You'd come live in the castle. We'd get to see each other every day. It would be lovely. Of course you'd get paid. Well, how much do you want and I'll negotiate for you. Hermione said, her ear to the phone and a serious look on her face. She laughed brightly at what her mother next said. Silly. No, I will not ask Harry for a galleon per year for you. At least 30. 000 per year for a full-time governess for 2 small children, even if you will have 2 helpers. You didn't think I'd leave you to that much work, did you? I'd guess. Raising babies is more difficult than running an office part-time, since you're both semi-retired as it is. Yes, I know you have 17 dental offices, but you also have a fantastic manager and CEO to tch out for your clinics and a fantastic CFO to watch out for your finances. I know you were just joking, but I am deadly serious. Hermione stared off in the distance for a few minutes, listening before she handed a surprised Harry the phone. Here, they want to talk to you, Hermione said, handing Harry the phone. Harry was shocked that Hermione had thought of her own parents as a governor and governess for the babies. It was a fantastic idea. Hermione was a kind, loving, intelligent, and loyal person. She loved a good adventure and made a lot of noise about following the rules, but she broke them with abandon when someone was in need. She was exactly the type of person he hoped his kids would grow up to be. Hello, Harry said into the phone, looking at Neville in a panic. Harry didn't know what to say. Neville looked equally as panicked. He shrugged his shoulders spasmodically, unsure of what to do. Hello, Harry, dear. I'm Emma Granger and this is my husband, Dan. Harry heard another voice say hello. Hi. Harry cringed at his repeated greeting. Hermione tells us some congratulations are in order. Unexpected congratulations, but well earned anyway, Emma said with a teasing smile in her voice. She didn't want to upset the lad. I understand you want to raise these babies. Not put them up for adoption, which is a perfectly valid thing to do, Emma said, gently. Yes. They're my family. I'm keeping them, Harry said, with a stubborn glint in his eye. I'm their da. It was the first time he'd even thought the words. He swayed on his feet. Hermione steadied him and looked at him worriedly. He waved her off and kept listening. My husband and I were planning to retire. If you'd like us for the job, we'd be delighted. We can be ready by Halloween. Will you be okay until then? Emma asked, gently. Yes, Harry squeaked out. Good boy. I bet the children are lovely. We can't wait to meet them, Dan said. Emma smiled at Dan. He knew her biggest fear was that their daughter would be all alone when they left this world. They were realists. If they had 10 years left, they were lucky. Hermione had also been a shock to her parents. She was a completely unexpected change of life baby. Her mother was 54 when she found out she was pregnant. Now, 15 years later, she wasn't sure if she was being selfish to have a child at all. Hermione was still so young. Her mother knew it was old-fashioned and not done anymore, but she'd love to see Hermione settled before she died. She had spoken of this boy, Harry, incessantly since the day they'd met. Even before they truly became friends. Was it so wrong of Emma to hope it turned into more? Emma knew this opportunity was a way for Hermione to give Emma the grandchildren she'd feared she'd never meet. She appreciated the chance to spend time with Hermione's best friend, his precious babies, and her own precious baby while getting to spend what might be some of the final years of her life in a magical castle. She was jumping at the chance to say yes. I'll pay you. Like Hermione said, 30,000 G. I just really need the help, Harry said, desperately. That's not necessary, love. There's a £5 to a galleon conversion rate, at least. That would be £150,000. It's way too much, Emma said, kindly. Honestly, I'd pay you for this chance. No, I insist, Harry said. There's 2 of you and I'm sure you could make more than that in the Muggle world. Trust me, I can afford it, Harry said. Emma and Dan grinned at one another. It would all go to Hermione anyway. If what their daughter had just told them was true, she wouldn't need it. If you insist, Emma said, deciding she'd put half the funds in a trust for the twins and half into a trust for Hermione's future children. Thank you, Harry said, practically crying. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. He gave the phone back to Hermione. Mum, Dad, yes, I'm so excited for you to be at Hogwarts. Don't worry. We'll work out where you're to stay next weekend. We'll need to send you the contract to sign. Hardblow put it together for us, we just have to fill it in. I'll write to you both this week with the details. Love you, Hermione. Hung up her phone and turned back to her friends. Muggles have stuff like that. That's amazing. I always thought Fellitones sounded better than owls, Neville said, excitedly. Hermione's parents been able to talk to her instantly from their office in Kent. It was amazing progress to a traditionally raised boy. Hermione grinned at him. Yes. They have much more than this, Neville. You'll have to come visit our house this summer and see some more. Neville grinned back at her and agreed. Ooh. The three teens went back through the leaky cauldron and grabbed some lunch. The twins had to be changed and fed, but they seemed quite content in their baby buggy. That was a good thing because it was only 11:30 a.m. They had 2.5 hours left to take care of everything else they'd need to buy before they were due at the Shrieking Shack. They quickly made their way through the sweet shop, the apothecary, the plant store, and the stationery store. They walked past Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions when Hermione stopped. She looked over at Harry with a screwed-up face and took a deep breath. Harry, I hope this doesn't upset you, but it needs to be said. You need some new clothes. You're never going back to your relative's house, now. There's no reason to hide your money. Please, let me take the twins to the bookshop and you and Neville go in there and get you kitted out. Omise will be waiting for you when you come. Maybe go down the street there, she said, pointing out a shop, and get some new glasses as well. She looked down at his feet, maybe some new shoes, too. Go on now. I've got the babies, Hermione said, bossily. Harry laughed at her and looked at himself. He guessed he really could use some new clothes. Harry watched Hermione until she entered Flourish and Blots. He turned to Neville and said, Do you mind? If you don't want to come, you could always shop around and meet us back at Flourish and Blots, Harry offered. Nah, mate, I'll come with you. I could use a pair of gloves myself, Neville said with a smile. The boys were much quicker at shopping than a lady would have been. Basically, Harry got measured, speed walked through the store with the shopkeep telling her yes or no on way too many items, then paid her a whole heap of gold, and left the shop. They were done in 20 minutes. 20 more minutes and Harry had a new pair of dragonhide boots, a pair of trainers, and a pair of school shoes. It took as long to get glasses as it took to get both clothes and shoes. Harry was annoyed with the whole process and in a hurry to get back to Hermione and the babies. He shouldn't have been. Hermione was sitting down in the children's book aisle, while she read a cutesy story to the sleeping twins. There was a worryingly tall stack of children's books beside her. Little did they know that she had 2 more stacks just like it in the bottom of the baby buggy. Ready to go? Harry asked, quietly, trying not to startle her. Hermione still jumped. Oh, certainly. I found these books for you and the babies. I found 3 parenting guides and a book of child developmental milestones. I also plan to buy this for my godchildren. It is a bow. Okay, that plays 28 classical music favorites. It also acts as a nightlight with an accurate image of the sky projected on the ceiling and walls. They already love it, Hermione said, gently patting each baby. Harry appreciatively took the stack of books Hermione handed him and followed her as she pushed the buggy to the front of the store. Hermione let him pay for that stack and half of one of her other stacks. She paid for the rest. Neither of them cared who paid, they just wanted the babies to have everything they needed. To Hermione, that meant books. Harry didn't want to disagree. They left the bookshop and headed back into the alley. They only had about an hour left now. Right, what else do we need? Neville asked. His arms felt empty for all the shopping they'd done. He just had a little bag with his gloves inside. Harry and Hermione glanced around, thinking when Harry spotted something he thought they'd need. Come on, Harry said, leading the group to the trunk bunk. Good idea, Hermione said. I need a library trunk. You'll need a library trunk and another trunk for the baby's things. I was thinking something a little bit bigger, Harry said, turning to look at Neville and Hermione. I'm going to need more room, Hermione. If your parents do come to stay at Hogwarts, they won't be able to stay in my rooms all the time. Neither will Julius and Jameson, Harry said. His sons' names felt natural in his mouth. Even their names were perfect, in his eyes. What does that have to do with anything? Hermione asked, shaking her head. At the Quidditch World Cup, I saw a bunch of amazing tents. But I also saw some amazing trunks. Did you ever wonder how big a trunk could get, Hermione? I bet you haven't considered it. If it can be bottomless and someone could manipulate the space, they could do anything. Harry said. The shopkeeper walked up to them as Hermione's jaw dropped open at the realization. How may I assist you? In need of a new Hogwarts trunk, perhaps? The man asked, a little snidely. No, I was actually hoping you could tell me if you have trunks with, like rooms or houses in them. Harry asked, excited now. He could own his own home and live in it in Hogwarts. The shopkeeper became much more friendly. Yes, we do. What did you have in mind? That's when the shopkeeper noticed the babies. He did a double take. This bunch was much too young to have babies. He decided to mind his own business and soldier on for the sale. He could always tell his opinion of these people to his fellow shopkeepers later. Perhaps you're looking for something more family-oriented? He asked only slightly condescendingly. Yes, actually. What's the biggest house you have available? Without being ostentatious, of course. I'm a more down-to-earth guy, Harry said. Even though he looked better with his new glasses, clothes, and shoes, he was still a teenager and therefore beneath this arsehole shopkeep. The man led the teens back into the store. The largest I have in stock is a lovely 12-room colonial on 100 acres of land set in the French Riviera. There is a small section of simulated beach at the edge of the property behind the house. This model also includes a Quidditch pitch and circular drive with a 4-car garage. Hermione had to see it to believe it. Harry put the babies in slings and touched the medallion that would allow him entry into the house. The trunk itself was a very sturdy black dragonhide leather with brass fittings that brought out the scale pattern in the leather. A large bronze medallion was set in the center of the front of the trunk. The man explained that his family crest, if he had one, would go there. Harry waited for Hermione and Neville to arrive inside before he moved. He was instantly stunned by the view that he saw. The inside of the trunk seemed much larger than 100 acres. The sides of the trunk seamlessly stretched out to the most realistic wizarding special effects that could be found, so it seemed the sky stretched forever above them and the beach stretched for kilometers down the coast on either side. The feel of the warm, gentle Mediterranean wind tickled the hairs on the back of his neck and he swore he could taste the sea. It was amazing. The house itself was set back from the beach by a significant distance of about 20 acres while 40 acres of thick grass and immaculately kept gardens led to the Quidditch pitch. A lovely forest of Aleppo pine and other evergreen trees curled around the last 40 acres or so, lending their wonderful scent to the area. The house was a 3-story colonial, shining with windows. It sat tall and beautiful before the ever-shifting sea. As they started walking up the path, the shopkeep started trying to sell them on the virtues of the trunk before he smacked them with the price. As I said before, this model has 12 bedrooms, each with an ensuite and a small sitting room. The bottom floor houses the foyer, which is accompanied by a walk-in closet and a powder room. A lovely Georgian staircase that rises to the full height of the 3rd floor. The bottom floor also houses the entrance hall, a study, the formal sitting room, an entrance to the library, the formal dining room, an informal dining room, and the kitchens. The 2nd floor houses 2 master suites, 4 bedrooms, a family sitting room, an entrance to the library, and 2 additional studies. The 3rd floor houses 6 bedrooms, a playroom, and a classroom for the children. The attic housed a lovely set of 4 rooms, a bathroom, and a sitting room that would be perfect for elves or human servants. He went on to explain the safety charms and maintenance needs of a trunk of this caliber. Harry was barely listening. This place was huge, but it felt homey and inviting to Harry. It had plenty of room for the Grangers, the twins, the elves, himself, and Hermione. There was even room for their other friends, if they wanted to come visit, too. He guessed between Hermione, Neville, and the twins. He had a good start on lifelong friendships. Does it come furnished? Harry asked. For an additional 10,000 G, it comes furnished, the shopkeeper said, expecting them to balk at the price. They didn't. How much is the trunk? Asked Hermione. 15,000 G, the salesman said. It comes with a 100-year lifetime guarantee. We do all maintenance in-house or at your placement location at a say. Rate of 500 G for every 10 years of service. Harry looked at Hermione and Neville. What do you think? He asked. I think it's lovely. It's a steep price, but it has a lengthy guarantee and sound safety features. Can it connect to the flow? Hermione asked. Yes, the shopkeep asked. It has its own address, already applied. You just sign the forms and pay the fees, and we can have it set up for you with the ministry. He practically had his fingers crossed behind his back, hoping for this sale to go through. It would make his month. They can last a lot longer with good maintenance. My gran still has one that her gran received when she first married. It's a lovely garden scene. Gran has her desk set in it. She does her Wizengamot work in there, Neville said, helpfully. Harry grinned at them both and turned back to the shopkeep. I'll take it. Do you also have one that's a more woodsy scene? Maybe with just a 4 or 5 bedroom house in it. But with a garage, definitely. Hermione looked confused until Harry said one word, Padfoot. She quickly nodded her agreement. Sirius could use a place to live. He had nothing right now. Harry wished he'd thought of getting some clothes for him. Oh well, next time. Yes, I have just the thing, the man said, giddy for an even larger sale. He quickly showed Harry around a lovely little 5-bedroom craftsman house set in a 100-acre wood with a lovely 3-car garage and a huge circular track that you could drive all the way around your enclosure. Perfect, Harry said. I'll take 2. Please make sure they're fully furnished. How soon can we get this done? Sorry, but we're in a bit of a rush now. We have somewhere else to be in 30 minutes, Harry said, glancing at his watch. I can have everything done in 20, he smiled at the teens. Now very happy they were in his store. Do you have any preferences on furniture, colors, styles? Pretty much exactly what we saw. Please make one of the craftsman cabins in red and golds, and the other in milder tones. Also, please reinforce all 3 trunks with dragon hide, and if you can, please reinforce the muted tones trunk with silver under the dragon hide, Harry said, trying to be nonchalant. Would you like the doors and windows reinforced on the house, too? The salesman asked, shrewdly. Please, Harry said, looking anywhere but at the salesman. That'll cost you an extra 4,000 G. We call it our Moon Madness package, the salesman said, not really caring. This kid was about to drop almost 65,000 G. He could have peed on the floor and the salesman would have made sure he still signed the bill of sale. Could you throw in 2 library trunks and 2 regular trunks, as well? Hermione asked. Certainly. Do you have any family crests to display? Yes, but maybe we could write them down. It'd be easier. Harry replied, blushing at the thought of his new titles. He noticed Hermione was pink-cheeked about it, too. The teens left the shop and headed back into the alley. They looked around for somewhere to sit when it was Hermione's turn to drag them off, though she was dragging Neville, not Harry. I thought we should get your wand checked. I noticed it wasn't sparking properly in class last term. Hermione said. I think that was because of me and not my wand, Hermione. This was my dad's wand. It worked great for him, Neville said, dejectedly. That's even worse than I thought. The wand chooses the wizard, Neville. We have 20 minutes, let's just go see, Hermione said, pulling him along. The twins started whining so Harry hung back to change them and ate them a new bottle going before he joined his friends. He was starting to get the hang of this stuff. Harry entered Ollivander's to find Neville trying out new wands. His old one is done for. Harry asked Hermione. She was watching Neville try wands while Ollivander seemed to be having a great time helping him find the right one. No, it just wasn't a good match. Ollivander's offered to mount it for him for free. He's going to keep it on display and use his own new wand. That's a good idea. I wonder what happened to my parents' wands. Harry asked. Hermione looked at him sympathetically and shrugged. I've no idea, Harry. Maybe we can find someone else to ask, Hermione said. They looked up as a wand in Neville's hand began to rain down yellow and gold sparks. It was a pretty display that shimmered in the dim light. Eureka! We've got him! Ollivander cheered. He quickly rang Neville up for his new wand and convinced all 3 teens to buy a wand holster. He cringed when he saw Reese sticking out of his back pocket and Hermione's tucked away in her purse. That was no way to carry a wand so that you were prepared. The teens went back to the trunk bunk and gathered their perch. As is before hurrying back to the leaky cauldron to use the flow. They arrived at the shrieking shack almost 15 minutes late. Nothing moves very quickly with a baby, that's doubly so true for twins. EY entered the basement of the shack and looked around in the near darkness. Harry, said Remus. Harry jumped but turned and saw the light from Remus' wand. A giant happy dog bark shook the silence. Snuffles ran over and gave him a doggy hug and kiss. The babies started crying. I told you not to do that, Remus said, giving the dog a baleful look while he gently picked up a twin and started rocking him. Hermione did the same with the other while Harry said hello to Snuffles. You great lout. You just had to wake the babies, didn't you? Harry said, petting the dog. Snuffles ran over to Nev. For a quick hello and then slowly approached the two people holding his pups. He gently snuffed them until he'd never forget their scent. Hermione and Remus helped him say hello to Julius and Jameson. Snuffles jumped for joy and wanted so badly to bark again, he let out a little squeak of a bark that made everyone laugh. Well, are we hanging out here all day or are we heading back to the castle? Harry asked. He was hungry, tired, and just wanted to relax in his own rooms. Lead the way, cub. We're behind you, Remus said. The group walked down the tunnel and back to the castle. EY finally reached Harry's rooms and went inside. I think I'll head up to the dorms and take a nap, Neville said at the doorway. I had a good time with you all today. See you at dinner. We might eat in here, Nev. If so, we'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. Thanks for coming and helping out. I really appreciate it, Harry said. Okay. My pleasure. See you later, Neville said, waving goodbye to everyone. As soon as Neville was gone, Sirius morphed back into his human form. He hurried over to the babies and made a big fuss about the precious things. Look here, Harry, Sirius said, gently taking the twin Remus was holding. They look just like you did when you were a baby. I remember when I first held you. Lily said I wasn't allowed in the delivery room, but after she got the good potions, she was glad to let us all come in. Remus grinned at the memory. Peter didn't want to come, rat bastard, but me and Remy here were game. Remus only lasted until they checked Lily for the first time. Then, he ran from the room. Huh, Sirius said, grinning back at a now blushing Remus. She was unclothed, Padfoot, Remus said, smiling but still sounding scandalized. Can't exactly have a baby with clothes on, Hermione said, giving Remus a chiding look. True, but it didn't seem right to see my best friend's wife with her clothes off, Remus said, his voice squeaking a little at the end. Har. Ry and Sirius laughed at his embarrassment. Trust me, it wasn't an enticing sight, Sirius said, remembering the gore and the screaming. Harry sniggered and Hermione rolled her eyes. Anyway, when Lee and James let me hold you for the first time, I just knew. You were something special, Sirius said with a sappy look in his eyes. Harry blushed. Sirius went on to tell two more baby Harry stories. Before the twins woke up and wanted changed and fed again. To Harry's surprise, Padfoot handled it like an old pro. With Remus helping him, they finished changing both twins and had them redressed and bottle in hand within about 3 minutes. Wow, that was impressive, guys, Hermione said. Thank ya, said Sirius, grinning at Hermione. I'm an old pro. I had a year with this one, he said, pointing his thumb at Harry. Before my baby changing days were over, we'd race to see who could do it faster. I won by a landslide every time. Remus rolled his eyes at Sirius, boasting. You could never beat Lily, Remus said. Bursting Padfoot's bubble. She cheated. I'm not sure how, but I know she did. She was fearless of bodily fluids, Sirius said. Harry laughed at the very idea of his parents and Sue Regate uncles racing to change his nappy. Harry started unloading all his purchases from under the buggy while Sirius and Remus each held a baby. They look exactly alike, Remus said, comparing the two now awake boys. Except this one has a birthmark on the bottom of his foot, see? Sirius said, holding the aquamarine baby. That one's Julius Sirius, Hermione said. Great name. Hello Jules, Sirius said, smiling at the tiny baby. The baby stared back in wide-eyed wonder. The corner of his mouth lifted into a little smirk. You've got a bit of the mischievous devil in you, don't you? Just like his namesake, Remus said, smiling at Julius while he bounced Jameson in his arms. Would you each like to be the godfather to one of the boys? Harry asked. Hermione's their godmother. We filled out paperwork at Grangers today. Sirius' eyes filled with tears. I'd love that pup. I promise to be there for your babies the way I was never able to be there for you. Remus' eyes were misty as well. Are you sure you wouldn't rather choose someone else? Someone who might be able to take custody, if you needed them to? Remus asked, reluctantly. No, I already have a few people who could take custody. I want you and Sirius. Please, I trust you. Harry asked, hoping Remus wouldn't say no. Remus smiled a beatific smile and agreed. In that case, I'd love to, Remus said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. Harry grinned in return. Now that that's settled, who's hungry? Harry asked. Everyone agreed they could eat. Dobby made a delicious fish and chips fry up for supper. Everyone ate peacefully and relaxed, talking about what Harry should do now. What are you going to do now, Harry? Have you found a governess? Remus asked. Yeah, Hermione's mum and dad are retiring. They've agreed to come live with me and help take care of the twins. It's going to be brilliant. They did a fantastic job with Hermione, Harry said, glad the issue was settled. It was a serious weight off his mind. That is fortunate, Remus said, smiling. Living with the in-laws before the wedding night. Tough move, Prongslet, Sirius joked, ribbing Hermione and Harry at the same time. Both teens blushed and glanced at each other through the corners of their eyes. Remus looked around the small suite of rooms and looked concerned. Will there be enough room here for all of you here? Oh, that reminds me, I got something for each of you. Come on, I'll show you, Harry said, taking out the trunks he had purchased for himself, Sirius, and Remus. He gave Hermione her library trunk that he had purchased for her, too. The group took a quick tour of the trunks before reconvening in Harry's new home. This is amazing, pup. Sirius enthused. He thought the trunks were a lark. Harry had purchased the Stranges. T-wards possible for each trunk and the things were basically siege-worthy. No one was getting in without being invited. I thought you'd each like your own. I had them added to the Flow network, too. So you can park them wherever is best for you and still come visit me whenever you want, Harry said, grinning at the men. Is this silver-reinforced dragonhide? Remus asked in awe. Yes, it's called the Moon Madness package. The house and windows are reinforced, too. You'll always have a safe place to spend the full moon, Hermione said, gently. Harry just beamed. This is too much. Thank you, Remus said, bending to hug Harry and Hermione. Sirius followed suit. Your place is nice too, pup. Is this where the Grangers and the twins will spend most of their time? Sirius asked. I think so. This way, everyone has their own space and there's plenty of room for the twins to grow up. I still don't know what I'll do after Hogwarts. The Ministry has lost my respect for the way they treated you, Padfoot. I don't think I want to be an Auror anymore. I don't know what I'd like to do, Harry said, kicking his feet against his new furniture. Well, you have time to decide. You can stay in Hogwarts until you graduate, or you could leave after 5th year and get tutors. Who knows, maybe you'll decide to catch up on your Muggle education and go to university. I've been thinking outgoing myself and studying ancient languages, Remus said, encouragingly. Harry glanced at Hermione when Remus said the last. That was an idea neither had ever considered before. It bore thinking about. Harry suddenly said, looking at the clock, I have detention with McGonagall in 10 minutes. I almost forgot, Harry said, jumping up and hurrying back into his suite of rooms. She told me to bring the twins, Harry said. He called for Dobby. The little elf popped into the room. Could you get the twins ready to go in their buggy for me? Yes, Harry Potter, sir, Dobby said, popping away to get the twins ready. Harry met him at the door. Hermione was already waiting there for him. I thought we'd head out together, Hermione said, helping Harry through the portrait hole. Harry was grateful for her help. They parted ways. Hermione headed up to her dorm room and Harry headed on to McGonagall's office. Harry knocked on McGonagall's door. Come in, a voice called. Harry entered the room, pushing the baby buggy before him. Hello, Mr. Potter. Please, come have a seat, McGonagall said, waving Harry into a seat before her desk. She got up and came around to see the babies. They're gorgeous, Mr. Potter. May I? She asked, gesturing to one of the babies. Sure, go right ahead, Harry replied. McGonagall lifted the blue twin out of the buggy. That's Jameson. Charles Jameson Potter IV. The aquamarine baby is Julius Sirius Black. McGonagall's eyes teared up. Great names they carry. I'm sure they'll live up to their namesakes, though I do hope they are filled with slightly less mischief. How are things going so far? Harry laughed at the thought of the Weasley twins combined with the Marauders. He hoped his boys weren't that wild. It's going okay so far. I'm getting the hang of changing nappies. The elves are a great help. I don't know what I'd do without them, Harry said. McGonagall nodded. House elves can be a great help. I hope you have a plan for further assistance. It's good for babies to be around other humans, too, she said, looking at Harry over her glasses. She didn't know what the boy had done so far to prepare for the children. I have a plan. I actually wanted to make sure there isn't anything special I need to do. The children's governor and governess will be starting on Halloween, Harry said, picking up the other twin. He sat across from McGonagall and rocked little Julius. Yes, there are some forms you'll need to fill out. Who may I ask will be joining us? While you don't need approval for who you hire, you will need to inform the Hogwarts staff so we'll all know they're authorized to be in the building, said McGonagall. She spoke to Harry but looked down at the baby smiling. It's Hermione's parents, Doctor and Dr. Granger, responded Harry. McGonagall looked at him sharply. You intend to bring Muggles to Hogwarts? Asked McGonagall. Yes, is that a problem? Asked Harry, sitting up straighter. It will cause a stir, for certain, said McGonagall. She started bouncing little Jameson. I don't care what other people say. They'll be spending most of their time with the children inside my new home, anyway, said Harry. You're letting the children leave Hogwarts without you? Asked McGonagall, surprised. No, Harry said more harshly than he intended. She gave him a stern look. He looked back apologetically. I don't mean to be rude but that's not happening. I'm their father. I should be with them. I bought a travel trunk with a house inside. It's plenty of space for them and the babies. They'll only need to keep them while I'm studying and in class anyway. McGonagall looked contemplative. I suppose they must be excellent parents, considering how well Ms. Granger turned out. She looked at him closely. He blushed when McGonagall said Hermione's name. Was there a new romance on the way? This one she could at least understand. They are. They can teach me how to do it right, Harry said, determinedly. McGonagall smiled at him. They chatted about what McGonagall knew of Harry's own babyhood for another hour or so before she released Harry to head back to the dorms. Harry arrived back in his rooms to find them empty. He peeked his head inside each trunk and found Remus and Sirius exploring their own place. Sirius popped out first. Hey Prongslet, how was detention? Asked Sirius, laughing at Harry. Harry rolled his eyes. I would think you'd know that quite well on your own by now, said Harry. He took a sack overflowing with galleons out of the bottom of the baby buggy. He handed it over to Sirius. For food or whatever else you two scallywags might need. Thanks for telling me you made me Lord Black, by the way, said Harry, giving the man a disgruntled look. Sirius laughed loudly. That was one of my better pranks. He said. I never wanted to be Lord Black. You were always going to be Lord Potter. Fate supported me and gave you two sons. That was just a bonus, said Sirius, leering at Harry. Joke's on you. I'm Lord Gryffindor, Lord Slytherin by conquest, and Lord Peverell, too, said Harry, waving his arm in a sarcastically grand manner. Sirius' jaw dropped open. How do you manage all that? The universe thinks my life is one big lark. Harry suggested. Remus appeared in the room, exiting his own trunk. He had a huge smile on his face. The place was perfect. It was nicer than Remus had any right to expect and would free him from needing to work menial jobs in the hopes of keeping a roof over his head. Why is your life one big joke? Remus asked, looking over the sleeping twins then turning to greet Harry. Because he somehow managed to find himself as Lord Gryffindor, Lord Slytherin by conquest, and Lord Peverell. I doubt it happened because Harry's life's a joke, though. That's all Harry. Padfoot said, laughingly dodging Harry's punch to the arm. Remus stared at Harry. He looked thoughtful after a moment. I suppose I can understand the Lord Slytherin by conquest. Voldemort, I'm presuming. Remus asked. Harry nodded. Remus responded with his own nod. But the Lord Gryffindor and Peverell. How? Apparently the Potters were the Peverells before they died out. The seat was never relinquished or disbarred, so it still exists. Mum's family is apparently a long-lost squib line for the Gryffindors. Or at least that's what Hardblow, my account manager, said the inheritance test revealed. I haven't had the chance to read the results yet. I've been a little busy being overwhelmed with becoming a sudden father, said Harry, sarcastically. Remus just shook his head. The things you learn about somebody, said Sirius, grinning. The men helped Harry get the babies off to bed. Then, Harry headed off to sleep himself. It had been a long, exhausting 48 hours. The weeks flew by. Harry settled into a routine with the babies and the elves. Harry would go to class, spend his free period studying, and then come back to his rooms after classes. He would spend time with the twins until dinner. Then, he would put them to bed and spend his evening finishing his homework with Hermione and Neville. They had started studying together most nights. Quidditch hadn't started yet. Harry knew that would cut into his homework time. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to keep up with practices with everything else going on in his life. It was something to think about. Harry had been so busy with his own drama that he'd failed to realize the excited buzz that had filled the school for the last few weeks. It grew to such a raucous level that he finally noticed the morning before Halloween. "What's got everyone in such a flap?" asked Harry, confused. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. "Harry, how do you not realize these things? The Triwizard Tournament is taking place at Hogwarts this year. The other schools participating, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, are arriving today. Classes are cancelled all day because of it. The entire school is meeting outside to greet our guests before dinner," said Hermione. Harry looked flabbergasted. "No, I didn't know. What's the Triwizard Tournament?" Neville answered this one. "It's a really old competition between the 3 premier schools of magic in Europe. It was cancelled a long time ago. I wonder why they started it back up. No idea, but it's a very dangerous competition. Competitors and spectators alike have died. That's why it was cancelled." "The death toll grew too high," said Hermione, judgmentally. She was starting to wonder if the adults in the wizarding world had any sense at all. "At least there's some sense to it. This time, they'll only be allowing of-age students to compete. That's barmy. Who would want to put their lives in danger like that?" asked Harry. "Oh come on, Potter. You don't expect any of us to believe a glory hound like you doesn't wish he could compete. It's a good thing we're not allowed to compete, or I'd finally show you who's the better wizard," said Ron. Harry laughed bitterly. "The day you're better than anyone is the day hell freezes over, Weasley," said Harry. Ron grit his teeth and lunged at Harry. Harry didn't move. Ron got in one good punch before McGonagall froze him. "Mr. Weasley, that is enough. Your unprovoked outbursts are starting to try my patience," she said, sternly. Ron's face turned red. "Unprovoked? I was provoked. Did you hear what he said?" "Yes, I did. I also heard what you said. Don't try my patience. Get back to your seat and mind your own business, or so help me, you'll be in detention for the rest of the month," McGonagall said, sternly. Ron muttered under his breath about it, but he moved. McGonagall moved away while Hermione looked forlornly at Ron. She didn't understand what had come over their friend. Why was Harry having babies so upsetting to the other boy? She didn't understand what was worth their friendship. She shook her head and turned back to her breakfast. The 3 of them went back to Harry's rooms to get ready to go get Hermione's parents. They weren't technically supposed to leave Hogwarts today, but there really was no way for Hermione's parents to make it up to the school without them. They would run out and get the family and their belongings before heading back to Hogwarts to help them get settled. They would attend the feast tonight along with the babies. Feast days were one of the few days married students were allowed to bring their families to the Great Hall. Harry dressed the boys in their warm jackets and hats. "Ready to go?" asked Hermione, entering the room inside the trunk. Harry turned and smiled at her. "Just so," said Harry, standing and putting on his own jacket. They would be out in the Muggle world somewhat, so Harry wanted to look normal. The 2 students took the babies and used the flow to go to the Leaky Cauldron. They went through the pub and exited out into London. Harry stuck out his wand arm and called on the night bus. "G'day, welcome aboard the night bus. Transportation for the stranded Witcher, is that you? Is that Neville Longbottom?" "Good ter see ya again, Neville," said Stan Shunpike to Harry. "Hey Ern, you remember Neville? We picked him up last summer when Sirius Black was on the loose." "Never caught that one, now did they?" asked Stan, cackling to himself. The real Neville looked at Harry strangely. Harry just blushed in response. "Come aboard, Nev. Where ya headed?" asked Stan. Hermione gave Harry a look. Harry just blushed again. He'd have to explain later. Yeah, we're headed to 417 Winsome Way in Hampstead," Harry responded, giving Hermione's parents' address. "Sure thing. Nev, are those babies yours? Best take them up to the 2nd or 3rd level. It's too bumpy down for babies," said Stan, pointing them to the lift that Harry had never noticed in the back of the bus. They pushed the buggy inside just in time. The lift doors slammed shut just as the loose tables and chairs filling the bus today started skidding towards them. They decided to try the third level, seeing as it would have the best view. The entire third level was set up as a restaurant with booths, waitresses, and a fry cook. Harry's eyes goggled. "How many in your party?" asked the waitress. 3 adults and 2 babies," answered Harry. The waitress marked it down, ignoring them all. She led them to a booth and got them settled with drinks and menus. Before she shuttered off to check on another table. "I didn't know this was up here," said Neville in wonder. Harry kept one hand on the baby buggy, just in case, but otherwise barely noticed they were moving. If it wasn't for the sickening jumps in scenery outside the windows, he wouldn't know he was moving at all. "It's much nicer than the first level," said Harry, relaxing when the buggy didn't go flying with each start and stop. They had a snack to share and waited for their turn to get off the bus. Their turn finally arrived. They stepped back into the lift and out of the doors to the bus. It took off with a terrifying bang that made the twins jump. They went right back to sleep, thankfully. Harry pushed the buggy towards the front door of the lovely 2-story brick home in Hampstead. The neighborhood was quiet, but each of the homes had their own character. It was easy to see that the people who lived in this neighborhood had money. Hermione hurried up to the front door. She rang the bell and waited, cursing herself for not bringing her keys. Someone hurried to the door and threw it open. A kindly woman with bushy brown hair streaked heavily with gray rushed outside and pulled Hermione into her arms. "Hermione, it's so wonderful to see you," said the woman, squeezing her tight. Hermione laughed. "It's only been 2 months, Mum." "Less than." "Don't be silly," Hermione beamed, squeezing the woman just as tightly. "We're still working to pack things up. I hope you don't mind." "You said we can bring the car, yes?" asked Hermione's mother. "Drive. Emma Granger." "Yes, certainly. Let me call for Dobby and Winky. They'll come help us pack up everything you'll need," said Hermione, grinning at her mother. "Oh, you," said Emma, patting Hermione's cheeks, lovingly. "Dobby. Winky," called Harry. The 2 elves popped into the room, looking at Harry for instruction. "These are our friends, Dobby and Winky," Harry said, introducing the 2 elves to the lady of the house. "Winky, Dobby, do you mind helping Hermione's mum and dad pack? They'll be joining us at Potter Hideaway today." "Certainly, Mr. Harry," answered Winky with bright eyes and a chipper attitude. "Yes, sir," said Dobby, doing some kind of weird salute. Harry looked at him strangely but just let it slide. The 2 elves followed Hermione's parents around the house while Hermione introduced her friends to her home and her neighborhood. By the time it was getting close to lunchtime, the packing frenzy was coming to a close. All of the shrunken boxes were loaded into her parents' cars. They each climbed into a car with the teens and babies climbing in beside them. Harry gave a garage door opener to each drive. "Granger, you just push the button and say Potter Hideaway or garage door. If you say Potter Hideaway, a limited portkey will move the car and everything attached to it to our home in Potter Hideaway," explained Harry. "If you say garage door followed by where you want to go, the car will portkey into a clear stretch of road near where you're going. Just be careful of traffic when you arrive," warned Harry. That was the warning the shopkeep gave to him, along with 4 of the garage door openers. "All right," said Emma with dread. "Do the babies need car seats?" "Their buggy seats detach as car seats," said Harry, situating the babies in the backseat of Dan's car. Neville rode with Harry and Dan while Hermione rode with her mother. They each buckled into the car, then pushed the button. A brief whirlwind of light and silence surrounded the car before it gave an almighty jolt and landed in the open garage door of Potter Hideaway. "Wow!" shouted Dan, excitedly. The babies woke up and started to fuss. Harry jumped out of the car and unloaded them back into their buggy. Dan jumped out of the car and ran around. He looked at the gorgeous beach, the Mediterranean feel of the air, and the taste of the sea. He rushed back to look at the giant, gorgeous house and the surrounding forest. He was in awe. This was all inside a trunk. Emma was no less impressed, even if she was less demonstrative about it. She was still affected by the wild ride from their own garage to the garage at Harry's home. The elves were already working to unload the boxes, each of them leading the way for a floating train of boxes that followed them into the house and up to the second master bedroom, which Harry had set aside for Hermione's parents. He would take the other master bedroom while Hermione and the twins would each have a room on this floor as well. No one seemed to notice that Hermione had moved her things out of the girls' dormitory. None of her roommates mentioned she wasn't staying there anymore. "This is amazing. You say it's inside a trunk inside your dormitory, Harry?" asked Emma, as she watched a flock of birds fly over the forest towards the sea. "Yeah, once you're settled in your rooms, we'll give you the tour. It's still almost 2 hours until dinner time," said Harry. Emma looked at him a little skeptically. It had taken her 2 days to pack. It would surely take her a week to unpack. Harry just smiled at her and offered to give a quick tour of the outside before they would head up to their rooms. Dan and Emma agreed. Harry showed them the front garden. Hermione pushed the baby buggy down the path to the sea. Her parents felt the slightly warm water and grinned. This would be pleasant to spend time in. They walked up to the gazebo, which had a swing. "I plan to get the boys a place set out here. A nice one with a treehouse and some swings. We'll look for that for Yule," Harry said. Planning something nice for the holiday for the first time in his life. Hermione smiled at him. She knew what that meant to Harry. "That sounds like just the plan," Dan enthused. "We can put it together ourselves. Bond over bruised thumbs and whatnot." Dan beamed a grin at Harry. Harry smiled in return. Harry showed them the walking trail that led to the Quidditch pitch or veered off to continue on a trail that led through the woods back around to the other side of the house. The Grangers were suitably impressed. Harry led the group into the house and up the stairs to the second floor. "This is the main living floor. I figure the floor above will be for guests. This floor has 2 master bedrooms and 4 bedroom suites. I thought you could take the second master," he said, respectfully to Dan and Emma. Dan grinned at Harry and slapped his back. "Are there rooms for the babies and Hermione on this level as well?" Emma asked, wanting to be near the children. "Yes. There's room for all of us on this level. Except Dobby and Winky. They stay in the elf quarters in the attic. They're specifically designed for their needs," Harry said, thinking of the odd little rooms with circular doors and soaring windows. "All right then, let's see these rooms," said Dan with a grin. They went up the stairs and turned onto the second floor. A hallway led to the left and the right off the second-story platform. "My room and the babies' rooms will be to the left. Your room and Hermione's room will be to the right," Harry said, leading the group to the right. There were 3 rather neat cherry wood doors leading off of the platform. One led to Hermione's room suite, which Harry quickly showed to the group. An exact replica of the room faced it across the hall. This room was empty. The door in the center of the hallway at the end was the entrance to the master bedroom. They walked inside and gasped in awe. The room was open and extremely spacious. A his and hers study was set off to either side, forming a small entryway. This opened up into a double-height room with a wall of windows that opened up to a private deck facing the sea. Off to the left was a sitting room with a giant fireplace. Off to the right was the largest 4-poster bed Dan and Emma had ever seen. It was a magnificent English oak bed carved with scenes of mythical creatures that might not be so mythical, now that Dan thought about it. "This," said Emma, stunned into silence. Dan turned to Harry with a grin on his face and a booming laugh echoing from his chest. "I think we're going to like it here, just fine, my boy." "Just fine." Dan slapped Harry's back, hard enough to knock the boy off his balance for a second. Emma turned and hugged him, with tears in her eyes. "This is wonderful. You've given us so much. Our daughter is back in our everyday lives. Grandchildren to spoil. Then, this gorgeous place to spend our golden years. Thank you, my boy," she said, giving him a fierce Hermione hug. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. He squeezed Emma back, gently. "I'm just so glad I'll get to learn how to be a parent from such wonderful examples," Harry said, his voice a little husky from unshed tears. Emma squeezed him harder for just a second then let him go. She smiled with pride at both teenagers. The Grangers and the teenagers worked together with the elves to quickly unpack the room and get things situated for the Grangers. In less than half an hour, the work was done. They had a quick tour of the rest of the house then started to get ready for the feast. "Do you have robes?" Harry asked, hoping the Grangers would be able to blend in as much as possible. "Yes, we do. We went to the shops in Diagon Alley specially to get a few things we might need in the wizarding world, said Emma, matter-of-factly. Really? You went on your own? Asked Hermione. We did, puffed Dan. We got robes and these medallion things. They let us see all forms of magic and protect us from most curses and hexes. It won't protect us from dark magic, according to the shopkeeper, but it should protect us from anything set at us by school children, said Dan, proudly. Yes, and we got these rings. They warn us of potions and poisons, said Emma, flashing her new ring. It was lovely. Dan had a men's version of the same ring. Hermione looked at them with her mouth agape. Emma rolled her eyes. Please dear, you got your intelligence from us. Did you think we wouldn't realize some people won't welcome our presence here? We do. We want to stay safe. That burden shouldn't be on you, said Emma, patting Hermione's hand. Harry laughed. That's the way to be prepared. Just like Hermione, he said, beaming at his friend. She smiled shyly in return. Harry noticed that it was a beautiful smile. How had he never noticed that before? We also got special cloaks and hats that protect us somewhat, and our robes have protection runes sewn in them. We'd also like you to cast tracking charms on us and the babies. If anything ever happens to us, gods forbid, we want you to be able to find us easily, said Dan, showing off his new dragonhide cloak and vest. Her mother had a lovely dragonhide shawl and a cloak as well. They handed Hermione and Harry a package each. They also had a vest, shawl, and a dragonhide cloak. These are wonderful, said Harry, admiring the dragonhide that shifted between black and green. Depending on how the light hit it. It looked lovely with Harry's eyes. He put on the vest under his robes. It looked very nice with his black school slacks and new black dragonhide boots. He found he had 2 shawls, each slightly different from the other, for the babies. He wrapped them in it right away. They snuggled into the soft leather. Oh, Mum, Dad, I love them, Hermione said, ecstatically. She put on her vest. Then, she flashed the shawl that shifted between a light gray and vibrant blue that really brought out her coloring. She put the shawl over her shoulders and turned this way and that. She made a lovely sight. This must have cost you a fortune, Hermione said. Her father laughed. We're wealthy, retired dentists, darling. We can afford it, he said, hugging her close. I can't thank you enough. This'll provide a little more protection for the babies. I'll have to look into getting them a medallion like yours, too, said Harry. That's a great idea, Harry, said Neville. You should get them as bracelets though. They might choke on the medallions. Right, said Harry, thinking of the safety concerns that surrounded new babies. He was glad for the books he'd purchased on raising magical babies. He needed all the help he could get. Everyone got changed into their best robes, with house crests and all. The Grangers all wore the Dagworth Granger crests with pride. Harry and Hermione had both decided to keep the Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and Gryffindor house status in secret until they left Hogwarts. It would be too awkward to be a student of the School and also become the decision-makers for school matters. They'd just leave that to the Board of Governors and to Dumbledore, unless the issue was forced somehow. Harry wore all of his house crests, even if he felt foolish doing it. As did Julius and Jameson. Neville was decked out in his Longbottom best. They checked each other over once more and made sure their hats were on straight. The pole-ish-looking group headed down to meet the Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students. They mixed in with the throng of people exiting through the Great Hall, which was easy to do with almost 800 people in one place. The small group went over and stood nearest the professors. They hoped this might deter some of the shenanigans from their classmates once they realized there were Muggle amongst them. If they realized it at all. Harry and Emma each held a baby as they went to greet the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang contingents. Professor McGonagall made her way over during her inspections. Weasley, tuck in your shirt. Brown, button yours, she said, barking out instructions to various students as she walked through the throng. Potter, you look well put together today. It's a nice change. Adorable robes on the bairns. Keep a warming charm on them. This cold air could make them sick. She moved on, barking out instructions to other students as she went. Harry immediately cast the suggested charm on each of the babies. Glad that he already knew the spell. Perfect Potter. Wearing posh clothes now to match his toff status. No need to show off so much. It's making you look pathetic, Weasley said, snidely. Harry's face grew red but he ignored the comments. Ron kept taunting him, but not too loudly. McGonagall was headed back their way. Showing off your money by hiring not one but two governors for your children. Can't be bothered to care for them yourself? Ron asked. Ronald, you should be ashamed of yourself. Harry's just trying to do his best by his children, Hermione chided. Right, like you wouldn't stick up for him. What are you now? His girlfriend or something? Ron asked, outraged. Better him than you. At least he knows how to be mature and refrain from childish insults, said Hermione. Ron's face turned red when a few people laughed at Hermione's words. Lavender hurried forward to comfort him. Like anyone would want you, Granger. With that hair and those teeth, huh? Said Lavender. Her arm linked through Ron's. Come on, 1-1. She pulled the other boy away, into the snickering crowd. It was hard to tell if they were snickering at Ron or Hermione at this point, but Hermione didn't care. She turned her back on them, with her nose in the air. Line up everyone. Our guests will be arriving momentarily, McGonagall called with her voice magically projected. Let's go stand over here, Hermione said. Moving on the complete other side of the line of students, near the central path that led into the school. Everyone stood for what felt like a long time and chatted. Then, Harry spotted it. Look, he said, pointing at the sky. Hermione looked but didn't see anything at first. After a few seconds, she saw something moving. Over the next few minutes, the moving speck grew larger and larger. Until it landed gracefully on the ground. It was a large carriage, pulled by 6 of the most giant horses Hermione had ever seen. They easily stood 5 meters tall at the head. The door of the carriage opened. A coachman rushed forward and put a set of large, sturdy steps on the ground in front of the door. The largest woman Hermione had ever seen stepped out of the carriage. She could have easily warred with Hagrid over size, though the woman was dressed in an elegant set of robes with her hair and makeup perfectly done. A gaggle of students in light blue wool robes followed the woman out of the carriage. They walked in 2 rows at a stately pace. Harry met the eyes of one of the girls. Everyone was staring at her sister, a tall blonde woman with a perfect figure and haunting violet eyes. Harry's eyes were caught by the cornflower blue eyes of what must have been her younger sister. He was mesmerized. I'm going to marry her, Harry and Hermione said, transfixed. What? Said Harry and Hermione at the same time, looking at the other, embarrassed. The Grangers exchanged glances. This was a new development all the way around. I think you said you're going to marry her. Both of you, said Dan, with his eyebrow raised. The children's faces were flaming red, but so was the face of the young blonde who was watching the 2 teens with the same avid interest in return. Bonjour, she said quietly, as she walked by. Hi, said Harry, breathily. Bonjour, returned Hermione, with stars in her eyes. This is definitely something new, said Emma. Dan couldn't help but agree. The second school arrived shortly after the first set of students came inside. It was impressive to see the ship bubbling up from under the surface of the lake, but none of the Durmstrang students caught their eye the way the Beauxbatons student had done. They were the only ones. A low murmur of, "Crumb," was building amongst the other students. Harry really didn't notice. The twins had started to fuss. Harry worked with Emma to change them on the floating changing pad that Hermione had wisely thrown in with Harry's other baby purchases, along with a baby bag the size of a coin purse. It was bottomless and easily held literally everything a baby could possibly need. The Hogwarts contingent started to head inside the school. Harry, Hermione, Neville, the twins, and T. Grangers walked towards the Gryffindor table. They sat at the very end nearest the head table, trying to circumvent any possible disruption caused by the Grangers' presence. As they were settling in, a voice interrupted them. Pardon, may we sit with you? Harry and Hermione looked up. They locked eyes with the same cornflower blue that had so captivated them outside. Yes, please, said Hermione, tripping over her words in an uncommon way for the young girl. The other girl beamed a smile at her. The new girl sat, along with her sister and 2 other girls. The 2 other girls seemed to be playing buffer to the sudden influx of Gryffindor boys who were trying to sit at their end of the table now. Harry gave them all a hostile look. Some of them were scared away, some emboldened. The girls ignored all the boys, subtly putting up a barrier that would keep them at least arm's length away. I am Gabrielle. This is my sister, Fleur. These are our friends, Claudette and Marie, the young girl said, introducing herself and her companions. I'm Hermione Granger. These are my parents, Doctors Emma and Dan Granger, and my friends, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. And of course, the twins, Julius and Jameson. Hermione said, smiling at the babies. They are so precious, said Fleur, cooing over the little boys and ignoring all the big boys trying to get her attention. Are they yours? Gabrielle asked Hermione. Hermione blushed but shook her head. I could only be so lucky. These are Lord Black Potter's children, said Hermione, gesturing to Harry. Gabrielle looked deeply into Hermione's eyes. They would only be so lucky, too, I am guessing. Hermione giggled and blushed again. Gabrielle turned to Harry. I should, Avenue known they were yours. They, Avenue your, air and your gorgeous eyes, said the girl. Looking at Harry shyly. Harry grinned but blushed. Thank you. You have beautiful eyes, too. It was the first thing I noticed about you, Harry said. It was Gabrielle's turn to blush. May I hold one of them? Asked Fleur. Of course. Watch the head. They're a little under 2 months old now. It will seem like they can hold their head up when it will suddenly become a missile aimed at your face. Warned Harry, handing over Jameson. Claudette took a turn holding Julius. Harry told them who they were holding. If it is not too presumptuous of me to ask, where is their mother? Marie asked. Harry looked a little uncomfortable before he answered. I used a surrogate, he said. The girls exchanged a look. Is that common for Hogwarts students? Asked Fleur. No. I'm the lord of an ancient and noble house, well, a couple of houses, really. These are my heirs. They were, gifted to me, Harry said, trying not to make the situation sound worse. The girls exchanged another glance but let the conversation drop. The students and the Grangers had a lovely time chatting about France, which Hermione and her parents visit almost annually, and about the tournament, which Fleur was hoping to enter. Good luck to you, said Harry. I'm glad I can't enter. I've too much on my plate with the twins as it is, Harry said, patting Julius's back. Emma now had Jameson. You seem to be such a good phaser. Gabrielle complimented. She, Hermione, and Harry had all been having a lovely conversation, mostly with each other. Thanks, Harry said, rubbing the hair at the back of his neck. It's a new thing. Dumbledore stood to make a speech. Harry wrinkled his nose at the man. Fleur noticed. Do you not like the headmaster? Fleur asked. It's not that I don't like him. It's that I don't like his speeches. They always draw attention to me in some way, Harry said. Fleur nodded. The goblet will be available in the entrance hall until dinner time tomorrow night, when our champions will be chosen. Please remember, only students who are considered of age will be allowed to compete, Dumbledore said, looking right at Harry. Everyone else in the hall turned their eyes on him, too. Harry slumped down in his seat. I don't want to be in this competition, he said, mulishly. The headmaster and the rest of the students tittered in laughter at the pronouncement. I don't, he said, hotly. Be that as it may, Harry. You won't be allowed, said Dumbledore, chidingly. He went on with his speech. Harry's face was flaming red in anger. I could, Avenue swore eared you. Say you did not want to be in the tournament. Gabrielle said, confused. Yeah, well, I'm either the paragon or pariah of this school. Nothing in between, muttered Harry. The French students didn't kn. How about that, but they did see Harry's point. He really was the center of attention, whether he wanted it or not. The feast ended and everyone stood to exit the hall. Where will you all be staying? Asked Harry. We will be staying in our carriage. It is much bigger on the inside, said Gabrielle with a grin. She had dimples. Both Harry and Hermione sighed and leaned towards her. Fleur leaned over and tried to get their attention. She even turned on her Vila charm, for just a moment, to see if it would work. Harry and Hermione ignored her completely. She and the other French girls giggled. Gabrielle noticed and blushed. Harry and Hermione unconsciously took hands and leaned into one another. They both sighed. Seems like you could have the best of both worlds with these two, said Fleur, quietly to Gabrielle. He already has male heirs, too. So, I know that wouldn't be a problem, either, whispered Gabrielle back. Fleur giggled again. Would you like to sit with us again for breakfast? Asked Hermione. Politely but also because she wanted to spend more time with Harry and Gabrielle. She didn't know what had come over her but she liked it. We would love that, said Gabrielle, waving shyly at the two Gryffindors. They waved back with goofy smiles on their faces. As the group walked back to Gryffindor Tower, the good mood was broken. A group of Slytherins accosted them as they walked to the stairs. First a mudblood, then a creature. God, you're sick, Potter, said Draco, shaking his head. Harry grit his teeth and breathed deeply. He had Julius in his arms. He couldn't and give the little Ponce the what for he deserved. Sod off, Malfoy, said Harry. Draco looked around to make sure no teachers were watching, then stepped forward. What will you do about it, Potter? Your little bastards will keep you from fighting, now won't they? Unless you're hoping a stray spell will take them off your hands, said Malfoy. Harry growled and turned to face him. Watch what you say, Harry growled. Or what? You'll sick your new little creature on me. Will she be a joint pet for you and Granger? Certainly looked like it, said Draco, mockingly. Of course. She's a Vila. That explains so much, exclaimed Hermione, talking to herself. You are such a mudblood. You honestly didn't know she was a Vila. No wonder she ensnared you. You're so weak, Draco said, laughing as he turned to walk away. His group laughed with him and followed his lead. They made snide remarks about Hermione, Harry, and the babies. They obviously didn't know the Grangers were muggles, or that would have been mentioned too. Hermione huffed and turned to walk up the stairs. Is it always like that here for you both? Asked Emma Granger in concern. She didn't like the way the headmaster had led Harry out, and she didn't like the bigotry so openly displayed by the other students. They didn't even care that adults were present. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. Pretty much, Hermione said. This actually wasn't a bad day, said Harry, thoughtfully. Dan laughed. Emma's mouth dropped open. Wasn't a bad day. I'd hate to see what a bad day is like then, said Emma. You really would. During second year, everyone thought Harry was the heir of Slytherin. Everyone was either terrified of him or downright hostile, said Neville, remembering how horribly Harry was treated that year. Oh, or like during our first year when we lost all those points for Gryffindor. Remember that? Asked Harry. Hermione nodded. Too right. Or like last year, when everyone thought you were afraid of Dementors. They were such berks about it. Like they weren't afraid, said Hermione. Do the teachers even try to intervene? Asked Emma. Not really. They expect we'll sort things out ourselves most times, said Harry, shrugging. I guess that's one way to teach problem solving, said Dan, shaking his head. They all arrived back in the Gryffindor common room. Ron and Ginny sneered at them, but everyone else just ignored them. They went into Harry's rooms and into the trunk. Winky and Dobby had the whole place sparkling clean. All the Grangers, things were put away nicely in their room. The Grangers say. TT led in the study for a nightcap while Harry and Hermione went to put the babies down for bed. They'd had a lot of excitement for 2-month-old chaps. Harry and Hermione came to settle back into the sitting room with the Grangers and Neville about 20 minutes later. Harry and Hermione had a butterbeer each while they sat on the couch beside the fire. They didn't even notice that they'd taken seats quite close to one another. The handholding from earlier was also back. It just felt right to both teens. What did that nasty little boy with the blonde hair mean? Why did he call that nice French girl a creature? Asked Dan, perplexed by that part of the interaction. Because she's a Vila, or at least part Vila, said Hermione. She's a what? Asked Harry. A Vila. Vila are a humanoid magic. Elf species that can shift into a fierce bird that shoots fire out of her eyes and mouth when she becomes angered or is threatened. Vila are always female, males are very rarely propagated through the species. As males cannot transform nor can they pass down the Vila genetics. Vila are always ethereally beautiful. They exude an allure upon puberty that makes other people inclined to behave as if they are head over heels in love. Puberty doesn't usually begin until age 15, though. She must not be 15 yet. The effect was present, said Hermione. Neville looked uncomfortably at the Grangers, then added to Hermione's information. People who are in love aren't affected by the Vila allure. Also, he trailed off. He looked at Harry and Hermione, unsure if he should say anything. Also, what? Asked Hermione. She didn't like having information denied her. Well, they also say that when a Vila finds their mate will fall instantly in love with them, for real. Other Vila's allures won't affect the mate. Vila are known for taking both a male and a female mate. It's pretty common in their society. So much so, that it's also legal for wizards or witches to marry a Vila and another person at the same time. Because Vila can't carry male children, it's considered a wise decision to marry both a Vila and a non-Vila. That way you'll still have heirs to carry on your name and such, said Neville nervously. Not that you need more heirs, he said, laughing uncomfortably at his own bad joke. So you're saying that Harry and Hermione are magically in love with this young woman? Asked Emma, trying to understand what was going on. Neville shrugged uncomfortably. It's just that Gabrielle didn't have an allure. I didn't feel it, but I definitely felt it from Fleur. Really? Harry asked, perplexed. I didn't feel anything from Fleur. Me neither, said Hermione, contemplatively. Is there a book on all this? Hermione asked. Probably. There've been a ton of studies on Vila. People think they're romantic or sexy, so they get a lot of shelf space, said Neville. Hermione nodded and decided to check the library first thing in the morning. The next day was the first day of the Grangers watching the babies in the trunk for the day on their own. Even though they had Winky and Dobby to help, Harry still worried they'd be overwhelmed. You can have Dobby or Winky come get me immediately. If there are any problems. Winky. Dobby. Harry said. The two elves popped into the room. Please keep your ears open for either of the Dr. Grangers to call for you. They'll be atching the twins from now on, but they still want your help, said Harry. Please Harry, it's Emma and Dan. We'll be very glad to have the help. We won't go out today, but sometimes it will be okay if we take the twins out for the day. To the park or to baby enrichment activities? Asked Emma. Yes, that's fine with me. I wish we could have phones around here, Harry fretted. You can both also call on my godfather, Sirius Black. Or our surrogate uncle, Remus Lupin, if you need magical assistance. If the twins do accidental magic and you need help but we're in class, you can always call them. We showed you how the flow works, right? They'll be in their trunks at either Lupin's lair or Padfoot's place. Do you need anything else? Emma smiled gently at Harry. We'll remember, Harry. Don't worry. We'll be waiting for you here when you're done with classes for the day. Harry let his shoulders sag and smiled a little smile. Thank you. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that, well, Harry said, waving at his tiny, helpless babies. Emma smiled back at him. I understand, Harry. Now, get to breakfast. You don't want to keep your new friends waiting, she said, shooing him out of the trunk. Harry kissed the babies one last time, then followed Hermione out. They arrived at breakfast to find an annoyed-looking Fleur ignoring about a half-dozen boys who were trying to get her attention. Gabrielle was sitting across from her, being ignored. Hermione noticed. That showed the allure definitely wasn't working for Gabrielle yet. Bonjour, Gabrielle said, smiling at the two as they came to sit down beside her. Boys were literally plastered to the shield at Fleur's back. Bonjour, Harry and Hermione echoed. Harry nodded at the unwanted suitors with his head. Does this happen all the time? Gabrielle sighed. Non. There are just many undisciplined wizards in your school. It seems they do not teach you all occlumency. No, it's not offered as a part of our coursework, said Hermione. Will they do this all year? Hermione asked, honestly concerned for the other girls' safety. Non. They will only behave so until they get used to the allure. She is blocking as much of it as she can, but it is not possible to completely block it, said Gabrielle, despairing. Well, if you need a place to unwind without them around, please feel free to come to my dorm. I have family housing, for obvious reasons. No one can get into our rooms without our permission, Harry said. He winced when he realized he'd said we. They didn't want anyone to know Hermione wasn't staying in her own rooms. You and Hermione are allowed to share rooms. That is surprising to me, said Fleur, tuning back into the conversation. We're not technically allowed. We just do. Please don't mention it to anyone, said Harry, pleadingly. We won't. Do they supervise you at all? We have bed checks every night before bed, said Gabrielle. In Gryffindor, we don't. I understand they have bed checks in Slytherin and Hufflepuff but not in Ravenclaw. Either, said Hermione. That is strange, said Fleur, tossing her hair over her shoulder to get it out of her way. It really is, agreed Harry. Anyway, if you do want to come to our rooms after classes today, you'd be welcome. Gabrielle looked at Fleur pleadingly. All right, but I must study, so we cannot stay long. Avenue Newts this year. I have a library in my rooms, if you'd like to use it. I'm still in the building phase, but I have a robust reference section thanks to Hermione, Harry said with a fond smile at the girl. Fleur perked up at that. You have a private library. I would be very interested in seeing that. It is very hard to study with hormonal boys at your back all the time, Fleur said. Hard to eat, too, she said, disgruntled. Oi, you lot. Get away, said Harry. Professor McGonagall heard him and added her own remonstrations. The boys moved reluctantly away to sit in their own spots. Thank you, said Fleur, gratefully. She was sure if any of the teachers here would help her or not. Britain wasn't exactly friendly to the Vila population. Let's meet on the 7th floor, right off the stairway, after our last class, said Hermione, smiling at Gabrielle. Gabrielle grinned in return. Sounds magnifique. See you then. The students all meandered away to their first classes. The day dragged by for Harry. He was excited to see Gabrielle again, but he was also worried about the twins. It all combined to make him wish classes were over already. Hermione noticed his inattention and gave him a look. He sighed and got back to taking notes. Classes were finally over. Harry and Hermione had taken to holding hands as they walked through the hall. No one said anything about it. They'd honestly all been expecting it. When two teens arrived on the 7th floor landing, they saw that Gabrielle, Fleur, Claudette, and Marie were already waiting for them. Come on, let's go inside, Harry said, smiling at Gabrielle. She gave him and Hermione each a nice long hug in greeting. It is good to see you again, Gabrielle said, smiling at the two other teens. Please, come inside, Harry said, leading the group into his rooms. They arrived inside and looked around. It's kind of small, isn't it? How do you live here with Hermione, her parents, and your babies? Fleur asked. She was prone to asking questions that were on the edge of impertinence. To be fair, the two small bedrooms and small sitting room weren't big enough for a family of that size. We live inside here, Harry said, leading everyone to the trunk in the center of the back wall of the sitting room. We pretty much don't use these rooms, he said with a shrug. Harry showed them all how to get inside the trunk, then followed them inside. The girls were squeeing with Hermione over the beautiful scene in the trunk. Oh, Harry, this reminds me so much of home, said Gabrielle, grabbing him up in another hug. Harry hugged her back and grinned at Hermione over her shoulder. Hermione beamed in return. Dan and Emma came walking down the beach towards them with the baby's bassinet floating between them. Mum, Hermione said, running forward to hug and kiss her mum and dad. Harry was right behind her, though he saved his kisses for his sons. How were they today? Harry asked, anxiously. They were sweet as little angels. Dobby and Winky are great helpers. Winky spent most of the day with us. She honestly did most of the childcare work. She changed them, laughed Emma. Dan grinned. We just did the fun parts. The holding and the feeding. They're so smart already. Watch, watch. Dan leaned over the bassinet and cooed at the now awake babies. Where's Grammy? Where's Grammy? He cooed at the babies. They smiled and looked at Emma. Where's Pop Pop? Where's Pop Pop? He asked. The boys kicked their legs and waved their little arms, staring right at Dan. They already know us, he said. I doubt that, said Hermione, unsurely. The book she'd read on parenting did say that very young children knew who their caretaker were, but this was their first day of caretaking. Watch. Where's your da? Where's your da? He asked the little boys in a silly voice. They kicked excitedly and looked at Harry. Hermione's mouth dropped open. Where's Mimi? Where's Mimi? Asked Dan. The twins turned to Hermione and started cooing. She squealed into light and covered the little boys' faces in kisses. My lovelies. You're so smart. I bet you'll be able to read before you can speak. Yes, you will. I'm going to teach you, she said in a cutesy voice. Everyone laughed. The Grangers took the twins inside to settle in the sitting room and wait for everyone else to return from their tour. Your babies are adorable, said Fleur, waving goodbye to the little darlings who watched them all walk out of the room. Thank you. I've only been a da for 2 months. It all still feels so new. I'm learning to be better every day, Harry said, leading the grow up of witches on a guided tour through the house. They ended up in the library. This is my library, said Harry, leading the group into the library. Or maybe I should call it Hermione's library. She uses it more than I do and chose more of the books, too, he said with a grin at the girl. Hermione smacked his arm, playfully. Someone had to make sure you have a solid foundation for your library. You might have filled it with Quidditch books only, she joked. It was truly an impressive library. It was 2 stories high and took up a quarter of the house before it was magically expanded. It kept half empty right now, but it still had an impressive amount of books. There were several small study carousels and a few large tables around the room. There was even a library cart that would return the books to their proper spot if you left the books on the cart when you were through with them. This is fantastique, Fleur enthused, rushing to the shelves to look at the books. Gabrielle smirked at her. She has a researcher's heart, said Gabrielle. Hermione couldn't stand to watch without joining in. She rushed over to give Fleur the library tour of where all the books could be found, and best of all, the modern card index. We've lost them, said Harry, forlornly. The other girls laughed and set their books and bags down on one of the tables. Can we go get tea with your parents before we sequester ourselves away in the library? I'm hungry and I want to hold the babies, said Harry. At the reminder of the twins, Hermione and Fleur agreed to continue their review of every book in the place later. Harry smiled and led them back to the sitting room. Someone was waiting for them there. A few someones actually. Padfoot, Remus, Bill, Harry said, hurrying forward to meet the men. While Harry shook their hands and slapped their backs. Fleur froze in the doorway. Who is that beautiful man? Asked Fleur. Hermione looked confused. Which one? They're all attractive. Z1 whiz. The gorgeous red hair down to his perfect ass, she said, dreamily. Hermione giggled. That's Bill, Hermione said, just as Harry turned to introduce his friends. Padfoot, don't embarrass me, Harry said sternly. Sirius laughed and turned to see the people who'd entered the room. A full-grown Vila stood before him, in all her schoolgirl glory. I see what you mean, said Remus, wryly. He smacked the back of Sirius' head. She's too young for you, Padfoot, said Remus. Sirius jerked. Ouch. Don't hit me. I'm just appreciating beauty when I see it. Hello, ladies. Gorgeous, every one of you, he said, grinning at each lady in turn. Most of them melted under his charms. Only Gabrielle was unmoved. She thought he was hilarious. Padfoot, Remus, Bill, these are my friends. Gabrielle and her sister Fleur. And their friends Claudette and Marie, Harry said, pointing to each person in turn. They all said a round of hellos. Fleur positioned herself to stand next to Bill. She didn't even realize she was leaking her allure, but Sirius certainly felt it. Neither Remus nor Bill reacted. Wow, lady. Tone it down or I won't be held responsible for the lame lines that come out of my magnificent mouth, said Sirius. Fleur blinked and toned it down. My apologies. No apology needed. Just trying to keep my dignity intact, Sirius said, winking at Claudette, who giggled. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bill said, kissing each lady's hand in turn. He lingered over Fleur, but not in a creepy way. It was obvious his interest was returned. Gabrielle giggled at her sister. Fleur didn't even notice. What's brought you all this way? Asked Harry. We caught up with Bill in Diagon Alley. He said he was coming to Hogwarts to have a quick chat with his siblings and to see you. I thought we'd tag along and see you and the kiddos. Sirius said, making silly faces at the babies who smiled and kicked their legs at him. He tickled their little feet. Harry looked at Bill. Bill grinned at Harry. Gee, Innie wrote to Mum about what happened with the twins. She keeps going round about how you cheated on her. Mum is elated to be a grandma. She has been knitting up a storm. Get ready, mate. You're about to be inundated, Bill grinned. Harry huffed out a breath. I don't know what Ginny's going on about. We weren't dating. We weren't even sort of talking about dating. I don't think of her that way. He's like an annoying little sister to me, not a love interest. Bill laughed. I know. Mum says she knows you weren't dating. She hates that Luna trapped you like she did. Mum's right peeved off at her for that one. But she doesn't blame you. She thinks you're an innocent little lamb. Huh. Harry blushed and looked at Hermione, who was shaking her head at him, and Gabrielle, who just looked confused. Is Luna your surrogate? Asked Gabrielle. Harry shot Bill a nice going look. Bill just grinned wider. He was an older brother. He considered Harry to be one of his little brothers at this point. Seeing him in hot water made Bill's day. Yes, but, it's a long story. Tell you later, he asked, pleading with his eyes. Gabrielle agreed. So Mighty Molly's on your side, said Sirius, grinning at Harry. Your kids are going to have 2 sets of grandparents. He nodded at the Grangers who beamed. Harry thought about it for a moment. That'll be nice, actually. I can't wait for them to meet the boys. If they meet them. With the way things are going between Ron and Ginny and Hermione and I, it might be a while. Mum's afraid of that. It's why she sent me here to talk some sense into the 2 of them. I yelled at Ron, which got through to him a little, I think. I got Ginny to admit you weren't dating. She won't admit you weren't close to doing so. She thinks you had an understanding, Bill said, rolling his eyes. He really wondered if his little sister needed some mind healing. Hermione was thinking the same thing. Did she ever see a mind healer? After the possession? No. I plan to talk to Mum and Dad about it. Right away. They said Dumbledore said everything would be fine, but I am not buying it. The man isn't omniscient and he's not a mind healer, said Bill. Too right, said Sirius. He didn't trust Dumbledore much anymore, not since he refused to help Sirius get a fair trial. The man was chief warlock of the Wizengamot. If he couldn't make certain justice was done, there was no hope for any of them. The group chatted for another half an hour or so before it was time to get ready to go to the feast. Padfoot and Remus declined to go, saying that they'd eaten earlier. EY were just going to relax in the trunk until the group returned. The group headed down to the Great Hall. They sat in the same place they did before, only Bill joined them this time. Ron and Ginny refused to look at him or at them, though the twins stopped by to say hello. When everyone was done eating, they all settled down to see the champions being chosen. The lights went out and the blue Florida. Me and the spooky goblet turned from blue to red. The first piece of paper flew out. Fred and George Weasley, said a confused Dumbledore. Yes, we did it, came the shouts from the twins. They took off for the side door. Dumbledore looked flabbergasted at the other school heads. What is this, Dumbledore? Asked Madame Maxime. Hogwarts will be given 2 champions. No, we will all have 2 champions. Dumbledore didn't have time to argue, the cup lit up a second time. Victor Crumb, read Dumbledore. I demand a second champion as well. Draw a second name from the cup, boomed Karkaroff. I can't, said Dumbledore. He tried to explain but he couldn't. The flame had lit for a third time. A slip of paper flew out. Dumbledore caught it and read it. Fleur Delacour. Fleur stood up gracefully and walked to the front of the room. The entire group sitting at the end of the table with Harry cheered loudly for her. You must choose Onos or champion for us, said Madame Maxime. The cup won't just choose an extra wizard, tried to explain Dumbledore. It's only supposed to choose 3 and it has chosen 3 slips of paper. I think I didn't account for combined ages of the champions. They're twins. The goblet might have considered them one person, Dumbledore mused. His pontifications were cut off when the goblet lit again. His mouth dropped open. He caught the slip and read the words. Harry Potter. The hall erupted in pandemonium. Harry sat, gaping at the Gryffindor table. No, he said, loudly. I won't do it. I didn't put my name in the goblet. Liar, shouted Ron, like he'd been vindicated. You're a cheater. Your brothers are cheaters. Sit down, said a Hufflepuff. Harry, you must come to the chamber, Dumbledore said, loudly. Hogwarts has 3 champions now. No Durmstrang will have 3 champions too. We will not be shamed in this way. Hogwarts is the cheater, Karkaroff shouted. Hear, hear. Hogwarts is the cheater, Madame Maxime cried. We will, Avenue 3 champions each, as well. Light the goblet again. Let's discuss this in the side chamber. Harry, Dumbledore said, looking exhausted. Harry stood but looked at Hermione and Gabrielle, then at the Grangers and his sons. Come with me. I'm not leaving any of you here, he said, looking viciously at Dumbledore, daring him to say something about it, but Dumbledore was already ushering the other heads into the side chamber. Harry and his entourage hurried to follow. They came into a room packed with pandemonium. The Weasley twins had set off some kind of spinning firework against the back wall. The oath. 2 champions were trying not to be hit by the sparks. Karkaroff and Maxime were yelling full stop at Dumbledore, who was trying to placate them. The entire scene angered Hermione greatly. She cast a silencing ward on her parents. The twins, Harry, and herself then set off a charm that sounded like a loud gong. Mrs. Weasley taught me that. I expect I'll be speaking with her soon if that firework isn't put out, she threatened. The twins turned and stopped the madness. You should all be ashamed of yourselves, she said to the heads. Whose job was it to charm the goblet? Something obviously went wrong. Rather than yell about it, why don't we agree that each school will have a team of 3? Durmstrang and Beauxbatons can choose their additional students by hand. The goblet truly won't light again until the next tournament. It was attempted in 1427 and 1592. It failed in both attempts, Hermione said, sternly. Even the teachers found it hard not to obey. They looked into one another's eyes and silently agreed with Hermione's plan. Karkaroff and Maxime swept from the room. They returned in just a few minutes with 2 additional, elated, students each. These students merely signed magical contracts with a blood quill that they would continue to compete unless they were grievously injured or deceased. The students happily signed. Thank you, Ms. Granger, for your assistance with regaining order. Now, you may go. Dumbledore said. No, Harry said, firmly. No. Dumbledore asked. No. They all stay with us. The Grangers and the babies will stay here, too, said Harry. And Gabrielle will stay here, said Fleur. Just as firmly. Bill just leaned against the door and grinned. He didn't plan to say anything, but he also didn't plan to miss the show. Dumbledore sighed. Fine. Ludo. Ludo Bagman came up from under a table at the back of the room. He was laughing nervously. Right. Where's Barty? The man asked. Barty Crouch Sr. came into the room. He had been standing outside the door, waiting for things to calm down before he entered. Right, said Ludo again. Champions. Which of you are champions? Raise your hands, maybe. The 9 champions all raised their hands. You 3 teams of 3. You'll be competing, in what will have to be a different challenge now, won't it? He asked. Anyway, we'll worry about that later. The first task will be in November. Good luck. Ludo hurried away. He'd taken bets based on 3 champions, but now there were 9 champions. He needed to recalculate his betting pools. Barty shook his head and followed. This was an international relations nightmare. Maxime and Karkaroff swept off out of the room, leaving their students behind. Fleur spoke quickly with the boy and girl also in light blue robes. They planned to meet he next day to begin researching and strategizing. Gabrielle came over to Harry. Are you okay? She asked him. I'm still in shock. This wasn't supposed to happen. I'm not even old enough to be in this competition. I don't have time to worry about this. I've got babies, Harry said, starting to panic. Hermione took one of his hands and Gabrielle took the other. We need to go talk to Padfoot, Harry. I don't think you'll be able to get out of this, but I do think he'll be able to provide some sound advice. Remus, too, said Hermione, squeezing his hand. Her eyes met with Gabrielle's for a moment. They both looked at Harry. Sympathetically. You will need your family and friends around you now, said Gabrielle. She kissed Harry gently on the cheek. Hermione did the same on the other. Harry started to relax. Did we hear someone say Padfoot? Asked Fred Weasley, most likely. Would Remus be Wormtail or Prongs? Asked George Weasley, probably. Harry gave a weak smile to his teammates. Moony, actually. Wormtail is the traitor. We don't speak of him. The twins exchanged a look, then spoke together. The Marauders. That's right, said Harry, warily. The twins grinned and said, we're in. Harry rolled his eyes and turned to look at Bill, who shrugged. All right, then. I guess it won't hurt for you to meet them. You'll have to keep it an absolute secret, trickster's honor, said Harry, seriously. Both twins quickly put a hand over their heart. We solemnly swear. We are up to no good. They grinned when they were done. Fleur walked over, her 2 teammates hurrying off to celebrate with their school. Fleur honestly didn't care. She didn't need the accolades of her peers. She wanted to be a champion to prove to herself she could do it. Not for anyone else. Do you want to come with us back to the Potter hideaway? Asked Harry. Fleur nodded. She flipped her hair over her shoulder and gave Bill a small smile. He returned it with a grin. May I escort you? Bill asked with a bow. Fleur blushed a little. Oui, monsieur, she said, taking his arm. The 2 walked in their own world up to the Gryffindor Tower. They entered the room through Harry's private entrance, Avo. Hiding the party in the common room for now. The Weasley twins were impressed with the trunk. We should get one of these, said George. Harry was pretty sure. What a great lab and resting place it could be, said Fred, Harry thought. It really is a wonderful home, Harry said, letting everyone inside. He followed behind. They came into the trunk. They decided to give the older twins the tour later. Harry got everyone settled with drinks, then went upstairs with Emma to tuck the babies into bed. Harry and Emma came back down to the patio and sat with everyone else. Sirius and Remus were already there. Sirius was talking in an excitable manner with the Weasley twins while Remus chatted with Bill and Fleur. Hermione and Gabrielle were walking arm in arm down the beach in an obviously private conversation. They returned when they saw Harry was back. Padfoot, I just don't know what to do. This tournament has killed people. Why is there an attempt on my life every school year? Is it Voldemort that's really behind this? It usually is him, Harry asked, sounding paranoid. It's not paranoia if someone really is out to get you. Remus spoke up. I don't see how Voldemort could have planned for the tournament to happen, but we do need to be cautious. Someone put your name in that cup. Someone who might have meant you harm. You're a wonder, pup. I know you didn't want to be in this tournament. But Remus here tells us there's no way out, so you'll just have to win and prove to everyone what a phenomenon you really are, said a boastful Sirius, grin firmly in place. The twins matched him in his mania. Harry shook his head at them. I'm already dealing with too much drama. I've got babies. How am I supposed to take care of babies and be in a tournament? Harry asked, stressed. It is a bit of bad luck that it's all coming together at once, said Sirius. You've got all of us to help you, with both the babies and the tournament. That's true, Harry. We'll all be here to support you. All of you, Hermione said. Including Fleur and the twins in the statement. Our main goal is for you to survive. Harry agreed. He could tell that Fleur and the twins didn't so much. He just shook his head. I'll do my best, if I have to, but are you sure there's no way out of it for me? Harry asked, desperately. Remus looked at him, sadly. I'm afraid not, Cub. The Goblet of Fire forms a magically binding contract with each participant. That's why they had the 4 other contestants sign a magically binding contract. So they would be on mostly equal footing with you all. Mostly? Hermione asked. Yes. The Goblet of Fire will take your life or magic if you breach the contract. The other students will only be disqualified from the competition, Remus explained. Bill whistled. Almost my ass. Remus couldn't help but agree. Harry turned to look at Hermione and Gabrielle. It is not ideal, but I believe in you, said Gabrielle, quietly, taking Harry's hand again. You are amazing, Harry. If anyone can make it through the tournament, it's you, Hermione said compassionately, squeezing his arm. Harry didn't look so sure. The group talked for a few more hours, making plans and hashing through what happened. Over and over again, they would all need to be on their toes. The days passed by. Harry, Gabrielle, and Hermione grew closer to one another. Bill Weasley was an almost constant presence at the school. He was supposedly helping his brothers with the competition, though he spent most of his time with Fleur. Padfoot was around more often than not. He and Remus had hid their trunks in the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, so they would be close by in case Harry had an emergency with the twins or with the competition. Just when Harry thought the situation couldn't become any more stressful, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor stepped in. You, Potter, come up here, called Mad-Eye Moody during class one day. We're going to do a demonstration. Here, hold these. The professor gave Harry an anticipatory smile as he handed Harry a handful of stunned spiders. The professor grabbed one of the spiders out of Harry's hand. He cast a spell to renervate the unconscious spider. He threw it on the desk and cast Imperio. The spider twirled and danced across the desk, while Moody grinned at Harry. What spell is this? He asked. Several students raised their hands. You, Malfoy. I'm sure your father knows this one. What is it? Malfoy's face turned red, but he answered anyway. The Imperious Curse. It takes the victim's free will away. Correct, Moody said. He cast another spell on the spider. This time it screamed. The spider writhed around on the desk. All of the students' eyes were glued to the macabre sight. Moody's eyes were glued to one of the students. He ended the spell. Longbottom. What spell was that? Moody boomed. Neville had to swallow a few times before he could answer. Cruciatus, he finally whispered. Moody stared at him for a moment. The cruciatus causes immense pain in every nerve ending of the body. If left on a victim for too long, they'll either go insane or die, said the callous professor. He grabbed another spider, woke it up, and cast the final spell. Avada Kedavra, he hissed. A violently green light sailed out of Moody's wand and hit the spider. It fell dead instantaneously. Potter, what was that one? He asked, grinning again. Harry looked angry. How dare this man? The killing curse. The name is self-evident, said Harry through gritted teeth. Moody laughed and turned back to the class. Today, we'll be S.ing which of you can fight off the imperious curse. I have permission from Dumbledore to cast it on the lot of you, Moody said with a downright sadistic grin on his face. No, Harry said, firmly. Moody blinked. The blinks were out of sync. It was disconcerting. What was that, boy? I'm afraid you don't have a choice. I'll be casting that spell on each and every one of you, Moody growled. Harry turned and started walking for the classroom door. He didn't even stop to gather his belongings first, he just walked towards the door. Imperio! Shouted a voice behind him. Harry ducked and rolled. The spell hit the classroom door with a dull thud. Harry rolled behind a student desk and pulled out his wand. You won't escape me, boy. I'll get each and every one of you, you especially, Moody shouted. He shot spells at the desk and the floor where he expected Harry to roll next. Harry ran forward, under the chairs, his small stature working in his favor. He jumped up and shot a stunning spell at the professor. Then dropped back down and rolled behind the next row of desks. Moody sent a blasting hex at the desk in front of Harry, causing it to explode, leaving a large black spot behind. He cackled madly while he cast. Harry shuffled backwards and back over to the row he'd just come from. The other students screamed and scrambled to get out of the classroom. Moody didn't even attempt to stop them. Moody cast another blasting hex at the desk next to Harry. Harry threw his hands over his head to stop the splinters from hitting his face. He jumped up and cast 2 more stunners before hurrying forwards a few desks. Moody had to jump to avoid the spells. He lost track of Harry for a moment. Come out, Potter. I'll make you pay, shouted the wizard, madly. He cast a flame-throwing curse into the room. The kindling that the blasted desks had become roared to life. Professor, stop, Hermione shouted, terrified. Moody shook himself like he was coming out of a haze. He looked around, at the destruction he had caused with a look of dismay on his face. Harry didn't waste any time. He rolled on the floor and shot a spell at the man's gaping mouth. He went down like a sack of bricks. What is going on here? Shouted McGonagall. Someone had gathered her from her classroom on the floor below. Professor Moody attacked Harry. He said he was going to cast the imperious curse on all of us. Harry said no and tried to leave. Professor Moody shot the spell at Harry's back, but when he missed, he just went crazy. Sobbed Lavender Brown from where she'd been hiding, under her desk at the back of the classroom. She was lucky she hadn't been killed. McGonagall quickly put out the flames and demanded all the students leave the classroom. She did a quick roll call in the hallway. Most of the students were present. She quickly sent the ghosts to find the missing ones. McGonagall checked the classroom one more time. She reapplied the stunning charm to Moody and floated him out into the hallway. Go. Get the headmaster and call the Aurors, she said to Hermione, the only student she felt she could trust to see it done. Hermione nodded and ran. The headmaster arrived in just a few minutes, being trailed by Hermione, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and 2 other Aurors. Professor McGonagall filled him in on what happened. Just as she finished speaking, Moody's skin began to bubble. What in the world? Cried McGonagall, staring at the melting professor. He quickly coalesced into another person. Barty Crouch Jr., said Albus, grimly. Kingsley sent a Patronus spell off. I called for Madame Bones. She'll be along shortly. In the meantime, let's get him somewhere secure, said Kingsley, reapplying the stunning charm himself. McGonagall insisted that Harry come with the adults. Hermione refused to leave his side. A mulish expression on her face. McGonagall didn't even try to refuse her, she just led them to the headmaster's office. They settled in chairs, around the headmaster's desk. Barty was tied to his chair. From head to foot, he was searched thoroughly. 3 portkeys and a bottle of polyjuice potion was found on his person. Madam Bones and 4 Aurors arrived as they finished emptying Barty's pockets. "Report," she demanded, and she entered the scene. Shacklebolt gave her the rundown of what he knew so far. She nodded. "How do you know this is Barty Crouch, Jr.? He's supposed to be dead." She asked Dumbledore. "I would know one of my lost sheep from anywhere," said the old man, gravely. "I also recognize him. He has distinctive features," said Professor McGonagall. Madam Bones examined the flask of potion. She turned to the 2 other Aurors in the room. "Search his office. See if there are any signs of the real Moody. He's got to be close if this guy is acting enough fresh polyjuice to last all day," Madam Bones said. The 2 other Aurors left the room. She woke the man up. He looked around and started cackling. "You won't get anything from me. I'ma be silent as a flea," Barty sang. Madam Bones raised her eyebrow. "Who are you?" "I'm not telling," he sang. She hit him with a spell. He was out like a light in just a moment. "Got your investigator's kit?" she asked. Shacklebolt took a small box out of a pouch on his belt. He enlarged it and opened it. It was full of potions. He took a clear vial of potion out of the box and handed it to Madam Bones. "Start the record," she said. Tonks took out a dictaquill and a roll of parchment. She winked at Harry. "Ready," he said. She nodded again. Madam Amelia Bones, questioner. Date Thursday, November 17, 1994. Subject unknown and incooperative. She cast the spell to wake the prisoner up one more time. "Who are you?" asked Madam Bones. The voice cackled. "I am you and you are me and we are we and we are all together." He sang. She cast a body bind spell on the man. Barty snapped into a frozen position. Madam Bones stepped forward and administered the Veritaserum. His eyes rolled madly, but he couldn't resist. Madam Bones unfroze him. "Who are you?" she asked again. "Bartemius Nigellus Crouch Jr., he said in a bland voice. "How did you escape Azkaban and fake your own death?" Madam Bones asked. "My father exchanged myself for my dying mother. She stayed under Polyjuice Potion and died in prison. He took me home and kept me under the Imperious Curse," Barty said. Madam Bones and Shacklebolt exchanged a glance. "When did this happen?" Madam Bones asked. "April 7, 1983, said Barty. "I escaped my father at the World Cup." "He took you to the World Cup?" asked Madam Bones, in disbelief. Barty had seats in the minister's box, for goodness sakes. "Yes," answered the calm Barty. "Why are you impersonating Mad-Eye Moody?" asked Madam Bones. Barty struggled not to answer. "My master ordered me to do so." "Who is your master?" "Lord Voldemort," answered Barty with reverence in his voice. "Where is he?" asked Madam Bones, shocked. Barty cackled. "I can't tell you. He's under a Fidelius." The sing-song tone had re-entered his voice just a touch. "What is his plan?" Madam Bones asked. Barty struggled not to answer. "To put Potter in the tournament." "2. He struggled harder. A sick chomping sound was heard, then blood began to pour out of Barty's mouth. He had bitten his tongue off and swallowed it. Harry jumped back, trying to stay out of the spray of blood. Barty was laughing wildly and spewing blood out of his mouth. Madam Bones stunned him again. "Take him to Mungo's. Regrow his tongue, then, come get me," said Amelia, seriously. Shacklebolt left immediately. A moment later, the other 2 Aurors arrived, Mad-Eye Moody floating between them. "We found him locked in his own trunk. He's bad off. We'd best take him to Mungo's," said the Auror. "Go on," said Madam Bones. Shacklebolt reappeared. "I've got him under guard at Mungo's. They're working on pumping his stomach to get it back. Then, they're going to reattach it. They said he won't be able to talk until tomorrow." Madam Bones nodded, then turned to Harry. "Mind to tell us what happened?" Harry explained the whole sorry tale. "Then, I finally stunned him. He almost got me," Harry said, holding up his arms to show the splinters embedded in his forearm. McGonagall started casting spells to heal his arms. Madam Bones finished recording his statement. "Anything else to add?" she asked. "Not that I can think of. Do you think he's right? Is Voldemort out there? Did he order me to be added to this psychotic tournament?" Harry asked, his voice getting angrier, the longer he spoke. "I can't say, Mr. Potter. I can only promise I'll investigate," Madam Bones said. "Well, you might want to investigate why Voldemort has shown up in this school twice already to torment me," said Harry, viciously. He was tired of being pushed around by that maniac. Voldemort could kiss Harry's bum. Harry suddenly went cold. What if Voldemort found out about his babies? He would, wouldn't he? I can't deal with this right now. I've got babies. Oh gods. What if that wanker gets his hands on my kids? What will I do then? Harry said, grabbing his hair in dismay. What do you mean, you've got babies? Asked Madam Bones, warily. Harry didn't say anything, so Hermione did. Harry has got a set of twin sons. They're almost 3 months old now, Hermione said, calmly. Madam Bones' eyebrows went up into her hair. Who's the lucky mother? Harry used a surrogate, Hermione said, primly. Madam Bones looked at Harry. He looked back at her defiantly. She just shook her head. Now, tell me about these 2 other incidents with Voldemort, she said, sternly. Harry happily complied. Madam Bones gave Dumbledore the stink eye the entire time. I shall return with my investigative squad to further look into these claims, Mr. Potter. She turned a wicked eye on Dumbledore. I'll be back to speak with you as well, Headmaster. I am very surprised this is the first I've heard of these matters. I'll want to know why. Dumbledore sighed and rubbed his face with his blackened hand. The black had spread up to halfway up his forearm. This is another unexpected happenstance to care for, Dumbledore said, holding up his arm. He turned to look at Harry and Hermione. McGonagall was watching him with a concerned look. We have much to discuss. Please, stay. I have a few things to share with you, Dumbledore said, with a weary sigh. Harry looked questioningly at the headmaster, but he didn't move. McGonagall went to make sure no one was listening. She returned and took a seat. Dumbledore smiled and nodded his head at her. He looked back at Harry. Harry, my boy. It's been many years since the beginning of the fight against Tom Riddle began. I fear that my first battle with him was a complete failure on my part. I failed to recognize the danger he would become. I failed to turn him back to the light. Come, let us see, Dumbledore said, pulling a strange round bowl with runic carvings covering every inch of it. Harry gasped when the headmaster put a wand to his own forehead and appeared to draw something out. The silvery strand floated down like a wisp on the wind. It filled the water like Sue B's stance inside the bowl with a strange glow. What's that? Hermione asked, curious. It's a pensieve. Pensieves are rare magical devices that allow the user to view the memories of themselves or others. It's quite handy. It brings forth all the subconscious mind remembers, rather than only what was understood by the conscious mind at the time, Dumbledore said with a smile. Lean forward, like so, and join me. Dumbledore leaned forward until his face touched the surface of the water. He suddenly disappeared. Harry gasped and looked at Professor McGonagall and Hermione. Go on. Don't keep the headmaster waiting, instructed Madam Bones. Harry followed Dumbledore's example and submerged his face in the wispy not quite liquid that filled the bowl. He felt like he flipped head over heels into some hidden depth inside the bowl. He landed on his feet with a gasp. Dumbledore reached out to steady Harry. Hermione, Madam Bones, Kingsley Shacklebolt, a pink-haired Auror who had yet to be introduced, and then McGonagall joined them just a moment later. This is the orphanage where Tom Marvolo Riddle was raised. That dapper gentleman is yours truly. Let's follow him, said the headmaster. They followed a younger Dumbledore into the derelict building. They went up a set of rickety stairs and found themselves in a bare room with just a bed, side table, and wardrobe. Nothing else filled the room. No other personal effects or sentimental belongings of any kind. A gaunt-looking young boy sat on the narrow bed. He watched the headmaster warily. They watched the boy's arrogance and defiance. They saw him set fire to the wardrobe and put it out again, with nary a mark on the wood. They couldn't help but wince when Dumbledore responded sternly to the boy, rather than empathetically. The boy shut down. It was easy to see in that very moment that Dumbledore had made an enemy out of Tom Riddle. They came back out into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sighed and rubbed his head. You see, Harry, by the time I met him, Tom Riddle had already started down the path of the dark. He was filled with malice, hate, and raw power. It was a volatile combination. Let's take another look at the young Tom Riddle. This memory was after what I believe to be his first murder. If I am correct, his second set of murders occurred the summer after this incident. Let's watch, Dumbledore said. They went back into the pensieve. A young Tom Riddle stood before a strange man and the young Dumbledore. He wore a prefect badge on his chest and a haughty air in his faux respectful demeanor. Quote, I caught Rubeus Hagrid here at the scene of the crime, headmaster, said the young Tom Riddle. The young Albus Dumbledore looked at him suspiciously. How convenient. Rubeus states that someone left I am a note to meet them here at this time. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Tom? Dumbledore asked. Riddle looked back calmly, but there was a glitter of hatred in his eyes. Come now, Professor Dumbledore. Tom is a fine, upstanding young pureblood. He wouldn't lie. That Hagrid fellow on the other hand. He's just not the right sort to be at Hogwarts. Hagrid always has those strange, dangerous animals around. It's got to be him. An accident, I'm sure, but that won't matter to the school board. No, he'll have to be expelled since a student died. This ties it all up nicely, said Headmaster Dippet, with a smile and spring in his step. He didn't honestly care if the little mixed-race boy was guilty or not. He just wanted to be able to put a bow on the situation. I think that truth is always preferable to a pretty lie, said Dumbledore, looking at Tom over his glasses. Yes, the truth. I think we've found all the truth we'll need. Hagrid will need to be expelled. Call the boy up to my office, said Headmaster Dippet, putting his arm around Tom. You come up to my office, as well, Tom, my boy. I think this calls for an award for special services to the school, said Headmaster Dippet. Tom looked over his shoulder at Dumbledore with a look of successful malice. Tom had won this round. They soon found themselves back in the headmaster's office. The summer after this, Tom's Muggle family was found dead from the killing curse. His favorite curse, muttered Harry. Hermione took his hand in support. Quite. His magical uncle was found guilty of the crime. Morfin Gaunt was sent to Azkaban. He died in prison, said Dumbledore. You think Tom Riddle committed this murder, headmaster? Asked Madame Bones. I do. Tom laid low for the remainder of his Hogwarts career. The next time I saw him was after he had graduated from Hogwarts. He came to ask me for a job. Let's watch, said Dumbledore, tiredly. The group went back into the Pensieve. A young man in his mid-20s with red-rimmed irises stared arrogantly back at what was now Headmaster Dumbledore. You'd like to be considered for the position of Instructor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Said Dumbledore with a mildly surprised tone. His emphasis on the word, against, wasn't missed by Tom. That's right, Professor. I'd like to join the vaunted ranks of Hogwarts professors. I would be GL. Add to show you my experiences gained with the dark arts. And the defense against, of course, said Tom with a slight smirk. Dumbledore stared at Tom over his glasses. I think I can see how far down that road you've gone already. No, we will be going another direction for the professor. While I appreciate your interest in the position, I think you are ineligible for consideration at this time. Do you need an escort or can you see yourself out? Dumbledore said, with finality. Tom Riddle's smirk deepened but his eyes practically burned with his fury. The red of his eyes intensified. I can see myself out. Thank you for your time and consideration, Professor Dumbledore. It's been a pleasure, as always, said Tom, snidely, as he rose from his chair. He whirled and turned his back firmly on Dumbledore. He began to walk from the room. It's not too late to change, Tom. You can still make other choices, said Dumbledore, gently. Tom Riddle stiffened and froze in the doorway. He glanced over his shoulder at Dumbledore. My path is my own to choose, he said, quietly with anger and power in his voice. Dumbledore just shook his head at the young man. Indeed, it always has been, said Dumbledore quietly in return. The memory ended and the group found themselves back in Dumbledore's office. Everyone was quiet for a few minutes. He was already too far gone to help by that point, Professor, said Hermione, quietly. He had already torn his soul. Dumbledore's head dropped. He let out an exhausted sigh. I hear the truth of your words, yet my heart is deaf to their wisdom, said Dumbledore. By the time I next saw Tom, he was the monster you know today. He had assumed the identity of Lord Voldemort and had begun his bid to claim power over the wizarding world. How does he keep evading death? What aren't you telling us? Harry demanded. He was frustrated that the headmaster was taking this circuitous route to tell them what was going on. Harry didn't need a lesson in logic. He needed answers. Dumbledore winced at Harry's questions. He glanced down at his blackened hand and knew it was time. The evil Tom has inflicted upon the world is called a Horcrux, Dumbledore said. Madame Bones cursed. Dumbledore continued. Ms. Granger used the proper terminology when she said Tom had already torn his soul. That's exactly what a cold-blooded murder does, it rends the soul of the murderer. It's a splintering that is never truly healed. Tom coupled the splintering of his soul with certain dark magic rituals that allowed a piece of his shattered soul to be housed in a corporeal object. That is why he cannot die. He has anchored himself to this plane of existence, said Dumbledore, regretting his words even as he spoke them. He had kept this horrible secret to himself for 2 long years. Is there anything that can be done? Asked Hermione in dismay. At the same time, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, say it isn't so. Harry sat quietly, the inner storm building inside him. I'm afraid it is the case, Minerva. Tom has plumbed the depths of darkness to keep himself alive and in power. There is something that can be done, Ms. Granger. We can hunt these abominations and return Tom to his mortality, said Dumbledore, regaining his confidence. How many are there? Madame Bones asked. Do you know where they are? I expect there are 7. I know of at least 4 of T. He items right now and I highly doubt it is the correct amount. Tom would choose a number with magical significance and 7 is the most sacred number in most soul magics, said Dumbledore. We know where one of these Horcrux things is located, don't we? Asked Harry in a menacing voice. How long have you known? Dumbledore looked at Harry in anguish. Harry gently touched his scar. He exploded from his seat and started pacing. What needs to be done to get rid of it? Is it even possible? Harry ranted. Dumbledore practically cowered in his seat. He deserved this boy's rage. Just when he had so much to live for, this happens. What are you talking about? Harry, Hermione demanded. She jumped up and grabbed Harry by the shoulders. He refused to look her in the eyes. His precious sons were all he could think about. They would be orphans, just like him. Tell her, Harry hissed at Dumbledore over his shoulder. Tell me what? Hermione demanded, frustrated. Silence reigned in the room. Dumbledore couldn't bring himself to say it. A few minutes passed with everyone trapped in tableaus. I'm a Horcrux, Harry said, in an angry whisper. Everyone stayed frozen for several minutes. They all staring at either Harry or Dumbledore with looks of despair on their faces. No, Hermione whispered, brokenly. She grabbed onto Harry and hugged him fiercely. Harry resisted the contact at first, but then he clutched onto Hermione. Pleasey, say it isn't so, said McGonagall again, desperately. Madame Bones cursed again. Dumbledore wouldn't look at anyone. Is there anything we can do? Harry asked, his voice breaking. I'll keep looking, swore Dumbledore. For the rest of my days, if I have to, he swore. Hermione started shaking. She tore herself from Harry's arms and rounded on the headmaster. How many days will that be, headmaster? She asked, with atypical scorn in her voice. Do you have any leads at all? Albus looked up quietly. He had so much sadness in his eyes. I can be certain, but I expect you will have a new headmaster or headmistress next year, Dumbledore said, his voice filled with pain. It was Harry's turn to swing around and face Dumbledore. You're just going to abandon me with this? He asked, incredulously. Harry, no. I'm going to help you. With everything that I can. This year we're going to prepare and hunt these things, Dumbledore promised. Harry laughed bitterly. Between gladiator-style attempts on my life, right? Dumbledore winced again. Harry started shaking his head. I can't deal with this right now. I've got babies, Harry said, storming out of the headmaster's office. Hermione stayed long enough to say her piece, then ran to catch up with Harry. Do you know what Harry's worst fear is? That his children will become orphans and you'll dump them into an abusive home just like you did to Harry, said Hermione, tears in her voice. She turned and ran from the room. Dumbledore slumped in his desk, his head in his hands. Minerva didn't say anything. She just turned and quietly left the room, too. You're in it up to your neck this time, Albus, said Madame Bones, ominously. She ran to catch up with the teens. Hermione and Me Bones caught up to Harry on the last stairway up to Gryffindor Tower. They didn't say anything, they just walked quickly beside the boy who was struggling to keep his emotions under control. They entered the tower, which was bustling with the after-feast excitement. Harry called several excited people who wanted to congratulate him for joining in on the Weasley brothers' prank to get 3G Gryffindor champions into the Triwizard competition. Harry growled and hunched his shoulders. He pushed through the excited crowd towards the entrance to his private rooms. Just as the disappointment about Harry's reaction was starting to spread, the Weasley twins returned with party favors, their big brother Bill, and Gabrielle in her usual group. As soon as Gabrielle saw Harry, she rushed to his side. Hermione got the door to his rooms opened and hurried them all within. The twins set off some fireworks and started passing around cases of butterbeer and stacks of sweets. Everyone cheered and Dee started singing about the jolly good Gryffindor team. The twins cackled as pranks that were mixed in with the piles of sweets and bottles of butterbeer started erupting around the room. Harry stormed Dee into his rooms and went straight into his trunk. He walked as quickly as he could into his home and summoned his broom with vigor. The wood smacked into his palm just as the rest of the group caught up to him. He didn't say anything. He walked back out the door of his house and took off into the skies. Hermione and Gabrielle watched him go with their hearts aching. They could both tell he was truly upset. "What, a pen?" asked Fleur, always on the verge of nosy impertinence. Hermione looked at the group and sighed. "I can't tell you, but Harry just might. Let's let him relax for a while. He'll come find us when he's ready. I'm going to check on the twins and grab a book to read. I'll probably come back out here to watch Harry fly. He'll likely be in rare form today." The rest of the group agreed. Madame Bones didn't have long to stay, but she wanted to talk to Harry before she left. She decided to allow the boy a little latitude. He had a terrible shock. The group went up to the Libra Rye while Hermione and Gabrielle went to check on the boys and the Grangers. It was less than half an hour later before the entire group, plus the Grangers, elves, the remaining marauders, and the babies were back on the lawn, enjoying refreshments as the sun began to set. As the last of the light faded, Harry finally saw sense to land. He walked quietly over to the group, his head hung low. Marie and Claudette had already returned to their dorms while the rest of the group remained. They all watched Harry with concern, except for the babies that lay sleeping in their bassinet, lulled to sleep by the sounds of the faucet. Harry stared at the babies with tears in his eyes. "What is it, Harry?" asked Gabrielle, with so much care and empathy in her tone that Harry couldn't help but respond to it. He sank to his knees between Hermione and Gabrielle, his firebolt falling uncaringly behind him. He reached a hand out to splay across the hands of his sons. He easily covered both of their hands with one of his own. He let a sob retch out of his throat. Hermione and Gabrielle moved as one to cradle him between them, his hand never moving from his children. A few minutes passed with everyone holding space for Harry to regain control of himself. Harry took a few deep shuddering breaths and let go of the boys. The girls didn't let go of him as he settled back between them. Harry started talking. He told everyone the tale of Tom Riddle and his Horcruxes. The silence practically rang in the clearing beside the house by the faucet inside a trunk within Hogwarts. "Bloody hell," said Bill, breaking the silence. It was almost funny, if anything about Voldemort being basically immortal could possibly be funny. Harry smirked. Those were his sentiments exactly. "I know a little about Horcruxes. They're right. In a properly executed Horcrux situation, the only thing that can separate you is death. However, we know your Horcrux wasn't cast properly," said Bill with confidence. Harry looked confused. "How do you know that?" asked Madame Bones, her investigator mode activated. "Because you're still you. If the Horcrux had been properly cast, you would have died. The ritual calls for the intentional, willful murder of an innocent for the purpose of creating a Horcrux. If it had worked, you wouldn't be you any longer. Voldemort's soul piece would have inhabited your newly emptied vessel," Bill said, simply. A look of dawning hope crossed Harry's face. Hermione was studying Bill like her life depended on his words. Bill continued. "The only way to cast out a Horcrux in that situation is to return the host body to its formerly uninhabited state." "You mean, dead," said Harry, bluntly. Bill nodded. "In an improperly cast Horcrux situation, a soul leech is created. A soul leech forms when the soul piece attaches to a host. It uses the host's life force or magical energy to fuel the soul leech's existence. It can still try to fully possess the host, but the host has the chance to fight off the possession," said Bill. "How?" Hermione practically barked. "How can they fight it off?" Bill looked at Harry. "Well, it only works when the soul is otherwise willingly bound." It knew. Saint be an exceedingly strong bond between multiple magical persons. It won't work with just one or two. 3 seems to be the minimum number, said Bill, apologetically. Harry didn't understand. What do you mean, willingly bound? He means the bonds of love, Harry. He means a soul-deep bound such as a magical marriage. Or perhaps a liege lord binding, said Gabrielle, quietly. Harry turned to look at her, stunned. You mean, the only way to fight it is to become a slave or get married? Harry asked, in disbelief. Or death, said Sirius, grimly. That really put things into perspective for the boy. Harry was speechless. How was he supposed to find multiple people to marry him and hopefully soon? Harry looked to Hermione and Gabrielle for help, but they were both blushing fiercely. Harry suddenly noticed they were all 3 sitting in such a way that they could hold hands with each other. Harry's look turned to one of speculation. He was still green, but he was no inexperienced lad anymore. Sirius looked at him with suggestive speculation, too. He had noticed the way that the 3 magical teens had almost instantly drawn together. They already had deep bonds of trust, or the 2 frank witches wouldn't be here listening to this tale right now. Remus stopped Sirius from putting his foot in his mouth. This is news that gives us hope. Let's plan to research a possible resolution to Harry's soul leech soon. For now, let's focus on the other objects. We won't be able to destroy them if we don't know what and where they are, said Remus, sensibly. Dumbledore believes there are 7 of them, said Hermione. He destroyed 1, but he has also been grievously injured from the attempt. He said he doesn't expect to live to see next school year, said Harry, his voice a confused mix of angry and upset. This is terrible news, said Remus, fretfully. How will we carry on the fight against Voldemort without Dumbledore? We won't have to, said Sirius, determinedly. What do you mean? Asked Harry, despondently. We know who's behind your participation in this farce of a competition. Your name being in the goblet is likely no accident, said Sirius, seriously. Right, said Harry, starting to feel the insurmountable pressure of his situation. That means Voldemort is going to try to get you, probably during one of these tasks, said Remus, with dawning understanding. Yo, you have to be ready to face him when he shows up, said Sirius, fiercely. Harry looked uncertain. Every time you've come up against him, you've come out on top, said Hermione, encouragingly. How many times have you faced him? Asked Gabrielle, concerned. About 4 times. Once as a baby, twice during my first year, once during my second year, and well, now, said Harry, feeling his dread come under control. This was nothing new. He just had to find a way to survive. That's impressive, said Fleur, honestly. You must prepare. I will help you, she said, somewhat arrogantly. Bill smiled at her. He loved her confidence. Harry smiled gratefully at Fleur. We all will, said Dan, determinedly. I'm quite good at the shooting range. I'd be glad to teach you all I know. Harry grinned at the man. He'd take every advantage he could come across. Voldemort definitely wouldn't be expecting a pistol. Hermione and Gabrielle shared a meaningful look. In that instant, both girls were in complete agreement. Harry, Hermione said, gently, if you'd like to try, I think Gabrielle and I would both be open to giving a relationship with you a chance, if I may be so bold as to speak for us both. I agree completely, said Gabrielle. There is something between us all. I think I am not speaking too frankly when I say that I think we all feel it. Harry blushed fiercely. I do, said Hermione quietly. Harry's eyes flew up to hers. He looked over at Gabrielle and saw the open honesty in her eyes. He started nodding, slowly. I'd like that, Harry said, embarrassed but determined. Sirius grinned and slapped his knee. See, it's not all bad. We have a plan. We have a plan with a serious upside, he said, waggling his eyebrows at Harry, Hermione, and Gabrielle, all of whom blushed bright red. We still have the problem of the Horcruxes, pointed out Remus. I think the diary from second year was one, said Hermione. Makes sense, said Harry. What's this? Asked Emma. Hermione quickly told the story of the Chamber of Secrets. You killed a basilisk. With a sword? Madame Bones asked in confused disbelief. Sirius laughed loudly. Your pranks are even better than ours were, pup, said Sirius, rolling around in mirth. To think, we could have been finding mythical chambers and slaying great beasts and instead we filled the Slytherin's pants with blister balm, said Sirius. Fleur was looking at Harry in a new light. She never considered him real competition before, but if he could do that at 12 years old, he would be a real contender. Harry saw her appraising look and couldn't help but smirk. I think Dumbledore knows about more potential Horcruxes or their locations, said Hermione, returning the group to the proper discussion. He knows a lot more than he's telling. It's high time he came clean, said Bill, vehemently. I say we ask him tomorrow, said Harry, aggressively. The others couldn't help but agree. Hermione and Gabrielle worked with Bill, Fleur, Dan, and Remus to make a training schedule that would work around Harry's and Fleur's class schedules. It only seemed fair to allow the other girl and her teammates to join in the training, along with Harry's teammates. They left plenty of time for Fleur to study for her newts and for Harry to spend with his children. They expected this to likely be a marathon and not a race. Most of the Voldemort adventures came to a head in the spring. For some strange reason, the group broke up and headed to their respective beds after that. It was getting late and there had been quite a few shocks this evening. Madame Beau, Nes made her goodbyes and headed back to the ministry. She didn't plan to disseminate this shocking information widely, but she was planning a strike force. The next morning, Harry woke up and lay in his bed, contemplating his life. He had just started to feel blossoming feelings for his best friend and his new friend. Now, his very life depended on forming a soul-deep connection with not one but both of them. If his life couldn't get any stranger, they both seemed amenable to the situation. Harry thought hard about his children and what would happen to them if both himself and Dumbledore were dead. Hermione was still in school and not yet of age. Would anyone let her take custody? Should Harry ask the Grangers to take custody until Hermione was ready to take over? Harry really didn't want to leave his children as orphans. He never wanted them to experience that kind of pain. Harry was supposed to get up now and go to classes for the day. His life was in danger from a basically immortal Dark Lord with at least 4 more soul anchors out there other than himself. Yet, people wanted him to go learn to make pumpkins grow into pincushions and make cures for boils. Honestly, how often do these people get boils? Harry had never had one. He knew he needed to learn and learn fast if he was going to survive another encounter with Voldemort, but he just couldn't help the overwhelming feeling of needing to worry about this stupid tournament and his children's futures at the same time. At least if Harry married Hermione and Gabrielle, there'd for sure be someone to manage and protect Harry's children's inheritance after he was gone. Harry shook his head and got out of bed. He went to shower. He continued his weighty thoughts as he got ready for the day. Harry went down to say hello to Grangers and the babies before he headed out for classes for the day. How are you feeling, Harry, dear? Asked Emma. She came over and hugged the teen, before settling him down at the breakfast table. Harry started to protest. Not today, dear. You and Hermione both deserve a peaceful breakfast before you get thrown back out to those vultures again. Please, eat up, urged Emma. There was help. High egg whites and whole wheat toast with fresh, sugar-free orange marmalade and oatmeal with blueberries and raspberries cooked in. Harry ate heartily, enjoying his fresh squeezed orange juice much more than he ever enjoyed pumpkin juice. Hermione hurried over to Harry when she entered the room. She hugged him fiercely and hurried to settle herself in a seat. I made lesson plans for our next 2 weeks' worth of study sessions. This will allow us to get maximum study impact in the least amount of study time. I think we can keep our current ranking while studying only during our regular study pay. Read and for 2 hours each on Saturday and Sunday, said Hermione, breathlessly. She continued, we'll still need to work at least 2 hours per night, 5 nights per week to finish our homework, we've been doing that before bed anyway. The new study schedule the group came up with last night is from 2 p.m. after classes until dinner time. That will leave from dinner time until the twins go down. For the night for you to relax and spend with your babies. We'll study for 5 hours each on Saturday and Sunday to prepare for she said, shiftily. Harry nodded. She was taking care of him, as always. Harry was a doer, not a planner. He was great in a pinch but not so great at this kind of marathon level of planning. Sounds good to me. That's what, 30 hours of preparation for all this mess per week. I just hope it will be enough, Harry said, uncertainly. Hermione took his hands and stared into his eyes. It will be. Harry smiled and squeezed her hands one more time before turning back to his food. The babies entered the room with Winky and Dobby just a few moments later. "Good morning, Dobby. Winky. How did you both sleep?" asked Harry. Dobby beamed at the consideration. "Very well, Mr. Harry, sir. Our rooms is being very comfortable." Winky agreed. "Winky's bed is being very soft. The babies be sleeping very quietly all night. They only be waking one time for a bottle and a nappy change," said Winky proudly. Harry grinned at his sons. "They're right, Cracker, they are," said Harry. The boys were watching him, excitedly. Winky settled each boy into his seat at the table with a bottle, then gathered her own plate. She and Dobby were used to eating at the table with the others now. Soon, the students were off to classes, while the adults were going to work with elves to put together the deluxe fort that had been purchased for the babies. It wouldn't see a lot of use for a few years, but it had baby swings and a swinging bench that could be used right away. The day passed by slowly. Harry finally saw Gabrielle at lunch. He decided to bite the bullet and take the kind offer the girls had made. This weekend was a Hogsmeade weekend, and Harry intended to take advantage of the convenience. There were only 2 more Hogsmeade weekends before Christmas break. It wasn't much time, but he hoped to be able to present the girls with a promise ring on Boxing Day if all went well. They would need to be married before the end of the school year, most likely before the 3rd task, if there was any hope of finishing off Voldemort. Assuming the same pattern was followed that seemed to happen to him every year, that's when things would come to a head. Harry just hoped it was enough time to find all the Horcruxes and get prepared to face Voldemort and to survive his historically deadly tournament, all while being a new father and trying to get 2 girls to fall in love with him. Harry could feel the headache starting to pound in his brain. One thing at a time. He tried to pay attention in class and to really learn his classwork so he could maybe survive. Classes finally ended and Harry and Hermione hurried to meet up with Gabrielle, Fleur's teammates, and Fred and George Weasley. They met up outside the Gryffindor common room. "Harrykins," said what Harry believed to be Fred. "To what do we owe this summons?" asked George. "Not that we mind the lovely company," said Fred, winking at the girls. Fleur's male teammate rolled his eyes. Fleur and Gabrielle just ignored Fred. Fleur's female teammate giggled. "Tough crowd," said George, grinning at Fred's flirtatious fail. "Too right. What's up, Harrykins?" asked Fred. "Come inside and I'll explain," said Harry. He felt Fred and George had a right to know the real danger they were in by being his teammates. Harry led the group around to the entrance to his private rooms, rather than trekking through the Gryffindor common room. He led them over to his trunk and took them all inside. Sirius, Remus, Bill, and Dan were already waiting for them. "Brother Bill," said George, "probably. The wildest Weasley," said Fred, "probably." They went forward and gave Bill some back-slapping hugs and ed him for being at Harry Potter's beck and call. Bill rolled his eyes and let their jokes roll off his back. Bill only had eyes for Fleur. He went forward and greeted her next. Harry turned to Sirius and Remus. "We all have an appointment to talk to Dumbledore after dinner. Officially, Bill is on loan from Grangers to help you with the tournament. And officially, he's on assignment to help find the Horcruxes," explained Remus quietly while the twins had everyone else distracted. "I hope you don't mind, I paid Grangers for Bill's time out of the Black family vaults," said Sirius. "Not at all. Does he really think he can help find them?" asked Harry, anxiously. With Remus, Hermione, and Fleur on his side. "No doubt. They're all Taskmaster researchers," said Sirius, jokingly. Harry grinned. He was truly feeling hopeful. The twins turned everyone's attention back on Harry. "Again, Harrykins. What gives?" asked one twin. "What brings us to your admittedly bodacious abode?" asked the other twin. "Guys, Bill is officially my trainer for the Triwizard Tournament. He's going to help us train. I invited Fleur and her teammates, and Victor and his teammates, to join us. Victor thanked me for my kindness but declined. He's provided his own tutors for his teammates," said Harry. "You invited Victor and his teammates, too?" asked Fleur, in surprise. "It only seemed sporting," said Harry. Gabrielle smiled at him. "Hermione and Gabrielle will be joining us for our studies, as they deem fit," said Harry, no question in his tone. No one argued. "My cousin from Canada and one of our former professors will be assisting us as well. This is Padfoot Potter and Remus Lupin. Dan Granger will be observing, said Harry, introducing the adults. Dan would be giving Sirius, Remus, Harry, Hermione, Gabrielle, Fleur, and Bill firearms training for an extra half-hour each day. Dan went to the trunk bunk and bought a shooting range and a snuff box with glee in his heart. Hermione passed out the schedules to all of the contestants. This schedule still leaves time for your newt studies. Remus has agreed to make himself available to help those of you who will be taking their newts this year, said Bill, gesturing towards Remus. I can assist from after dinner until 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday. I will need to take 3 days off per month for personal reasons but am otherwise available, said Remus. Fleur and her teammates were excited to hear this. The Weasleys and Harry weren't that interested. Hermione and Gabrielle looked jealous of the extra studying they would be missing out on. All of the students looked happy with the arrangement. Remus passed out his own study schedule for the newt students, along with a copy of his notes from his own newt studies. They were a little dated but still very organized and detailed. Hermione and Gabrielle both begged for a copy, too. Remus gave them all a copy, even the ones who didn't ask for it. Harry knew it was a valuable resource, so he was careful to put his copies away in his study where he'd be able to find them again in a few years' time. He was sure Hermione would update it and personalize it to their own classes. With the way Gabrielle squeed and held the documents just as preciously, Harry was sure she'd do the same. Next, Bill passed out the lesson plans and notes for this week's training for the competition, including a required reading list. Harry wanted to groan at all the extra work but he knew how important this was. He was determined to get it right. He looked at his friends and knew he could do it if they could. They got to work practicing spells right away. Bill, Sirius, and Remus took 2 or 3 of them each and started testing them to see where they were at in their spell casting. Harry was surprised to see that he wasn't that far off from the 7th years. Fred and George, who were 6th years, were on par with the 7th years. Harry didn't have as wide of a breadth of spell knowledge but he made up for that by being more powerful than any of the other students. Hermione and Gabrielle were no slouches themselves. They both excelled at spell knowledge. They weren't as powerful as Harry was but they could rival Fleur's teammates and the twins. Fleur was fully mature magically, so she was more on par with the adults than with the other teens. Harry's raw power still outstripped them all. Your power levels are impressive, said Fleur, grudgingly, when she wasn't able to best his power levels after the 3rd try. Only Remus came close to besting Harry and that's only because he had more practice with focus and projecting his will than Harry had. He started Harry and the others on meditation practices that they were to undertake every morning and evening. He intended to teach them occlumency. Sirius hoped Harry and his friends would go on to become animagi, once they mastered the meditation skills. Harry looked uncomfortable at Fleur's grudging compliment. It's just something I can do. You know way more spells than I do. Some, Fleur agreed, graciously. Not as many as I would have expected. Not from any of you. You should be proud of your efforts so far. I cannot even cast a Patronus but both yourself and Hermione can do so, said Fleur. Hermione looked pleased by the compliment. I look forward to working with all of you. The others couldn't help but agree. They finished for the day. The Weasley twins left, excited by the training they had received and even more excited to think of the mischief they could get up to with the new knowledge they'd be gaining. Fleur's teammates hurried back to their dormitories to prepare for dinner and gather their newt materials. Fleur was talking quietly with Bill while Emma came over to where Harry and Hermione were standing. She had the twins with her. They were floating in some strange seat that looked like a flying saucer. What's that? Harry asked. It's a seat that assists them with learning to sit up. They want to be a part of the action, said Emma in a soft voice. She never used cutesy words with the children. Only voices. They were smart enough to learn how words were pronounced even now, even if they couldn't speak yet. It looks fun, Harry said, touching his son's hands and talking to them softly. They gurgled and kicked their little feet in excitement. They had started babbling some. They babbled when they saw him. He was sure they were doing it on purpose. Emma moved off with the children to settle in on the swing while Dan took the rest of the group into the snuff box to visit the firing range. Emma kept the snuff box safe on a side table while she swung with the babies. Winky joined her to help with them. The next hour was very exhilarating for all of the participants except for Dan and Hermione, both of whom had been shooting for years already. All right, Hermione, why don't you come up here and we'll teach them each some safety rules before we move on to practicing, Dan said. Dan taught them about ear protection, how to hold the gun safely, where the safety was and how to turn it on and off, and how you never, ever point a gun at another person unless you want them dead. Hermione acted as Dan's model and assistant. Dan lectured while everyone else learned. Finally, they were ready to try the weapon. One at a time, they stepped up to the firing range. First, I want to see you load and unload the gun. I want to see you show me how to turn the safety on and off. Finally, I want to see your hold. Please, begin, Dan said, as Sirius took his turn. Sirius held T. He gunned and clicked the safety off and then back on. He carefully pulled out the magazine and made sure the chamber was empty. Then, he carefully reloaded the gun and took his stance. Dan corrected his hold and the way he was standing. Finally, once Dan was satisfied, he called up a target and let Sirius practice firing the gun for the first time. Sirius' second bullet hit the target near the outer ring of the bullseye. Everyone cheered. Dan watched as Sirius unloaded the gun and made sure the chamber was empty. He handed the gun off to Dan and went back to take his place in line. Next up was Remus. Everyone had their turn, ending with Hermione, who shot 3 dead center bullseyes. Everyone cheered again. Hermione was an impressive marksman. Everyone did pretty well for their first time. Great job, everyone, Dan said, clapping. Everyone joined in. Tomorrow, we'll each practice in our own lane. We'll do 6 rounds of 12 bullets each. Change targets after every 6 rounds. Get to dinner, Dan ordered. Everyone trudged out to head to their respective dinners. They were exhausted already. Harry, Hermione, Gabrielle, Fleur, Bill, Marie, and Claudette all settled in at the Gryffindor table. Trouble started even before the soup course did. Oh, what? You've got 2 Vila girlfriends now, do you, Potter? Stealing my girlfriend wasn't enough. You had to steal my brother, too. Ron snarled. Bill looked very displeased. Ronald Bilious Weasley. You be quiet this instant. You should be ashamed of yourself, talking to your friend like that. You'd best lay off now or I'll be telling Mum straight away, threatened Bill. Ron's ears turned red as his friends all laughed at hearing Bill threaten to tell his mum. Traitor, Ron growled at Bill. He turned his back on them and ignored them for the rest of dinner. Ginny wasn't so easily swayed. Bill, you had best leave those hussies and that cheater to their own devices. Mum won't appreciate you being seen in such company. I'll write to Dad, if you don't. She threatened. Ginny, please, go sit down. You're embarrassing yourself, Bill said, kindly. Bill, he was my boyfriend and he slept with someone else. Don't you even care? Asked Ginny, tears in her eyes. He wasn't, Ginny. You admitted that, remember? Bill asked, gently. Ginny looked confused for a minute, then she got angry. She screamed at Bill that he was a bastard and fled the room. She didn't eat anything. Bill was worried for her. Is your sister the girl from the Chamber of Secret Story? Asked Fleur, shrewdly. Bill was sad but impressed. He nodded and locked questioning eyes onto Fleur's. She was truly possessed by one of them, then. She asked, quietly. Bill flinched and looked at Harry. Yes. She almost died, answered Harry, honestly. Bill winced again. Was the taint ever properly cleansed from her? Was her personality fully reclaimed? Asked Fleur, nosily. Not really, said Hermione, quietly. Everyone just sort of ignored the problem. She fixated on Harry as her rescuer and her childhood hero. She wanted the fantasy to become reality. She seems out of touch with reality. Rather than accepting the truth that exists around her, she is wrapped in delusion, said Fleur. Frankly, I spoke to my parents about it. They weren't very receptive to getting help for Ginny. They prefer to ignore the situation than admit something might be wrong. She's just a little girl to them, said Bill, his voice breaking. I don't know how to help her. Fleur took his hand and pulled him into her side. Bill went willingly. Fleur whispered to him while Hermione spoke. I think we should bring it up to Dumbledore tonight. We're meeting with him after dinner. Asked Hermione. Harry nodded, a lump in his throat. He thought of Ginny as Ron's little sister. A sort of pseudo-little sister to himself. He never meant to lead her on. Don't do that, chided Gabrielle. Harry looked at her questioningly. Don't take responsibility for her feelings. You did nothing more than save her life. She owes you a life debt. You do not owe her anything, though I find you to be kind-hearted and sweet for caring so much," she finished gently. Harry looked even guiltier. He didn't deserve praise. "She's right, you know," said Bill. "You did more than anyone could have possibly had the right to expect for Ginny. You don't owe her anything else. The Weasleys owe you. I hope I'm doing my part to help repay that debt." Harry thought of Bill's help with the tournament and the Horcruxes. It truly was Harry who owed Bill. "More than," Harry croaked out. "I can't thank you enough for your help." "None of that," said Bill. "I will hear nothing of it. You're family to me." Harry grinned wobbly and shook Bill's hand. "Brothers?" asked Harry. Bill nodded firmly. "Brothers." Two voices behind them broke into faux sobs. "Brothers." They chorused together and fell on Harry and Bill with noogies and gentle jabs to the ribs. "Guroff," was echoed by the two as the cackling twins moved out of range of retribution. Bill smoothed his hair. Harry knew better than to bother. "What's got you two sharing the love?" asked George. "Probably. Why weren't we included?" asked Fred. "Most likely. Pretending to be miffed. Don't worry about it. Have you two noticed anything off about Ginny this past year?" asked Bill, turning back to the important matter. "You mean 2 years?" asked Fred. "Since she started Hogwarts?" asked George. Bill nodded, gravely. "Definitely," the twins answered in stereo. "She's been unpredictably emotional. She doesn't make friends. She's only barely passing her classes. She floats off into a dream world and then believes her fantasies are real," finished the twins together. It was eerie. Bill felt a shiver go down his spine. "I have to talk to Dumbledore," said Bill. Determinedly. He wasn't going to let his baby sister go down a bad road without trying to help her. "Might not be a bad idea, mate," said Fred. "We tried to talk to Mum and Dad but it was a no-go," said George. "I tried to talk to them, too," said Bill, morosely. Fred and George gave him sympathetic slaps on the back then took seats on the other side of Hermione and Bill, respectively. The group settled into milder chatter and finished their meal. When they saw the headmaster stand and start out of the Great Hall, they were quick to follow. They still never caught up to the man. By the time they arrived at Dumbledore's office and got through the password-protected entrance, a good half-hour had passed. The door suddenly opened for them. They followed the spiral stairs upwards to find Remus, Padfoot the dog, Madame Bones, the real Professor Moody, and 2 other Aurors waiting in the room. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows at the group with Harry. "Please, say tell me you haven't shared your secrets this widely, Harry," chided Dumbledore. Harry bristled. "I told only those I can trust. Those who are willing and able to help me. Have you finally done the same, Professor?" Harry asked, boldly. Dumbledore stared back at Harry, then sighed. Madame Bones and her Aurors along with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick started casting to create enough seats and space for everyone. "It seems I have," said Dumbledore. He urged everyone into their seats and looked at the assembled group. "Everyone here is aware of the basics of the situation. Tom Riddle has readed Horcruxes to anchor himself to the physical plane of existence. While he has not yet regained a physical form, I believe it is his aim to do so. He will be in a weakened state until he does," said Dumbledore. Everyone was gravely silent. "I have destroyed one of these items, as has Harry, to much greater success," said Dumbledore with a gentle smile at the boy. Harry ran his fingers over scar the basilisk fang piercing his flesh left behind. Harry knew he was just lucky. "I am afraid my time on this earth is drawing to a close," many people gasped at this news. Dumbledore waved their inquiries down. His blacked hand, now desiccated to the elbow, gave unspoken weight to his words. "It is my wish that we settle this matter before I pass on to the next great adventure," Dumbledore said, looking sadly at Harry. Harry grit his teeth in anger. "Did you know the differences between a properly cast Horcrux and a soul leech, Professor Dumbledore?" Bill asked, with a seeming non sequitur. Dumbledore looked puzzled and slightly put off by the way the question was asked. The origin of the Horcrux ritual was the Hogsmeade dynasty of the magical reign of wizards over the enslaved Muggles almost 8,000 years ago. Hogsmeade's priests experimented on the Muggles, researching new dark spells and rituals that would extend the life of the wizard they viewed as a god. One such ritual they discovered was the Horcrux ritual, lectured Bill. Dumbledore was waiting patiently for him to get to the point. We run into these vile artifacts occasionally while working in tombs in Egypt. Properly cast Horcruxes come in one of two forms. First, an inanimate object is used to house the soul shard. The soul shard attracts and seeks to possess a host only after the main soul piece is no longer tied to a physical body. The soul shard will drain the life and magic of the host, leaving them a soulless husk, much like the effects of a Dementor's kiss. Now Bill's eyes were burning with anger. Then, the soul shard possesses the body and draws the main soul piece to itself, taking over the technically deceased host's body, claiming it for their own. Bill spat, thinking of Ginny. Dumbledore flinched, thinking of the same. The other form a Horcrux can take is when a soul shard attaches to an already deceased host, taking it over immediately, acting as a slave to the main soul shard's will, if the main soul shard is still housed in a body of its own. If not, the main soul shard takes over the empty vessel and inhabits it as their own. Neither of these situations apply to Harry, Bill said into the ringing silence. Then, what? Asked Dumbledore, glancing at Harry's forehead. Bill huffed impatiently. You don't even know, do you? Did you even do any research on Horcruxes? Did it even cross your mind to consult an expert on dark magic or a cursebreaker, such as myself? Asked Bill, impatiently. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. I felt the best I could do was research on my own. I am a formidable wizard and researcher myself, said Dumbledore, a little defensively. Bill just stared at the man. When a Horcrux ritual is improperly done, it creates a soul leech, not a Horcrux. Soul shard from the main soul attaches to a living host. It can still take possession of the living host, but the living host has the opportunity to fight, said Bill, his voice frustrated. Is there anything that can help? Asked Madame Bones, grimly. She didn't have much hope for Potter if he had to fight the dark bastard on his own in a battle of wills. She didn't know Harry very well. Yes, said Bill, finally breaking eye contact with Dumbledore. Bill looked at Madame Bones. Harry can take part in a soul-binding marriage or submit himself to a liege lord. The willing soul bond can overcome the unwilling bond. It must be a multi-partner binding, but the unbinding ritual enacted during the consecration of the willing soul bond has been shown to successfully sever the unwilling bond. Dumbledore's eyes flew to Harry, Hermione, and Gabrielle. A beatific smile crossed his face. Love has always been your strongest weapon, Harry. It's love that is the power Voldemort knows not, said Dumbledore, beaming with joy. His sudden relief and happiness affected the mood of everyone in the room with its power. Harry didn't want to feel Dumbledore's joy. He wanted to yell at the man some more. Yes, hopefully. We found a way pretty quickly, when it was all said and done. When we tried to work together, said Harry, snidely. Not that Harry considered his salvation a done deal. To get two girls to fall in love with him, pronto. That didn't sound easy at all. Good for him, both girls found him quite easy to love. Yes, hopefully, Dumbledore said, settling his emotions somewhat. What do you mean by power he knows not, Professor? Asked Fleur suspiciously. The way you said it made it seem significant. Dumbledore's happiness dimmed just a little bit more. He looked at Harry, sadness in his gaze again. I had hoped to spare you for just a little longer from this burden, but I guess needs must, Dumbledore said with a sigh. He flicked his wand and the pensieve from before sailed out of a cabinet behind him. Dumbledore pulled a memory from his mind and settled it into the pensieve. You understand the power of divination and prophecy, don't you, Harry? Dumbledore said, sadly. Harry remembered the prophecy Trelawney had made last year about the Dark Lord's faithful servant returning to his side. Harry shivered. Yes, he said, grudgingly. Dumbledore nodded and played his memory. Trelawney appeared above the pensieve and started speaking in that strange, harsh voice once more. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have a power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, or neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. Harry touched his scar again, the mark given to him by the Dark Lord. The mark that showed him is literally the Dark Lord's equal, a piece of his very soul attached to Harry's. Gabrielle and Hermione clutched at Harry's hands fiercely. Harry returned the squeeze and centered himself. This doesn't come as a surprise to me, said Harry, quietly. It's always been him versus me. He won't allow it to be any other way. I will defeat him. I can't tolerate a world where anything else is the outcome, said Harry, determination lacing his voice. He's never been able to defeat you, Harry. I believe in you, said Sirius, even more determined than Harry to see it done with his godson still alive. Harry deserved to live. Voldemort deserved to die. That was all that mattered in Sirius' mind. Everyone murmured their agreement and their vows to help Harry succeed. Quote, "Is there any way to verify how many there are or what they are?" asked Kingsley Shacklebolt. Dumbledore sighed again. I believe Horace Slughorn has knowledge of this matter. He hides from me to keep his involvement from being known with certainty. While I do not believe he meant to help Tom become the blight on society that he has become, I do believe he helped him, said Dumbledore, tiredly. We'll find him, said Madame Bones with finality. We'll use the State Secrets Act to hide this entire investigation, she said in a no-nonsense tone to her Aurors and Moody. He was called back on a seal assignment to help find these blasted things. How did you destroy the one you ended, Potter? Asked Moody, gruffly. Harry waved at Hermione. She told the story of the Chamber of Secrets again, quickly and concisely. She left out no details but gave all the information in less than 5 minutes. The Aurors took notes. Dumbledore then shared what happened in the Gaunt Shack. I suspected that the murder of Tom's father and paternal grandparents, committed supposedly by his maternal uncle, was not what it seemed. After discovering the true nature of the diary during the summer after Harry's second year, I knew this was the most likely place to find evidence of further Horcruxes. Dumbledore began stroking his long beard at the memory. I didn't feel I could trust anyone else with the task, so I went alone. First, I checked Tom's father's home. It was empty of all but the Muggle caretaker, who had no knowledge of Horcruxes, he continued. As Tom's maternal homestead was close by, I checked there as well. I found substantial wards around what was basically a shack. I decided to investigate further, Dumbledore said with regret. After several hours of difficult trial and error, I was able to bring down the wards. Inside the home, in what was obviously Tom's mother's bedroom, I found a ring in a box on a shelf behind a false wall in the closet. Dumbledore paused here, gazing down at his blackened arm. A gaudy silver ring with a plain black stone set on the band glittered against the black of his hand and arm. I underestimated a simple compulsion charm to put on the ring. I had been searching for this ring for some time, you see. It was a complete shock to find it in this inconspicuous location. I was unable to resist the temptation. I put on the ring, he said, holding up his hand. Everyone backed away from the cursed object. The stone had a huge crack down the center. Don't be afraid. The dark wasting curse that was upon this ring has been spent. The ring is but a relic of myth now. The Slytherin family house ring. It rightfully belongs to you, Harry. You are the one who vanquished its master, Dumbledore said, removing the ring and holding it out, guilelessly to Harry. Harry looked uncertain. He unconsciously looked to Hermione and Gabrielle for direction on what to do. Hermione stayed his hand. She took out her wand and cast every dark curse detection spell she could manage on it. Remus and Bill joined in. It wasn't that they didn't trust the headmaster, it was just that he had admitted he'd been taken in by the power of the ring once already. When they were done casting, they encouraged Harry to take the ring. All clear, said Remus, putting his wand away. Bill nodded his agreement. Hermione reached out and snatched the ring first. Nothing happened. Harry gasped and grabbed it away from her. Hermione, he practically shouted. She just shrugged. You aren't the only one allowed to be noble, she said. Harry gave her the stink eye, then turned back to the ring. He strengthened his resolve and slipped the ring over his finger. The ring merely glowed with a dark aura for a moment, then settled down on Harry's finger, just the right size. Harry's other house rings had appeared with the inclusion of the new ring. He looked like a pimp, with a gaudy ring on each finger. He rolled his eyes and tapped them to hide them again. No one said a word for just a moment. Dumbledore got the conversation back on track. I have a lead on another Horcrux. The orphanage that Tom grew up in was the location of his first acts of magical power and cruelty. This would be significant to him. The location of the first time he seriously injured a victim can be found nearby. I believe this to be the location of another Horcrux, said Dumbledore. That leaves 3, said Madam Bones. Yes, I have some speculation on what these items may be, but I have no real proof, said Dumbledore. Everyone waited for him to continue. He sighed again. I believe his familiar, a large snake, is a living Horcrux. It seems to have intelligence beyond that of a normal snake. According to Bill's theories, I believe this would be a properly cast Horcrux or, worse, a being enslaved in animal form. Said Dumbledore. It was news to Harry that Voldemort had a familiar. He guessed being a Parselmouth and keeping a pet snake made sense. The others? Asked Flitwick. Quote, I believe Tom has corrupted several Founder's items. A brooch from Godric Gryffindor's cloak was found at the Potter home after their murders. I believe Tom meant to create his 7th and final Horcrux out of this item, said Dumbledore. Sirius snorted. That certainly backfired. Literally. Dumbledore couldn't help but agree. I believe a cup that originally belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, which I suppered with the murder of Hepzibah Smith, was stolen by Tom and used for heinous purposes. Dumbledore looked at the assembled group and let his last secret go. I believe the final Horcrux to be Ravenclaw's diadem. It is well known that Helena Ravenclaw stole the diadem from her mother. Helena was subsequently murdered by her jilted lover, Marcus Slytherin. Both ghosts still reside in Hogwarts to this day, said Dumbledore. Hermione gasped. The Grey Lady and the Bloody Baron. Dumbledore nodded. His eyes twinkled in appreciation of her quick mind. Do you know the location of any of these items? Asked Madam Bones, with her eyebrows raised. Alas, I do not. However, I do know that Tom and the Grey Lady were quite close during his later Hogwarts years. Tom worked for Burgon and Burr. K's at the time that Hufflepuff's cup disappeared. Those are locations I would begin my search, said Dumbledore, simply. It was a lot for the group to digest. Bill decided to change the subject. I suggest we reconvene to plan for recon on the orphanage or whatever. The Aurors can try to find old Sluggy to get the Horcrux information from him, said Bill. I can talk to Helena. We were friendly during my time at Hogwarts, offered Remus. Bill nodded at him. I'll go talk to old Burgon, said Moody, cracking his knuckles. Dumbledore looked uncertain about that suggestion. I'll go with him, said Shacklebolt, hoping to temper Moody's methods with his presence. Dumbledore relaxed a little and nodded. In the meantime, I'd like to discuss something else, said Bill, menacingly. Dumbledore looked at him with trepidation. Ginny, Bill said. Dumbledore winced. She needs help. She's not right and my parents won't hear of it because you said everything would be fine. I'm guessing you Dead Ginny's health and happiness was a worthy sacrifice to keep your secrets. Bill asked Dumbledore, bitingly. I see the error of that now, said Dumbledore. McGonagall was giving him the evil eye while Flitwick just looked disappointed. They were educators. It was their duty to protect the children. I expect you'll be having an important conversation with my parents, forthwith. I also expect the school to pay for the mind healer, said Bill firmly. Dumbledore slumped down in his chair but nodded his agreement. Bill stared at him with malice for just a few more moments before turning back to the group. If there's nothing else, I know I'm exhausted and the students still have homework to complete, said Bill. No one spoke up so the group dispersed. The next morning, Harry was called out of Snape's class, of all classes, to take part in the weighing of the wand ceremony. Colin Creevey popped his head into Snape's class and called for Harry and Hermione. He didn't mean to call for Hermione, too. He was just so used to saying their names in conjunction that he accidentally did it this time, too. He was too afraid to change his message. Snape was already giving him a look of death. Pray tell, what's so important that you feel the need to interrupt my class to gather my least competent students? Asked Snape, snidely. The Slytherins all snickered but the Gryffindors bristled. Hermione was a know-it-all, not an incompetent student. Hermione just rolled her eyes at the bitter man. Even Harry was competent in potions. He might not excel but he certainly wasn't incompetent. Professor Dumbledore wants them, said Colin, shrugging his shoulders. Snape just rolled his eyes and snapped at the two exiting his class. 2 feet of parchment on the potion, it's brewing, and its effects due next class. Harry just rolled his eyes and kept going. That'll be 5 points from Gryffindor for your lack of response. Each. Snape yelled as the door snapped shut. Harry and Hermione turned to Colin. He led them onto the classroom Dumbledore had instructed Colin to bring Harry to. The boy nattered on about how cute the twins were and produced a handful of pictures for Harry to keep of the twins with him, Hermione, and Gabrielle, or with Dan and Emma. Harry adored the pictures but grabbed hold of Colin's arm. "Colin, my baby's lives could be in danger if these pictures get out. Please, don't give them to anyone else and get the ones you have out of the castle," Harry urged him. Colin quickly agreed, but it was too late. "So it's true. Harry Potter has an heir. How glamorous. There are pictures?" the voice asked with vicious glee. Harry stuffed the pictures down his shirt. Colin looked angrily at the strange woman with the acid green cat-eye glasses. "Who are you?" Harry demanded. The woman's grin just grew wider. "Why, I'm Rita Skeeter with the Daily Prophet," she said, just as a camera flash burst into life. Harry ducked from the overbright light. "Is this the lucky mother?" asked Rita. Harry mulishly said nothing. Instead, he turned his back and went inside the classroom. Colin scurried away from the vile reporter while Hermione hurried to follow Harry. Inside, the Weasley twins, Bill, Fleur, Gabrielle, and Fleur's teammates were waiting along with Ludo Bagman, Percy Weasley, and Madame Maxime. Victor Crumb was posing for the reporters out front along with his teammates and Headmaster Karkaroff. Harry grumped his way over to stand with Gabrielle and the rest of the group. "What's wrong?" asked Gabrielle. "Reporters," Harry spat. Gabrielle understood. Reporters in the wizarding press tended to either vilify or treat Vila like mindless pleasure dolls. It was sickening. "You didn't talk to them, did you?" asked Bill, in concern. "No, but they heard me talking about the twins," said Harry. Angry at himself, Bill understood Harry's upset. The twins would be in real danger if Voldemort found out about them. It seemed inevitable that he would. Just then, the Durmstrang contingent entered the room and brought the reporters with them. "Let's get a few shots of the champions all together, then individually. I'll ask you all a few questions," said Rita with a grin. The photographer started taking pictures of the contestant with their headmasters and with the officials from the ministry. Then, he separated them out for a quick interview and a few shots alone. Harry's turn was a disaster. "Harry, my lad, come stand over here, just let me," said the photographer, fiddling with Harry's clothes and hair, going as far as to try to unbutton some of his top buttons and loosen his tie. Harry smacked at the man's hands and turned annoyed eyes towards the door. "Where was Dumbledore? Let's get to the interview, shall we?" asked Rita, a predatory smile on her face. She had asked the other contestants things like what town they were from and what their best subject was. She started off with a doozy for Harry. "We understand you have several mistresses who have borne children for you. Is that true?" Rita asked, the photographer shooting picture after picture. Harry spluttered his indignation. "I'll take that as a yes. I understand you've undergone dark rituals so only sons were born to you. Or have you just abandoned your daughters?" asked Rita. "I did no such thing," Harry yelled. The camera kept snapping. "Is this girl part of your harem?" "Perhaps all of these girls," Rita asked. "Those are my friends and competitors," Harry shouted. "Stop it," he yelled at the photographer. "Are your children meant to carry on your family name? Do you expect to die in this competition?" asked Rita, mercilessly. "That's enough," roared Dumbledore. Everyone froze. "I will not have my students badgered, Ms. Skeeter. Please, leave. Your welcome is revoked." A gong sound echoed around the room. Rita got a shocked look on her face and uncontrollably marched out of the room. "You too, Mr. Dingle," said Dumbledore to the photographer. He left quickly of his own accord. "Ludo, you were supposed to be in charge," Dumbledore chided the man. Ludo looked ashamed, but a small bundle of gold bulged in his pocket. Dumbledore noticed. "Ollivander, if you please," Dumbledore said, ushering the man no one had noticed into the room. The owl-eyed wandmaker wandered over to a velvet-covered podium. Colin Creevey hurried into the room. He offered to take pictures of the ceremony for the school and for the competitors. Ollivander examined each competitor's wand. He identified the core and gave a quick fact about the wand's casting or its reaction to its wielder. "Ah, Birch and Bowtruckle core. You are very in tune with your wand, but its magic can be unpredictable. Vila hair and vine wood. Very powerful but very fickle. Polish it daily for best results. Bicorn horn and beech. Very stubborn. Powerful but prone to being led astray. Mr. Potter, shall we see how you've been taking care of your wand?" asked Ollivander. Harry shifted uncomfortably. He didn't. He like letting anyone else handle his wand. It felt violating. Ollivander smiled understandingly at Harry. I see you've taken good care of your wand. It is very well bonded to you, but beware. Its loyalty is true, but its abilities may be stymied by one of its own, Ollivander said, handing Harry his wand back while Colin snapped a few pictures. Harry stared at Ollivander, not understanding the warning. Ollivander just stared blandly back at Harry. Harry moved away to stand by Hermione again. What did that mean? She asked. Harry just shook his head in confusion. Ollivander went on with examining and weighing the wands of each of the competitors. Ludo Bagman paid particular attention to the wand details of each participant and the inside track he felt Ollivander was providing with his commentary. This is what he'd base his rankings on. The ceremony was soon ended. Harry and his friends, including Fleur's teammates, headed back to Harry's place, since classes were now over for the day. They still had a few hours to research and practice for the tournament before they needed to go to dinner. What do you think Ollivander meant by that? Asked Harry, remembering the strange warning. Hermione thought carefully. Didn't you say that Ollivander told you your wand shared a core with Voldemort's? Harry winced at the memory. He had tried to forget that fact. Maybe that can cause problems in a battle against one another. You might need a backup wand or weapon, said Hermione. Harry nodded his agreement. I'll have to research it. Hermione beamed at him. They arrived inside Harry's trunk to find Bill, Remus, and Padfoot waiting for them. Hello everyone, I hope you did your reading for today. You'll need to know the theory before you learn to take on different types of magical beasts. Traditionally, the rounds of the tournament follow the theme of land, sea, and sky, with the first round relating to some type of flying magical beast. The second round usually involves retrieving a person or thing from some sort of liquid. The final round is usually a maze or labyrinth of some type. We will plan accordingly, Bill informed them. Remus led the instruction that day as defense. Against magical creatures was his specialty. Hagrid joined them with several specimens to show off. They weren't allowed to battle Hagrid's pets for practice, but they did get to see how terrifying each of them could be. Harry's head spun with thoughts of manticores, hinky-punks, thestrals, acromantula, and hippogriffs. Harry just hoped beyond hope that they wouldn't have dragons. The first task will be held on November 24th. That's just a week away. We will focus on preparing you to meet practically any magical creature. We'll help you not just survive but thrive, said Remus. The champions cheered their agreement. They broke for dinner. Harry decided tonight was the night. Tomorrow was Saturday and the last Hogsmeade weekend before the first task. Harry wanted to ask the girls to be his dates. Harry had been practicing how he would ask and what they would do on their date for the past week. He felt cowardly that he had put it off for so long, but it just made him so nervous. He felt he was ready to face a manticore, but he felt flummoxed at the thought of asking two beautiful girls out on a date. Gryffindor's charge ahead, he thought to himself. Hermione. Gabrielle. Can I speak to you for a moment? Harry asked as the group was entering the Great Hall. The girls glanced at each other, then agreed. They walked with their books in their arms, following Harry to a little alcove off the grand staircase. Harry just stared at them. Yes, Harry. Hermione asked, encouragingly. Gabrielle linked arms with her and gave Harry an encouraging smile. I would. Hogsmeade, Harry said. The girls had the nerve to giggle. They shook their heads. What? Pardon, they said. Harry sighed. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me to Hogsmeade this Saturday? I'd love to take you to lunch and perhaps some chocolates by the lake on our way back. Harry said, trying to be a gentleman. The girls grinned and agreed quickly. They each linked an arm with him and kissed his cheek. Harry blew shed but grinned widely as he escorted the girls into dinner. They ran into Malfoy and his motley crew as soon as they entered the Great Hall. Malfoy looked at Harry and laughed. You don't even realize how gauche you are. The way you dress, the company you keep, the spectacle you always make of yourself. It's shameful, said Draco. Just look at the women he lays with, said a disgusted Pansy Parkinson. First a loony, then an animal. Finally an ugly mudblood. You certainly get around the cesspool, Potter. The rest of the Slytherins laughed. Harry took deep breaths and kept walking. The girls walked with dignity at his side. The Slytherins tried to follow. They kept making increasingly obscene statements about Harry, his children, and the girls. They didn't see McGonagall coming up behind them. I thought I took points and gave you a lecture about saying such horrible things just last week. Scolded McGonagall. It looks like 3 days of detention might be needed to impress upon you just how much I mean my words. Harry turned around to smirk at the Burkes. Malfoy gave Harry a vicious look. A plan started to form in the little bastard's mind. Harry was nervous when Saturday came around. He stood in front of the mirror for more than 20 minutes, trying to get his hair to do something, anything other than stand up all over his head. There was no hope for it. Harry sighed and he added down to meet Hermione before breakfast. He stopped in the doorway and gasped. Harry hadn't had much luck with his hair, but Hermione certainly had. The usual bushy mane that went to Hermione's mid back in a giant frizz ball now fell in luxurious curls down to her waist. She was wearing light makeup that accentuated her eyes and lips while letting her naturally beautiful caramel skin tone shine through. She was wearing a lovely day robe of light blue that further accentuated the bright color of her skin and the chocolate brown color of her eyes. Dan noticed Harry's reaction. He laughed. "That's a lad that can appreciate both true beauty and the beauty that runs skin deep," said Dan, slapping his leg as he laughed. Hermione looked up and noticed Harry's shocked look. She blushed almost as red as Harry did. "You look fantastic." "My own," Harry said, appreciating how nice his friend could look when she felt like going through the trouble of doing so. "Thank you," she said, quietly. Ione's looks were the one thing she was insecure about. People had targeted the non-traditionally beautiful parts of her until they were all she could easily see. "Really?" Harry said, earnestly. "Your hair. I've never seen it like that. The dress. It makes your eyes and skin, just wow," Harry said, babbling. He finally made himself stop. "I found a relaxing potion for my hair. The deep conditioning treatment only needs to be done once per month. It's actually a Sleekeasy's hair potion. The formulas were created by your grandfather, Fleemont Potter. You probably still own a significant stake in the business," Hermione said. Babbling herself. Dan laughed again at the adorable byplay. Hermione gave him a look and then went primly to her breakfast. Emma just smiled gently at the adorable teens. The babies seemed to get in on the laughter. They were cooing and giggling up a storm. Harry smiled at the babies. "Be good for Grammy and Pop Pop today," said Harry, touching their little hands and smiling at their adorable, bright expressions. "Papa Papa Pop," said one baby. The other baby laughed and joined in. "We can see who the favorite will be today," said Emma, grinning at the adorable babies. "Too right. Pop Pop is going to take the boys to his favorite park today, if it's okay with their dog," Dan said in a funny voice. The boys started babbling Papa Papa Pop again. "Fine by me. If you need anything, just call for Dobby or Winky," Harry said. The elves quickly agreed. "We'll do that. I found a Tiny Tots reading program and a swimming class we hope to join next week," said Emma. Hey, have reading programs for 3-month-olds? Harry asked, confused. "Technically, it's for 6 months and up, but we got special permission for our smart boys to attend early," said Emma in a silly voice. The boys made cooing sounds at her. "They're already learning some baby sign language." "Really?" Hermione asked, intrigued. "Yes, they can sign milk, more, change, outside, hold, and sleep already. They only started learning a month ago," said Dan, like he was the proud father instead of Harry. He showed the signs to Harry and Hermione as he said them. One of the boys made the sign for outside. The other boy joined in. Harry laughed. "I'm absolutely getting them their first brooms for Yule," said Harry, grinning at his brilliant lads. "We'd best get going, Harry. Breakfast starts in 10 minutes. Gabrielle will be waiting," Hermione said, picking up her dark blue cloak and saying goodbye to the twins and her parents. Harry did the same and followed Hermione out of the trunk. Neville was waiting to walk to breakfast with them. Neville was very pleased today. Professor Sprout invited him to work in Greenhouse 1, which housed the water-based plants. He was right chuffed to be so trusted. "That's wonderful, Neville," Hermione said, praising the shy lad. "Yeah, mate, that's amazing, if that's what you want," said Harry, slapping Neville's back. They met up with Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones in the Great Hall. They heard Harry praising Neville. "What's Neville done now? I know it must be something good," said Hannah, shyly. "He got promoted to Greenhouse 1. said Hermione enthusiastically. That's wonderful, Nev, said Susan, in a booming voice. She was an authoritative figure. She learned it from her aunt. Yeah, you must be very proud, said Hannah. She looked at Susan pleadingly. The other girls smiled back at her. Let us treat you to a butterbeer in celebration, asked the fearless Susan. Neville blushed hard but nodded his head enthusiastically. He couldn't answer. Great. We'll meet you in the great hall after breakfast, said Susan, brusquely. Hannah giggled and glanced demurely at Neville. She was really hoping the boy might be open to a throuple situation like Harry was obviously getting into. Susan would need to marry someone who accepted all her children would bear the Bones name. Hannah just wanted both the girl she loved and the boy she had a crush on without needing to choose between the two. Neville managed to stammer out a choked, "Yeah, okay." Susan waved to them all and pulled Hannah along behind her to the Hufflepuff table. Harry grinned and elbowed Neville. I might not be the only one with two love interests soon, huh, Nev? Harry teased. All the color left Neville's face at once. Do you think so? He asked in a squeaky voice. I wouldn't worry about it, mate. If that's what they want, they'll be sure to let you know, said Harry, wisely. Just think about it. Neville nodded but couldn't swallow around the lump in his throat long enough to speak. He didn't know how to talk to one girl. What would he do with two? The trio suddenly saw Gabrielle. Now Harry and Hermione were both stunned into silence. Gabrielle looked gorgeous in a cornflower blue dress that matched her eyes. Her skin was as pale as moonlight and her hair was like liquid honey, pouring down her back in silky tresses. She looked just as shell-shocked to see her two budding beloveds. Mon Amy, your hair looks gorgeous, Hermione. Harry, that color brings out your eyes. They stand out like the stars in the sky, the girl said breathlessly. Harry looked at the green casual robes he was wearing. An embroidered raven spread over the back and shoulders of his robes, looking like its wings were fluttering with his every movement. You look so beautiful, Gabrielle. That color matches your eyes perfectly. It makes your skin practically glow, complimented Hermione. Your hair looks silky smooth and you smell very nice, too, said Harry, also complimenting Gabrielle. The students sat in mutual admiration for a few more minutes before Neville coughed awkwardly. Shall we go in now? He asked, afraid to interrupt but feeling awkward just the same. The other students agreed. They walked over to sit in their usual spots at the Gryffindor house table. Suddenly, Ginny appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed Gabrielle by her hair and tried to yank her off of the bench seating. She kept screaming that this trollop was trying to steal her fiancé. You witch! Get away from my fiancé! Ginny said, grabbing two thick handfuls of honey blonde hair. Gabrielle grabbed her head and let out a shriek of pain. Professor McGonagall stood and started hurrying over from the head table. One of the twins grabbed Ginny from behind but she wouldn't let go of Gabrielle's hair. Harry hit her with a stinging hex. Ginny looked betrayed but she let go of Gabrielle. How could you, Harry? After you asked me to be your wife. You'll choose this hussy over me. She has you ensnared, you dolt. Ginny screamed, struggling to get away from her brother. She succeeded in squirming out of his arms. Ginny got a good handful of Hermione's hair this time. Hermione smacked Ginny's hands but she didn't want to hurt the other girl. Professor McGonagall finally reached them. What on earth is going on here? This creature has my fiancé ensnared. This bushy-haired bint is helping her steal my husband away. Ginny shrieked, starting to cry. McGonagall looked uncertain. She knew Harry wasn't Ginny's fiancé. If anything, he was on his way to being affianced to the 2W's who were being accused of snatching him away. He promised. We'd be married. He'll give away those two little bastards and we'll start our own family once we leave Hogwarts. I'll be Lady Potter. And I'll go to all the parties in the best clothes, dripping with jewels. Ginny said, sobbing. Now everyone was looking uncomfortable. Ginny suddenly got a dreamy look on her face. She was still hiccuping with sobs but she stopped crying immediately. Of course, Harry. I forgive you. Yes, I'll go to Hogsmeade with you. I won't let those cunts near you again, said Ginny, giggling. She was staring off into the distance. Dumbledore had silently approached. He could see now how unwell Ginny really was. He bowed his head. Please, Professor McGonagall, let's take her to the infirmary. I'll call her parents, Dumbledore said. It was time he made good on his promise to Bill. McGonagall and Dumbledore took a compliant Ginny with them to the infirmary. The girl kept talking to Harry as they walked. Everyone broke out in whispers. They were all staring at Hermione, Harry, and Gabrielle. Gabrielle was still holding her head, tears in her eyes and strands of honey blonde hair on the ground around them. Harry took both girls in his arms. "Are you okay?" he asked, lamely. He didn't know what else to say. Gabrielle started sobbing. Hermione grabbed them both as tightly as she could manage. Ari found it hard to breathe, but he didn't complain. Instead, he started leading the girls out of the great hall and back to his rooms. They arrived back in the trunk. The Grangers were outside with the babies. They saw the distraught group and hurried over. Winky stayed with the babies. "What's wrong?" asked Emma, checking everyone over to make sure no one was bleeding. Hermione started crying. She grabbed her mother and pulled her into the three-way hug. Emma found a way to wrap her arms around them all. "Ginny," said Hermione. "Attacked me," said Gabrielle, between sobs. "Couldn't stop her," said Harry, with so much sorrow in his voice. "She's crazy," Hermione said, holding on tighter to her mother. "Called me a creature," Gabrielle said, burying her head further into Harry's shoulder. Emma tightened her grip on the other girl. "Thinks we're to be married," Harry said, in disbelief. "Called me a cunt," cried Hermione. "In front of everyone," sobbed Gabrielle. Emma worked to lead upset teens over to the swinging bench. The babies were watching, their eyes filled with sympathetic tears. There, now lovelies. I'm so sorry that disturbed young lady attacked you physically and emotionally. She needs help," said Emma, consolingly. "You didn't deserve that. Not at all. You're right to feel upset. I'll go find her and pull her hair," said Dan, angrily. "Little bully. Let me at her. Witch or not, I'll show her," he said, all angry bluster. The adults consoled the teens for a bit longer. They finally calmed down enough to retell the whole story. Emma and Dan were angry. The children they now considered theirs were being treated horribly in this school. Did the magical adults have no control over their charges? Emma and Dan exchanged a look. It was time to talk to the teens about their suggestions. "Darlings, I know you love being at school, but I honestly don't know why. You face danger and persecution here on a regular basis," said Emma, trying to be calm. Quote, "Those damnable teachers don't do anything to help you," said Dan, slamming his fist down into his palm. "We think you should consider leaving after this year. I know Harry has to stay because of this tournament, but I think it might be best if you finish your education somewhere else. Perhaps with private tutors or at this Beauxbatons that Gabrielle attends," said Emma, gently. The teens still clung to each other. Harry looked at the girls. He was already emancipated and a lord. If he and the girls married, they'd become legal adults, too. Hermione looked contemplative. Gabrielle looked hopeful. She'd love to have Harry and Hermione join her at Beauxbatons. Gabrielle was already planning to leave after her owls. She saw the trouble her sister went through after she became a pubescent Vila. She didn't want hormonal schoolboys all over her all the time. While Fleur could shake them off with disdain, Gabrielle couldn't help but feel threatened. "I would be amenable to leaving after our owls. If you wanted to join me at Beauxbatons next year," Gabrielle said, persuasively. "I'd be interested in furthering our Muggle education as well as our magical." Remus also mentioned this might be a good path forward for us, and that was before everything else, said Hermione. "Maybe Padfoot and Remus could come with us, too. Padfoot might be able to get a proper trial in France. Goodness knows. Dumbledore hasn't been trying to get him one in England," said Harry. His mind was made up, if the girls agreed. "We love France," said Dan. "We can all speak French, except for Harry. He could learn," said Dan, enthusiastically. Harry wasn't so sure about that, but he was sure he could get by. Most of France was bilingual. "With your excellent home, it will be easy to pick up and move away," said Emma. Even the babies seemed amenable. They kept gurgling and kicking their feet. "Best of all, your titles will still apply in France, if you apply for asylum," said Gabrielle. Her papa was the minister for magic in France. She was sure he could see it done. "Plus, we will get to live near my mama and papa." Gabrielle was feeling much better after her trauma at that thought. Emma smiled gently at the girl. "We'd certainly love to get to know our potential future in-laws." The teens blushed but smiled at one another. They were all hoping that was the way this would go. Enough of that. You supposed to be having a special day together today. Why don't you sneak off to London instead? Maybe go to the cinema and get a pizza, on us, said Dan. I'll drop you off. You can call for Dobby when you're ready to come home. The teens thought that sounded perfect. The girls went to Hermione's room to freshen up while Harry changed his clothes. Having crying girls clinging to him wasn't good for his outfit. Also, he would need muggle clothes now, instead of wizarding. In a half of an hour, the girls were back down. Harry thought they looked beautiful in wizarding robes. In skirts that really came to their knees and tight-knit sweaters that showed off their curves, they looked even more enticing now. Harry spent some quality time with his sons while he waited for the girls. The Grangers were ready to go, too. They decided to take the babies out to the zoo while the teens went on their date. No one felt like being in this castle anymore today. Harry woke up the next morning, floating on a cloud. He had gone with the girls to see Legends of the Fall. It had just enough violence to be entertaining for Harry while the swoon-worthy Brad Pitt and the sappy love story made it entertaining for the girls. They held hands through the entire movie. They decided to go out for a good curry rather than pizza. They laughed and talked. By the time they were ready to head back, it was almost dinner time. They waited in a park for Dan and Emma to arrive with the car. That's when the most magical part happened. They kissed. First Harry and Hermione, then Harry and Gabrielle, and, finally, Gabrielle and Hermione. Harry had never felt anything like it. He felt so heavy and yet like he could fly. It didn't seem real and yet he could still feel the tingle on his lips. Despite the crappy start to the day, he was so happy. He could burst with joy. The notification during dinner that the champions should meet at 9 a.m. sharp for the first task was a real bucket of cold water on Harry's joyful fire. Breakfast the next morning was a nerve-wracking affair for Harry and his little crew. Everyone was there at Harry's home to have breakfast with him before they headed out for the event. Remember, Fenghuangs are impervious to fire. They must be killed with ice. Hippogriffs will stampede if you enter their nesting grounds, and fairies form swarms to attack, said Remus, trying to make Sue. His students remembered everything he had taught them. Fleur's teammates were hanging on his every word. Harry couldn't concentrate on a single one. He was too busy cuddling his babies, just in case. Finally, it was time to head out to the field. The entire group, including Sirius's Padfoot, headed out to find their seats. They wanted to be able to see everything that was happening. Harry split off after one last kiss on the cheek from Gabrielle and Hermione and one last cuddle with each of his sons. Harry walked nervously into the tent to find his teammates and competitors starting to arrive. Harrykins, said Fred. Most likely. Our best and brightest teammate. Said George. Probably. Our only teammate. Asked Fred. Nonetheless. Said George. Harry rolled his eyes. Hey guys. Ready for this? Ready as we'll ever be. Got you a little something, they said, pulling what looked like a regular belt out of nowhere. What's this? Harry asked. Our best products, said Fred. Ready for use, said George. They showed Harry that the belt had tiny pockets all the way around. Each pocket held a joke product. This one is darkness powder. It turns everything around you to pitch black dark for about 5 minutes. So be careful not to spill it unless you want to use it, said Fred. This is a filibuster firework. It will go off for about 15 minutes. It spins and zooms around, said George. They had canary creams and puking pastilles, jumping jacks, and blow-up animals of all kinds. Best of all, we have this, an invisibility hat. Put it on and you'll disappear for a good 10 minutes, said Fred. We also have a machete, a wooden shield, and a spear on here. We are fighting for our lives, after all, said George with a wink. Don't remind me, said Harry. The twins gave him a sympathetic look. If all else fails, accio your broom and fly like the dickens, said Fred. Might be your best solution no matter what, mate, said George, slapping Harry's back. Flying is your best skill. Harry looked contemplative. It really is, isn't it? Harry said. The twins were just agreeing with him when Ludo Bagman and a squat woman in a pink cardigan walked into the room. The woman made an awful, fake coughing noise to get everyone's attention. Good morning, boys and girls. Today is the first task in the Triwizard Championship, or I guess that might be a loose interpretation of the word, considering. The woman said, tittering a fake little girl laugh. She was looking right at Fleur as she said it. Fleur's face flushed. Ludo noticed and nervously tried to move things along. Yes, well, today is the first task. Step forward and pull a number from the bag. That's it, just one, said Ludo, handing a small money sack around. The students reached into the bag, one at a time. One person from each team ended up with a 1, 2, and 3. Harry got the number 3. This will be a race. Number 1s. You'll be going first. Your goal will be to make it across the platform to press the blue rune. That will signal an alarm to alert your teammate who drew the number 2 to begin. They also have to fight their way across the platform to press the blue rune. This will let your last competitor, the person who drew the number 3, know to begin. Number 3s. Your job will be to steal the golden egg from your final obstacle. The golden egg has a clue that you'll need to be able to complete the next task. Your team will be judged on your speed, creativity, spellwork, and your success at retrieving the golden egg. Any questions? Ludo asked. He didn't give anyone time to ask. Good, let's go then. Best of luck, he said. Hurrying from the room, the pink-toed lady stayed and gave them all dirty looks. She especially had an evil eye out for Fleur. I'll just stay here to make sure no one cheats, shall I? She said in a high-pitched voice. The students all gave her disgusted looks. Finally, it was time for the students to leave the tent. They walked outside and saw 3 sets of 3 platforms, each higher than the one before. There was a tall ladder with a number and a school crest on it at the bottom of each platform. They each found their number and school. Then, they started climbing. Harry's ladder was so tall, he was above even the bleachers for the Quidditch spectators. He finally made it to the top of his ladder and found himself standing on a small platform inside a semicircle. Harry made sure to stay back against the wall. The semicircle was open to the field below. A door was on the opposite side of the opening. Harry tried to open it but it was locked. He turned to watch the platforms below. Suddenly, a loud, booming voice filled the arena. Good morning. Welcome to the Triwizard Cup. We'll be starting in 15 minutes. Please make your way to your seats. Champions, please wait on the platform until you hear your school and number called after the starting blast. Then, the door to the competition area will open. Good luck, said a voice Harry was fairly sure belonged to Ludo Bagman. The minutes passed by in a slow crawl. Finally, the voice started speaking again. 1 minute until the competition begins, 1 minute, said an excited voice. The final countdown began. Get ready, champions. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Number 1s, go. A loud blast went off and the doors for competitor number 1 opened. The champions ran out onto the platform and found the first beast they would face, a griffin. The large beasts with the body and hind quarters of a lion and the forelegs, head, and wings of an eagle screamed its rage when the number 1 champions ran into their territory. Harry couldn't tell if it was Fred or George facing the thing. He saw whoever it was freeze for just a moment. The griffin pounced forward with an ear-splitting shriek. The redhead pulled a large wooden shield from seemingly nowhere and threw it over his head just in time for the beast's talons to loudly scrape across the top of the shield. Harry couldn't help but shout a warning as the beast circled round and came back at the redhead from behind. The twin dodged and rolled out of the way. Suddenly, a large, whirling firework spewed forth onto the stage. It flew in a flaming pinwheel straight towards the beast that scrambled to get out of the way. The twin didn't waste any time. He rolled forward and tried to run for the glowing blue rune. He got halfway across the platform before the beast jumped again and took a swipe at him. A stream of blood flew out as a deep cut appeared on the redhead's arm. Harry screamed in fear. The twin dodged a second blow and came up with the machete. He slapped the knife against one of the razor-sharp talons and several griffin fingers fell to the ground. The griffin shrieked in pain. It jumped back away from the twin. It was all the time he needed. The twin rolled suddenly forward and slammed his hand against the blue rune. A shield appeared around him and a door opened for him to exit through. A blast sounded and a loud, Hogwarts number 2, was called out and a loud buzzer sounded. The second twin ran through the suddenly opened door. He came face to face with a small dragon-like creature the size of a horse. It was a wyvern. Wyverns were smaller than dragons and could spit acid instead of breathing fire. What they lacked in size and firepower, they made up for in speed and agility. They moved like snakes, fast and deadly. The wyvern didn't hesitate. As soon as the red head entered the platform, the beast struck. It lashed forward, quick as lightning. The twin flung his shield out. The wyvern caught the shield in its jaws. For a moment, the beast flung its head around wildly, the shield forcing its jaw open. The twin didn't hesitate either. He jerked something out of his belt and just disappeared. The crowd gasped. The wyvern snapped its jaws hard and the shield splintered. The dragon-like creature roared terrifyingly. It looked around, suspiciously, then sniffed the air. It roared again and started snapping wildly at apparently nothing. A sudden burst of blood let everyone know it was catching something. Harry winced and hoped desperately that the twin was okay. The invisibility had rolled off of the red-haired boy's head and fell off the edge of the platform. Harry saw that his leg was injured badly. It was still attached but just barely. Harry wanted to help. He didn't need to. The twin suddenly dropped a handful of black powder. The platform went completely dark. Not a thing could be seen by the crowd and apparently by the wyvern. It suddenly rushed right off the side of the platform. Like it was bum rushing someone. It ran right off the side and skittered for a second in the air before it started to fall. It hit the ground with a meaty thwack. It didn't move. Everyone was in complete confusion. A buzzer suddenly went off and Harry's door flung open. Harry hoped the twins were okay. Harry didn't rush out. Instead, he stood with his back against the wall, near the door. He cautiously looked out the door. A spear of bright blue, superheated fire flew right by his head. A great roar shook the platform when the thing on the other side missed. Harry felt a pit of dread open in his stomach. He dropped to the floor and looked out again. He almost fainted at the sight. A giant, gleaming black dragon with leathery wings, each the size of the platform, stared back at Harry. A Hungarian horntail with a long, barbed tail and spikes around its head like a halo and down its spine glared back at him. Harry barely had time to move out of the way before another spear of fire shot through the door and burned the doorframe. Shite, Harry cursed. His mind was coming up blank. The beast suddenly took to the skies, to try to come around the wall and get Harry from the other side. Harry chomped one of the jumping jack treats. He suddenly felt light as air. He jumped out of the way and over the wall just in time. The dragon snapped its vicious jaws and took a chunk out of the platform. It roared in rage again. Harry thought he might be able to jump across the platform in a few hops, but the dragon had other ideas. Its long, barbed tail slapped around the side of the platform and smashed a hole right where Harry was planning to jump. Harry couldn't change his trajectory. Harry flailed his arms and legs, but he still shot right through the hole. The crowd screamed in horror as Harry started to fall from the great height of the platform. He windmilled his arms. Somehow, he managed to grab onto one of the support posts under the platform. He dangled by 1 and as the crowd literally roared out a warning, the dragon stuck its head under the platform and blew a spear of flame at Harry. Harry flung himself at another support post. He almost slipped. He couldn't keep this up for long. Harry swung his wand out and yelled, "Accio Harry's firebolt." The dragon smacked its tail around. Harry grabbed the center post and started to slip. He caught one of the support posts with his foot and barely held on. The dragon flapped its wings and dropped down beside Harry. It snapped its jaws and Harry had no choice. He had to let go. Harry fell through the air, praying that the organizers of the competition had put something to break his fall underneath. He remembered the wyvern and didn't have much hope. Harry was 5 meters from the ground. He couldn't close his eyes, even though the ground was wickedly close. Suddenly, a great whistling sound echoed in his ears. His firebolt flew straight at him like a missile. Harry was sure it would be too late. 2 meters from the ground and the broom smacked into Harry's palm. He curled in a ball and gripped the broom. 1 meter from the ground and Harry desperately pulled up on the handle. 10 centimeters from the ground and Harry felt his velocity shift. He jerked upwards. He lifted his toes and winced as they dug furrows into the ground beneath him. The crowd practically broke the sound barrier as Harry flew in a fast spiral back up into the sky. The dragon had already forgotten him. Harry shot up level with the platform and looked frantically for the egg. He saw a glimmer of gold in the center of the platform between shards of sharp rock. The dragon saw Harry. It didn't bother with an angry roar this time. Instead, the giant dragon growled and flung itself off the side of the platform. Harry flew like the dickens, trying to shake it off his tail. He flew in wild loops and deep dives. The dragon outclassed him at every turn. A spear of flame signed Harry's broom's twigs, causing the broom to jerk violently. Harry barely held on. He flew in a tight spiral around the central post. The dragon had had enough. It snapped its jaws forward hard and snapped the central post in two. The platform veered crazily to the side. All the eggs rolled off the platform. The dragon roared in anguish. It managed to catch 2 of the eggs, but 2 more, and the golden egg fell helplessly towards the ground. He dragon let out another muffled anguished cry but did nothing to try to catch the remaining eggs. Harry flew in a deep, wonky dive thanks to the missing twigs. First, he caught the golden egg. He shoved it down his shirt and kept flying. He held his broom firmly to keep it under control during the wild dive. He caught one of the dragon's real eggs. He caught it as gently as he could, fearful that it would crack. He kept it tucked in his arm, like the baby it was. He felt something moving inside the egg. His determination to catch the other egg grew. Harry spiraled straight down, holding on to the broom with one hand. About a meter from the ground, he pulled level with the last egg. He prayed and threw his feet out. His old footy skills did him justice. He caught the egg, light as could be, with the tops of his feet. He clenched the egg as gently as he could and jerked the broom up. He went up about 6 meters and leveled off. He had done it. He'd saved the eggs. Potter's done it. He saved all the eggs. Good show from Hogwarts. His official time will be calculated from when he caught the golden egg, said Ludo Bagman. Harry looked up. He could see the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students still battling their dragons. Even though Harry could see that they were different dragons from Harry's own. Harry spiraled slowly down to the Quidditch pitch. His dragon was still flying She was chained to the remains of the central post of the platform. Her muffled broken-hearted cries echoing around the pitch. Harry landed and 2 dragon tamers and Madame Pomfrey ran straight at him. "You're mad," Madame Pomfrey said as she reached him. She didn't wait. She started checking him over. He was a little singed but otherwise unharmed. "That was bloody brilliant," cheered a red-haired dragon tamer. Charlie Weasley. "You outflew a dragon, lad," the man exclaimed, grabbing Harry's hand for a shake. The other dragon tamer took both real dragon eggs and hurried off the field. "Nice to meet you, I guess," said Harry, trying to deal with Charlie's enthusiastic handshake and Madame Pomfrey's poking and prodding at the same time. The golden egg fell out of Harry's shirt and landed on his toe. He let out a yelp of pain. Madame Pomfrey was on his ass faster than the dragon ever hoped to be. She healed his toe and set him loose. "You're fine, despite your shenanigans," she said, giving him the evil eye. Harry looked abashed, just a little. "It was an accident," Harry said, uncertainly. Madame Pomfrey just huffed. Another buzzer sounded. The crowd made a sound of disappointment. "Durmstrang has done it. They have the golden egg. Shame about the real eggs though. Looks like only one survived." The red and gold dragon was literally crying little drops of flame. It cried out in horror and sadness. Its children were dead. Madame Pomfrey hurried over to the Durmstrang ladder. She rushed up the ladder and, later, floated the injured person down. It was one of Victor's teammates. They were missing half an arm but they were clutching the golden egg with the remaining one. Madame Pomfrey was cursing a blue streak. Harry made his way over to the waiting area for the champions. He was supposed to wait for everyone to finish before the final scores would be announced. As he reached the tent, the buzzer sounded again. Harry looked up. A beautiful golden half-bird, LF woman was flying quickly down towards the ground. She landed on graceful feet and changed forms back into a pure woman. Harry watched the feathers retract from her face and her hands slide like water from talons to long fingers. He thought it was fascinating and beautiful. Fleur caught his look and smiled with pride. This one might just do for her baby sister. "Congratulations, Harry. You were first. I'm afraid I did not see your performance but I did hear the applause." "You must have put on quite the show," Fleur said, complimentarily. Harry rubbed the back of his neck and looked at her from under his eyelashes. "I did all right. You did well. All your eggs stayed safe." "You were right behind me," Harry said, sincerely. Fleur threw her hair behind her head. I am proud of my performance. I met my goal and gained time back for my team, she said, with not a little bit of pride. Harry smiled at her antics. The Durmstrang champion that had fought the dragon was carried off the field on a magical stretcher, burns marring the side of his body. Crumb shook his head at his weak competitor. He looked at Harry and nodded before exiting the field. Harry watched him go. Come, let us meet our loved ones and teammates, Fleur said, sidling forward into the tent. Harry followed her. They entered into pandemonium. The twins had set off some strange smoke that made everyone squeak when they talked. Harry, said one twin, probably Fred, in a high-pitched voice. He was laying in the bed, bandages on his shoulder. Mate, cried the other twin, probably George, in a voice that rivaled Dobby's. His leg was wrapped to the hip. Harry winced at all the high-pitched sounds. He cast a spell and cleared the air before he could get caught up in the madness. Spoilsport, said the twins, together. They had big grins on their faces. You all right? Harry asked the troublesome duo. Right as rain, considering, said Fred. He jumped up and used his good arm to take Harry in a headlock. I see you're just dandy. Quite the show you put on, said George, who was thumping Harry on the thigh with his fist. Harry jumped back to escape the thumps and pulled his own hair with Fred's fist. Both twins laughed when Harry yelled ouch. I didn't do it on purpose, Harry said. He slapped Fred in the stomach with the golden egg. Fred fell back on George's bed. George barely kept his place and his leg out of the way. Fred looked at the egg curiously. George just snorted. Your spirit name is, not on purpose, said George. You get into more excitement than anyone I know and it's never on purpose. Harry got a moody look on his face. Don't I know it? Just then, Hermione and Gabrielle burst into the tent, followed closely by Remus, Padfoot, Bill, and the Grangers with the twins in kangaroo pouches on their chests. It was a few minutes of chaos as the girls and Emma checked over Harry. Dan gave a rundown of the entire Hogwarts showing in Fleur's own exploits. The babies shrieked and laughed, probably at the other set of twins who were putting on silly faces for the little ones. Finally, it all settled down as a rude, hem-hem, sound filled the space. Everyone grew silent and looked to the opening of the tent. A disapproving woman in a pink cardigan was staring daggers at Harry and his crew. I won't have this hullabaloo while an official inquiry is underway. Potter, you used an unauthorized item during the competition, accused the woman, glaring daggers at Harry. What? When? Asked Harry, confused. When you called for your broom. Flying was not a permitted response to the dragon challenge. You were expected to fight your way across the stage, said the woman officiously. That's not in the rules, said Hermione. She and Gabrielle both whipped out a fat book entitled, Compendium of Triwizard Tournament Rules. The pink-toed woman scoffed. I don't care what that ratty book says. I'm the official ministry representative to this tournament. I set the rules, said the woman, importantly. Gabrielle flipped to the front of the book. Actually, Rule 14 states that no ministry may set the rules. The rules are set prior to the start of the tournament by the three schools. The rules must be published a minimum of 30 days prior to the first task and must be provided to each school, contestant, and relevant government agency, or the prior rules are considered in effect for the duration of the tournament. Gabrielle read. Hermione flipped open a newer but not brand new book. This is the last published copy of the rules. It was published in 1765, during the last Triwizard tournament. No official copy was published this round. The three headmasters and the Minister for Magic were also listening. I'm changing Rule 14 first. Rules can now be determined on an ad hoc basis. No notice to the competitors, schools, or relevant government agencies will be required, said Madame Umbridge to the competitors in the room. Consider this your only notice. Preposterous, shouted the Durmstrang headmaster, Karkaroff. Durmstrang will not have the rules used against us. We prepared based on the rules set forth in 1765. As did Beauxbatons. We will not have the English men. Istry changing the rules to favor their own, said Madame Maxime. Minister of Magic Fudge looked very nervous indeed. He laughed fakely. She was just joking. Weren't you, Dolores? The rules are the rules. We have a copy, right? Fudge asked Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. He hadn't bothered to give Harry or the Weasleys a copy of the rules, but he did in fact have a copy in his office. We do, answered Dumbledore. See. No harm, no foul. Do the rules prohibit brooms or outside items or what have you? Asked Fudge, nervously. Hermione and Gabrielle searched voraciously for a few minutes. No. Oh. NLY the competitor's wand may be brought in with them, other than items worn as clothing or a close personal weapon, such as a sword. They may summon or conjure any item of their choosing, answered Hermione. Gabrielle held out her rule book to her headmistress. Please see Rule 273b. Madame Maxime nodded and handed the book over to Karkaroff. He scoffed and shoved the book at Dumbledore. He read slowly and carefully both the rule in question and the rules above and below it. He looked at Fudge. I agree with the reading of the rule. Harry did nothing wrong when he summoned his broom, just as Krum did nothing wrong when he pulled his scimitar, and Charisse did nothing wrong when she conjured a mirror to reflect the wyvern's stare, said Dumbledore. Fudge looked jubilant. See, no harm, no foul. Now, we all know where the rules can be found. Come, let me treat you all to drinks in the VIP tent, said Fudge, ushering the headmasters away. Umbridge stayed behind. She gave all of Harry's group the evil eye, but she paid special attention to Harry, Gabrielle, and Hermione. I won't be embarrassed in front of the minister again, understand? I can make life very unpleasant for you, children, said the woman, threateningly. Fleur stood up taller and threw her hair over her shoulder. My father will be at the next event. Perhaps he will bring his contingent and sit with your minister, Non. I highly doubt that would be allowed. The minister is a very important man, said Umbridge, turning her nose up at Fleur. Fleur laughed. Even her mean laugh was alluring. My father is the French Minister of Magic. He has already received his invitation. I will make sure to mention you to him, said Fleur, her nose turned up at the underling. That explains so much about the French. Even our highest levels of government are contaminated with perverts who practice bestiality, spat Umbridge. Fleur and Gabrielle gasped. You go too far, madam, said Bill, stepping forward. A Weasley, aren't you? Best not put your nose where it doesn't belong or your father might just find himself with a different work address come Monday, said Umbridge viciously. Bill laughed. My father has survived 8 ministers. He will survive you, said Bill, dismissively. Umbridge clenched her teeth and spat out final biting words as she left. Maybe your father would be hard to remove, but children with unfit parents are easy to remove, said Umbridge, looking at Harry over her shoulder as she left. Harry looked concerned. She can't, Harry, assured Hermione. You've a fine father. You've done all you possibly can to take good care of your children. I wouldn't listen to her, Harry. As long as the minister is on your side, she won't be able to do anything. He holds her leash, even if he pretends he has no control over her. She quieted right down when he told her to, now didn't she? Asked Bill. Harry harumphed. The group of competitors were called back outside where they were rewarded their points. Hogwarts came in first with 28 points. Beauxbatons came in second with 26 points. Durmstrang came in third with 25 points, after a 3-point reduction for breaking 3 dragon eggs in the process of saving their golden egg. The Durmstrang contingent was very upset with their still armless compatriot for his actions that cost them a tie for first place. The twins jerked Harry up on their shoulders and ran a quick victory lap. A steamer trailed behind them stating, all prank items courtesy of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Harry tried to make them put him down, but they must have used a STI. Sea King charm to keep him on their shoulders. He couldn't budge. The troublesome duo of Fred and George finally finished their lap and set the boy down on his feet. Harry's group surrounded them and gave hugs out liberally. Another voice called out for Harry's attention. Oi, Harry, mate, called an excited Ron who jogged up to the small contingent. Everyone turned to look at him, but he only had eyes for Harry. Nice work out there. You took that dragon down right quick, said Ron, slapping Harry on the back. Harry let out an oof and almost fell forward. Bill steadied him. They all looked at Ron like he was nuts. Thanks, Harry said. He started to turn away, towards Gabrielle, Hermione, and the Grangers who were holding his babies. Don't be like that. I believe you now, laughed the other boy. You could have died, Ron said like it was an exciting sideshow, not true life and death. Well, bully for you, said Harry. He wasn't just going to forgive the other boy for the way he'd aided Harry all semester at the drop of a hat. He tried to turn back around. He just wanted to escape before the crush of cheering students reached them. Ron looked at the oncoming rush in anticipation. He put his arm around Harry's shoulders. Harry gently shrugged him off and tried to walk away. Where are you going? The party's just getting started, mate. Are you headed to the common room? It'll be a right banger of a celebration. I'd be glad to sit by your side, said the boy, like he was being chivalrous. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm getting out of here before the twins get crushed. Have fun at the party. I'm going to clean up and get something to eat. I'm knackered. Ron wrinkled his nose at the mention of the babies. You're not still on about that, are you? Let's go enjoy the party. Everyone will want to congratulate you. The students reached the pitch, singing, Harry's a jolly good fellow. Harry cringed and tried to move past Ron. Ron grabbed him to stop him. They're my sons, Ron. Of course I'm still on about them. They're my priority, not a stupid party to celebrate a competition I don't even want to be in. You already said it, I could have died, said Harry. He broke away from Ron's hold, gently. I guess my feelings don't matter. Your best mate? Asked the incredulous redhead. Everyone stared at him like he was mental. Harry laughed and shook his head. He didn't plan to say anything else. He turned and started ushering the Grangers and the girls away. I'm sure Fred and George would be glad to party with you all, said Harry, dismissively. You're a right selfish prick, Potter, spat Ron. First, you flaunt your wealth by hiring 2 nannies, then you refuse to use them for what they're meant for. This win wasn't just about you. It's about all of Gryffindor. All of Hogwarts, said Bill, who was starting to get annoyed. Let Harry go. He doesn't want to party. Ron gave Bill a disgusted look. Of course you'd be on his side, you want to impress the other trollop, don't you? Just because Potter's got a couple of sets of knickers on his floor, doesn't mean the other Vila will be interested in you. Ron looked at Fleur lasciviously. My best mate's the Hogwarts champion, said Ron, flexing his non-existent muscles. Fleur snorted and turned her back on him. What about us? Asked the offended Weasley twins. We're Hogwarts champions, too. It was Ron's turn to snort. You're just a bunch of sidekicks. You almost lost the game, didn't you? Fred and George were starting to get angry. They puffed up but Remus wouldn't have any fighting. Let's go, he said, leading the others away. You're the wannabe sidekick, Ron. You think you're Harry's best friend. After the way you've treated him. Dream on, said Fred. You should watch talking to us that way. We always get our druthers. Warned George. Now the twins didn't feel like partying, either. Ron had ruined it for them all. Ron's face turned red. At least I'm not a loser nobody who needed to double up to get a spot in the competition. If I was allowed to compete, I'd beat you all. The other students caught up to them and surrounded them. People were fighting so hard to slap Harry, Fred, and George on the back that they almost bowled them over. Hermione set off her gong charm again. Everyone, give us some space. There's small children here, she chided. Everyone except for Ron backed off, respectful. Even in their excitement, Ron pushed Emma, trying to make her fall while holding Julius. Remus moved with inhuman speed and caught her. Harry's face turned red with anger. He pulled Ed back his fist to punch Ron's gob, but someone else got there first. Ron flew up into the air by his ankle, his skid-marked pants on full display. Hermione and Gabrielle were grossed out to see it. Ron shouted and tried to cover his disgusting shorts. Let me down, he shrieked. Everyone was laughing at him. Bill put his wand away, his own face red with anger. You push a woman with a baby. You're going to regret that. I'm telling Mum. First chance I get, spat Bill. McGonagall rushed up. She'd seen the whole thing. Detention for 2 weeks, Ron Weasley. I'm ashamed to call you a Gryffindor. You could have hurt that baby. 50 points from Gryffindor, she thundered. She cast a spell and Ron fell to the ground. Go to my office. We're calling your mother right now. Ron fell in a heap on the dirt. He gave Harry a vicious look. I'll get you for that, Potter. Harry just shook his head. He didn't do anything. I'll come with you, Professor McGonagall, said Bill, still angry at Ron's actions. The twins turned cold eyes on him. You'll get Harry. No, we'll get you. Turnabout is fair play, said Fred. You never could apologize without wanting something in return, said George. Harry doesn't owe you. Yes, he does. I'm his only friend. No one else will put up with the braggart, shouted Ron. The group surrounding Harry made Ron's statement out to be the lie it was. I've got true friends. People who believe in me and don't want anything more than my friendship. I don't need the likes of you, spat Harry, hovering protectively over the Grangers and his sons. Ron laughed viciously. Those cunts are just after your money. These other pikeys just hang about because of your fame. No one really wants you around, not even your own family. Ron meant to hurt Harry. He succeeded. Hermione noticed. She put her arm through Harry's, as did Gabrielle. Let's go, Harry. We don't have to listen to garbage flatulate from his mouth, said Hermione, her nose up in the air. Let us go celebrate, said Gabrielle. Ignoring Ron completely. The other students all cheered at her pronouncement. George got up close in Harry's ear. What say you we throw a little party for all of the students? Wanna open up the Chamber of Secrets and show them all a good time? Harry gave Ron a vicious look. As long as he can't come. Done, said Fred, giving Ron a scathing look. Let's plan for 2 hours from now. Give us enough time to get settled and prepare the space. Harry thought about it for a moment. He hated being the center of attention. We'll make sure no one bothers you. You can just see. And have a good time with your ladies and your real friends, said George. Harry sighed and nodded. Fine by me. I'll send Dobby out for some snacks, yeah. Maybe he and Winky can help clean things up. It's kind of a spooky mess down there. Good chap, said Fred, slapping Harry's back lightly. Harry grinned at the incorrigible twins. McGonagall heard and appreciated their school unity and kindness to their visitors so much. She made it a sanctioned event, as long as Bill and Charlie would come to keep an eye on the students. She extended curfew until midnight. The twins cheered. Good McGonagall was always good for a harmless laugh. Of course, she didn't hear the part about the party being held in the Chamber of Secrets. She wouldn't have approved of that, but a harmless party in Gryffindor Tower. She was all in. McGonagall was already marching Ron away, with Bill keeping pace, lecturing the little arsehole as they walked. Fred and George hurried to make the rounds amongst the crowd of students from all of the schools, spreading the word about the party. Harry shook his head and left with his group. About 40 minutes later, Harry was showered, dressed, and fed. He felt human again. He went down to the sitting room. He came in just as Bill returned. Bill looked annoyed and satisfied all at once. How goes it? Asked Harry, interested in hearing what Mrs. Weasley had to say. If it's all right, Mum would like to talk to you. She said to flow her, if you don't mind, said Bill. Harry looked at him in dread but sighed and agreed. Bill smirked and went over to the fire to call his mother. She put her head right through. Harry's twins giggled to see someone's head on fire. Harry smiled at the adorable sound. Oh, those precious darlings. Could I step through and see them, Harry, dear? Asked the cooing Molly Weasley. Of course, Mrs. Weasley. You're welcome to come claim a cuddle, said Harry, smiling at the motherly woman. Molly's head pulled back, then she stepped through in a rush. She approached the babies with stars in her eyes. None of that, now. Call me Nana Molly, she said, hurrying over to the babies. Harry let out a laugh and agreed. The little darlings. Who is who? She asked, claiming the blue twin for herself. The one you're holding is Jameson. The aquamarine baby is Julius, said Harry, proudly. They're so adorable, she said, sitting down beside Emma, who was holding Julius. Molly wanted to pay equal attention to both babies. They shrieked in joy at the new person to love them. They could tell who did and who didn't. They were very receptive for almost 3-month-old babies. Molly cooed over the precious little ones for several minutes before she looked at her co-grandma, Emma. I'd like to apologize to you. I didn't raise Rona, L.D. Weasley to ever lay his hands on a woman. If he had hurt you or those babies, I would have pulled him out of school right this minute. As it is, Arthur's striping his hide right now. We won't tolerate him hurting a precious, innocent child. Emma huffed but smiled at the woman. Your apology is accepted, though I'll expect one from your son as well. As you should, confirmed Molly. She reached over and picked up Julius in her other arm. He'll be giving it, too. I've taken his broomstick for the rest of the year as punishment. He acted a fool in public, so he'll be making his apologies in public during breakfast tomorrow. Bill will make sure of it. I've made him Ron's temporary guardian for the rest of the school year, since he'll be here anyway. I don't know what's gotten into that boy, but I won't have it." She cooed at the babies for another moment, almost smothering the two little dears with her massive breasts as she cuddled them close. The babies just cuddled in and started to look sleepy. Molly turned to Harry. "I'd like to apologize to you most of all, Harry. Ron has no right to turn on you, after what you've been through. First, that Lovegood girl trapped you. Even though it turned out for the better," she said, cuddling the little boys. "Then, you get trapped in this awful tournament and attacked by a Death Eater right in the middle of class. For goodness sake, you had to fight a dragon." Molly tutted. "Then, your best friend turns on you. Not to mention, poor Ginny," said Molly sadly. "After all you've done for this family, you don't deserve that. To think, Ginny thought she'd marry one of her brothers," Molly said, shaking her head in sadness. "Dumbledore's taking care of her now. I had no idea she was so bad off." Harry melted to hear Molly call him one of her children. "I don't hold anything against you, Nana Molly. Ron's got some apologizing to do. I won't tolerate anyone putting my children in danger. Ginny just needs help, I think." "Too right," said a new voice from the fireplace. They all turned to see Arthur Weasley's head in the grate. "Mind another visitor?" he asked. "Come on through," said Harry, benevolently. Arthur popped through the fire and shook out his still aching hand. He'd walloped Ron's behind for a good 5 minutes. In his mind, the boy deserved every smack. Arthur meandered over to the babies, a bright smile on his face. "Would you like to hold your grandson, Granddad?" asked Molly, with happy tears in her eyes. Arthur took a seat. Molly passed over Jameson and squeezed Julius just a little more. The boy gave a sly smile and laid his head back on her bosom. Arthur gave Jameson a good cuddle and turned back to Harry, seriously. "I won't tolerate Ron's behavior. He knows to never lay his hands on a woman or a child. If he does it again, we'll homeschool him. He knows what the next consequence he'll face is, if he does anything like that ever again. I'll work him to the bone and make sure he only has time for studying and back-breaking labor. I won't have any son of mine turning on family like that." Harry's love for the Weasley family grew. "I'd never blame any of you, but I won't tolerate anyone putting my boys or Dan and Emma in danger," said Harry, seriously. "As you shouldn't. I would never tolerate anyone putting my children or my in-laws in danger, either," said Arthur, firmly. Molly looked at Gabrielle and Hermione proprietarily. These were her future daughters, if what Bill said was true. Harry and the girls blushed at the pronouncement, but they were all pleased by the sentiments. Dan ided to keep his opinion of Ron and Ginny to himself. All of the other Weasleys he'd met were delightful. He guessed there were a few bad eggs in every dozen. The adults sat around cuddling the babies for a good half hour before the now sleeping babies were shuttled off to their cribs. Molly and Arthur took great pleasure in settling the little ones in their beds and singing one of their favorite lullabies, all through the night, to the sleeping duo. The Weasleys returned, happy as larks. Nana Molly hugged and kissed the boy she considered one of her own. She squeezed his two lady loves as fiercely while Grandad Arthur shook their hands and left their ears ringing with well wishes. As soon as they were gone, Harry and the girls snuck upstairs to make sure the twins were well tucked in. Even though they knew they would be. They quickly changed into party clothes and went back downstairs. Another set of twins were waiting for them, along with Lee Jordan, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinett, and Charlie Weasley. They had the Grangers, Remus, Padfoot, Bill, Fleur, Claudette, and Marie in stitches. "Couldn't even sit down," laughed George. "I flipped his skirts, so to speak. He's got red handprints all over his thighs." "Dad doesn't skimp on punishments," laughed Fred. "Too right," said Bill, in chagrin. "People think it's Mum you have to worry about because she's loud and Dad's the quiet one. They've got it backwards. It's always the quiet ones," laughed Dan. He passed a picture over to Emma. She rolled her eyes and passed it along, but Harry could see the sparkle in her eyes. "Harrykins!" cried the Weasley twins in one voice. "We've got a little gift for ya, pal," said George, grinning. Harry looked at him with a leery expression. Everyone laughed. "It's a good surprise, I promise," said Fred, excitement all over his face. Angelina passed the pictures over to Harry. Harry looked down and burst out laughing. They were all shots of Ron with his rosy bum on display. There must have been a dozen bright red handprints on his thighs. For a 14-year-old, it was the most embarrassing thing that could possibly happen. The girls peeked over Harry's shoulder. Gabrielle's ringing bell laughter joined with Harry's in a gorgeous harmony. Hermione couldn't help but snort out a single laugh before she got control of herself. She sniffed and turned her nose up. Harry tucked the pictures into his pocket for safekeeping. "Thought you'd like that," said a cackling Fred. "We won't let him forget it, either," said George. Lee snorted, "Nobody will. Not ever. It's the talk of the school already." Hurting children was very frowned upon in wizarding society. Nobody thought Ron's actions were funny in the least. "Well, ready to get this party started?" asked Fred. "Ready as I'll ever be," said a beleaguered Harry. "After you," said George, bowing exaggeratedly. "Go on and have a good time. We'll keep an eye on the twins so Dobby and Winky can help you lot set things up," said Dan. Harry thanked the Grangers and offered his arm to his ladies. Hermione and Gabrielle both cuddled into his side and walked out of the door. The other teens, Remus, Padfoot, Bill, and Charlie followed them out of the trunk and into the halls of Hogwarts. It was still about 40 minutes before the other students were expected to arrive when they got to the second-floor girls' toilet. Harry walked in and saw moaning Myrtle hanging out inside her toilet stall. "What are you doing here?" she asked, angrily until she saw Harry. "Oh, Harry. Hermione. Is that you?" "Hey Myrtle," said Harry. "How are you?" She giggled creepily and did a little backflip. "Better now that my Avengers are here." Harry smiled, uncertainly. Why are you still here? Now that the basilisk is dead. Isn't your unfinished business sort of over?" Myrtle blinked. "What do you mean?" "Well, most ghosts just hang around until their unfinished business is done. Then, they move on," said Harry, shrugging. "Or at least that's how it works on the telly." Myrtle floated towards the ceiling in thought. "I never thought of it that way. Everyone does know who really killed me now, don't they? And the basilisk is dead. I don't have to be afraid to leave my toilet anymore, do I?" Harry shook his head. "You really don't. You could travel?" he asked, unsure. I could go see my mother. She came to visit me once, you know," said Myrtle. She sank towards the floor. "I hid from her. I was too embarrassed for her to see me as a ghost." "I bet she'd love to see you," said Hermione, gently. "I bet you miss her." "I do," said Myrtle, morose tears starting to trickle down her translucent cheeks. "I miss her more every day. Maybe you could go visit her for a little while. Then, if you want to move on, you could," said Gabrielle, sympathetically. "I think I'll do that. I can see it now, the door to the other world. I want to go. I've been here too long, letting mean girls bully me. ONL. Why two people have really been nice to me the entire time I've been here." She turned to Harry and Hermione. "You too. You were the only people that were ever kind to me," she said, smiling at the teens. "I'm going to tell you a secret. There's a very cool room on the 7th floor. That mean old Helena Ravenclaw stole something from her mother and hid it there. That horrible boy, Tom Riddle, the boy who killed me. He corrupted it and hid it there. You should get rid of it." Harry looked at the girls, Remus, and Bill. An evil item from Tom Riddle. Sounded like a Horcrux. "How do we find the room?" asked Harry, urgently. "Just go to the 7th floor and find the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy, teaching trolls to dance ballet. Walk back and forth 3 times. The room can become anything you want, but one thing it can become is the room of lost things. You'll find it there. Beware the taint. It's quite evil, but after you cleanse it, Helena will go and so will her murderous beau," said Myrtle. Her form starting to glow a brilliant white instead of a dastardly gray. "I'm going now, Harry Potter. Best of luck to you. I hope you don't end up trapped in a toilet like me," said Myrtle. Her form became a blinding white. She shattered into a million multicolored points and swirled away through the ceiling. "What's that Barmy ghost on about?" asked Fred. "Just nonsense, I'm sure," said Remus. "Come on, let's get down to the chamber. Your other party guests will be arriving in about 40 minutes. Padfoot barked in agreement. "Right," said the unconvinced twins. "Anyway, let's go," said Harry, hurriedly. He walked over to the sink and hissed for it to open. They all looked down the slimy hole in dread. "Do we have to slide down that?" asked Fleur, disgusted. "There's got to be a way to get stairs. I can't imagine Slytherin sliding down a filthy pipe," said Bill. Harry decided it couldn't hurt to try. He concentrated on the pipe and said, "Stairs," in Parseltongue. A ripple started at the top of the stairway. It bumped downwards in small waves that left stairs in their wake. "That's what I'm talking about," said Lee Jordan, excitedly. "Winky. Dobby. Could you come help us clean this up, please?" asked Harry. The two elves popped into the room, along with about 15 other elves and 3 pallets. "If it be okay, Mr. Harry. The other elves be wanting to help with the cleaning party, too," said Winky. "Fine by me," said Harry, shrugging. "What's all this?" he asked. "These is being snacks and treats for the students," said Dobby, excitedly. "Dobby be getting decorations, butterbeers. And pizzas like you be asking. There was being many more things from the party store that looked like they would be being fun. Oh, and Dobby be getting all the prank things that the Weasley twins be asking for." Harry whirled on the twins. "No pranks on me or the girls. Everyone else is fair game." The twins looked disappointed but agreed when they saw Harry meant business. They put up magical signs flashing above the open hole in the wall, directing people down to the party. Harry huffed and followed the whirlwind of singing, laughing elves down the pipe. The elves left flashing colored lights in their wake. Bill and Remus went first, casting spells to create slip-proof guard rails and stair covers as they went. Everyone insisted on hearing the tale of the Chamber of Secrets while they walked. It took almost 15 minutes to make it down. By the time they arrived, the elves had cleaned out the bottom of the arrival area so that the stones shined and colorful tiles covered the floor. Harry shook his head and opened the next door. The teens and adults entered the chamber proper. The elves squeaked and started cleaning with an absolute fury. "Whoa, don't banish those skins. Pile them over here," said Charlie. In alarm, he turned to Harry. "You didn't come back and claim the skins. Did you at least claim the basilisk?" No, I didn't. The basilisk is probably still down here," Harry said, rubbing the back of his neck in chagrin. Charlie just stared at him. He ran forward to get a look at the great beast. Everyone else followed. Music started to fill the room as one of. The elves set up a wizarding wireless and turned it on. The acoustics were fantastic in the huge room. "Oh my God, Harry!" cried Hermione as she saw the giant beast for the first time. It lay in a crumpled heap, its jaws still open. Its empty eye sockets staring blankly at the ceiling. "Harry, you could have been killed," said a fretful Remus. Charlie circled the beast in awe. Bill turned to Harry, seriously. "You saved our sister from that. And from Voldemort." Harry shrugged uncomfortably. The twins laughed and ran up to the thing. "You killed this great beast with a sword." "No way." The beast was almost 30 meters long and at least 5 meters wide. Venom glittered at the tips of its fangs. "How much time do we have?" asked a breathless Charlie. Maybe 45 minutes before the students can get all the way down here," said Harry, confused. "Plenty of time. Let's render it," he said, excitedly. "What?" asked Harry, baffled. "You can't waste it. It's almost 1,000 years old. Its life is worth more than that," said an offended Charlie. Said Harry, trying to figure out how to say no. "He's right, Harry. This thing will be worth a fortune. You've got kids to take care of," said Bill, reasonably. "If we all help, we can get it done in 20 minutes, easily." Harry still looked uncertain. "If nothing else, think of the awesome basilisk hide clothes you can make," said Fleur. Ry rolled his eyes but glanced at his ladies. They both looked excited at the thought. "Fine. Tell us what to do," said Harry, rolling his eyes. Charlie grinned and turned into a drill sergeant. 2E. Elves popped away to bring them a couple of space-expanded trunks from the Room of Lost Things. Dobby popped off back to Diagon Alley and came back with 2 more pallets, this time filled with beakers, vials, and magic stasis boxes to carefully place the parts of the basilisk in. Charlie was right. With the help of a couple of extra kitchen elves, the thing was properly butchered and the bones cleaned in 20 minutes. All of the useful parts were properly stored and packed away in trunks. Harry insisted that all of the helpers each got to keep a section of shed skin big enough to make a right fine cloak and a pair boots. A couple of excitable elves agreed to help with the sewing. Everyone was more than happy with that. Hermione was even thoughtful enough to ask for Colin to come down a little early and take careful photographs of the beast as it was being rendered. Despite Harry's reticence, they got several shots of him standing in front of the beast with the sword of Gryffindor before they got started. Hermione insisted it was for posterity's sake, but really she just wanted to be able to show Harry's children what a hero their father was. When they were done, they turned to see what they could do to help the elves get ready for the party. There was nothing. Everything was already done. "Mr. Harry, you should be coming to see this," said an excited Winky. She led them over to the ladder she'd conjured. It led up to the open mouth of Salazar Slytherin's statue. Harry climbed the ladder and looked inside. There was a pipe going down to the right and a room directly beside the pipe. "You guys, come see this. It's a library," said Harry. Hermione and Remus practically ran up the ladder. Bill and Fleur were right behind them. They gasped at the beauty of the medium-sized library. There were just a ton of scrolls and books lining all the walls of the room. A couple of rough-hewn chairs and a table were the only other things in the room. "Harry, let me study this, please. It's yours. Claim it now," said Bill, hurriedly. "What?" asked Harry. He felt like it was the only response he could make to the insanity of the Weasleys. "Claim it. Hold up your wand and say, 'I, Harry Potter, claim the spoils of my conquest. I have conquered the House of Slytherin and lay claim to all it holds.'" Bill grabbed Harry's arm and slapped his wand into his hand. Harry grumped at the rough treatment but did as Bill commanded. A bright silver light filled the room. "Yes," Bill cried. "Winky, get us 4 more trunks. It'll take that many. Hurry, before anyone sees this." Remus was already moving through the shelves like a bloodhound searching for arcane knowledge. Winky was gone and back in a flash. She and 8 other elves moved quickly to clean the room and carefully put the magically preserved reading material into the trunks. Harry just shook his head. He saw something else that no one else noticed. A lovely rack of jewelry. There were only around 30 pieces, but Harry noted there were 3 sets of gorgeous triad rings. Bill came over to see what Harry was looking at. "Those are fantastic and super rare antiques. That's a set of promise rings, a set of engagement rings, and a set of marriage bond rings," Bill said, studying the specimens. He looked at Harry, seriously. "This was meant to be. You're entering into a triad bond and you find the perfect set of rings. That's mithril, Harry. It's an extremely rare metal. Those gems are hexagon-cut black fire opal. The dark stone mixed blue, green, and amber colors. The sparkling gems were set in what looked like a band made of liquid mercury. They practically glowed in the dim light of the room. Harry could tell the rings would fit perfectly together when the entire set was worn. "I don't know what to say," said Harry, quietly. He glanced at the girls who were looking at the books with joy on their faces. "Say you'll hide them away and gift them to your ladies when the time's right," said Bill, seriously. Bill surreptitiously cast on the rings. "They're quite magical. I see a natural ability to protect against occlumency attacks in the stone, wit and agility boosters when the set is worn together, and strength and speed enhancers in the metal. I'd tell you to put them on now, if I thought you would." "No, not yet," said Harry, quietly. "You're right, I'll give them to the girls at the right time." Bill searched the tray. "Put this one on now. It's the lordship ring for Slytherin." Harry looked unsure. He didn't know if he wanted to be the Lord of Slytherin. "Do you want Voldemort to claim the house instead?" Bill asked, sternly. Harry flinched and put the ring on. It was small, platinum, and had a glittering blue-green Paraiba tourmaline in the center. A small wind kicked up around the 2 meters. And as the ring settled in and fit itself to the right size. The stone pulsed for a few moments before Harry heard a hiss come from the ring. "Hail, Lord Slytherin," said the small snakes with glittering golden eyes. Their mouths were open wide, holding the gems in place. The settings on the triad rings were small phoenixes with the same golden eyes. They were gorgeous. Bill slapped Harry's back. "Take a set for you and Fleur," insisted Harry. Bill looked at Fleur with hopeful longing. He started shaking his head. "These belong to you, Harry." "They're priceless," said the redhead. "They're just jewelry to me." "You're serious about your intentions towards her?" asked Harry, nodding at Fleur. Bill grinned a dreamy smile and nodded. Harry found another set of 3 rings with just 2 rings per set. They were antique gold with a glittering blue tourmaline in the center and small diamonds in a line down each side. "You can't give a piece of jewelry to everyone," Bill said, sternly. He meant it. Harry held up his hands. I won't. Just you. You're helping me study this stuff, aren't you? Bill grinned. He took the rings and carefully conjured a soft, velvet box to put them in. He did the same for Harry's set. Then, he conjured a larger velvet box to put the rest of the jewelry in. He called for Dobby and had the elf take the remainder of the jewelry to Harry's room in his trunk. Harry and Bill both slipped the small velvet boxes into their pockets. Bill winked at Harry. Oi, are you lot coming out? People are coming, called Fred from outside. The elves popped away with the rest of Harry's new acquisitions. The magicals tramped out and climbed down the ladder. Harry turned and closed Slytherin's gaping maw. Harry turned back around and gasped. The skeleton of the basilisk was now hanging from the ceiling, undulating as the breeze in the large room moved the wires holding the bones in place. That's brilliant, said Harry, staring at the giant thing hanging about 10 meters above their heads. Wicked, right? Asked Fred, as he plopped his arm down on Harry's shoulder. Too right, said Harry. He looked around the room. There were couches, chairs, tables with games, and comfy rugs spread all over the place. The water that was on the floor was gone and fireplaces Harry never noticed before were lit all over the room. The floors were made of tiles in the colors of the faux houses with a large medallion with the Hogwarts crest in the center of the floor. The walls were covered in restored murals. There was a dance floor with a disco ball and a set of tables lining the far wall that were absolutely laden down with food, drinks, and the largest punch bowl Harry had ever seen. He thought you could probably swim in it, if the giant blocks of sherbet floating in the thing wouldn't get in the way. This whole place looks amazing, enthused Hermione. She didn't know where to look first. Harry turned to the elves who were watching their reactions with joyful expressions. Thank you all so much. This looks fantastic. You outdid yourselves, Harry complimented. The elves squeaked in joy at the kind words. This was being an excellent party, Mr. Harry. Thank you for being inviting the elves of Hogwarts to come have fun. We'll be coming to clean this place all the time now, said a grinning elf. The other elves added their high-pitched thanks and excitement into the works. It was a little ear-piercing, but Harry knew they really did have a great time. The way they danced while they cleaned and decorated said it all. The first students started trickling in while the elves popped away. If you be needing us, just call, Mr. Harry. Dobby and Winky will be going to watch over the babies now, if you don't be minding, said a grinning Winky. She was shyly holding Dobby's hand. His ears waggled in joy at this new development. Go, have fun. Kiss them for me, said Harry. The elves agreed and popped away. Right over here, mate, said George, leading Harry over a raised dais with 4 comfy couches and 4 squishy armchairs set on it. This place is warded specially for you and yours. No one can enter except those already here. Everyone else can stop by and chat, but they can't step up on the platform unless you literally pull them up. Harry looked so grateful, it was criminal. George rolled his eyes and slapped Harry's back. We know what our brother's like. Get up there, now. Before you get mobbed. Harry didn't wait. He pulled the girls up with him and took a seat on one of the couches. Remus, Padfoot, Charlie, Bill, Fleur, Marie, and Claudette joined them. 2 elves who'd stayed behind to manage the snacks popped over with a large bowl filled with ice and butterbeers, a small bowl of punch, 2 pizzas, and a snack platter for Harry and his chosen few. Harry relaxed between his ladies. This wasn't so bad. An hour later, the party was in full swing. Harry invited Luna, Neville, Hannah, and Susan to come up and sit with his group on the dais. They were playing a game of Exploding Snap and enjoying the night when suddenly McGonagall was standing before them. What on earth is all of this? Asked the flabbergasted professor. Harry laughed. He might have been a little tipsy from the butterbeer. It's a party to celebrate the tournament, of course, said Bill, grinning at the woman. Yes, but what's it doing in a girl's toilet? She asked, looking over her glasses at Bill. It's not really in a girl's toilet. It's in a pipe under the girl's toilet, said the cheeky bugger. McGonagall snorted, but they could all see a smile twitching at her lips. She shook her head. Is this the Chamber of Secrets? She asked, entertained by the audacity of her favorite students. It is, confirmed Harry. She looked up and gasped. Is that Slytherin's monster? She asked, in dread. The twins came over with a girl or 2 on each arm. What's left of it, joked Fred. McGonagall looked around the room and saw the brightly colored tiles, rugs, and couches. This is somehow much more colorful than I expected. The elves might have taken a little too much joy in the decorating, Harry admitted. She looked over at the dance floor. She did a double take. Is that the headmaster? She asked, truly confused this time. They all looked over. Sure enough, Dumbledore was dancing with Madame Maxime under the disco ball. He turned and saw them all staring. He waved his hands, which were now covered in sparkling rainbow sequence gloves that matched his horrendous rainbow cloud-covered robes perfectly. Karkaroff was standing under the statue of Slytherin, doing his best impersonation of the scowling effigy. They saw Flitwick at a table. He was playing Exploding Snap with a set of first-year students while Hagrid looked like he might try to MB the statue to pet the basilisk skeleton. Professor Sprout was sitting by the treats table, drinking the punch like it was her day job. Even Tonks had somehow shown up and dragged Remus out to the dance floor. Harry's group laughed again as they noticed the adults that had snuck into the party. There were several other Beauxbatons and Durmstrang professors sitting on another platform in the corner of the room, watching over the students. It looks like the adults snuck out to party, too, joked Fred. McGonagall just shook her head and went over to the calm island of professors in the corner. When in Rome, and all that. Everything was going great until a truly unwelcome guest arrived. Snape, followed closely by Malfoy and his cronies, came stomping over to Harry's spot. Padfoot growled. Harry told him to settle down. He huffed but laid back on the floor, his teeth bared at the hated professor. Potter. Detention, now. Let's go, he spat. The Slytherins following him laughed. Harry looked at his friends, confused. Bill didn't wait, he waved at McGonagall and pointed at Snape. She sighed, set down her rather delicious punch, and hurried over. I'm sorry, Professor. Can I ask why I have detention right now? Harry asked, trying to keep the sarcasm out of his voice. He didn't succeed very well. That'll be 20 points for cheek and for disobedience, Snape snapped. He tried to come up on the dais to drag Harry away. He couldn't set foot on the platform. The twins grinned. What's this? Asked McGonagall. Potter is coming with me. He has detention right now and for the next week for refusing to do as he's told, said Snape. He straightened to his full height and looked down his nose at her. What for? She asked, belligerently. The matter has already been settled. Let's go, Potter. That'll be 20 more points for warding against professors, Snape growled. I didn't do any warding, said Harry, honestly. I'll know what this is all about, Severus, hissed McGonagall. 4. Defacing school property and being out of bounds, said Severus. Also, for holding an unauthorized hooligan gathering on a school night. I authorized this party. This room is part of the school and therefore not out of bounds. He didn't deface anything, said McGonagall, hotly. Severus sneered and looked around at all the bright colors and flashing lights. It looks defaced to me. Maybe you need to have your eyes checked. This room is decorated in all of the house colors, said McGonagall. This room belongs to Salazar Slytherin and therefore belongs to Slytherin House. All of these people must leave, immediately, Snape said. Pompously. McGonagall laughed in his face. This room belongs to the school, not to one house, she spat. Bill shook his head. Harry claimed this place and everything in it. He's the new Lord Slytherin. This place belongs exclusively to him, said Bill. Harry spoke fast. I intend to donate it as a common room for all of the houses to share. McGonagall awked at Harry, both proud and consternated. You can't give away school property to the school. Bill was afraid this would happen. He had one of the school elves pop off to Gringotts and get a writ from the goblins. He held it out to McGonagall. Dumbledore arrived and started reading over her shoulder. This looks in order. Harry truly is the new Lord Slytherin. We graciously accept your donation for the purposes intended, said the benevolent headmaster. Harry just rolled his eyes. Headmaster, you can't mean this. It's a prank. This boy, sneered Snape, looking at Harry like he was a rotten piece of garbage. Is not the Lord of Slytherin. He has no right to steal from the actual Slytherins and disgrace this sacred place the way he has. Dumbledore showed Severus the Gringotts and Ministry seals attached to the documents. Severus cast several spells at the documents, including 2 attempts to destroy the paperwork. The documents resisted all of his efforts. Dumbledore gave the man a wounded look. He handed the documents to Harry. Harry merely rolled them up and put them in his inner pocket. Don't ruin the party, Severus. Get a butterbeer and join me for a game of chess, yes? Asked Dumbledore. I will not debase myself with these dunderheads. If you want to allow this reprobate to steal from the rightful owners and destroy the sacred history of this place, I can't stop you, but I won't be a party to it. Sneered Snape. Dumbledore just shook his head as the man turned on his heel and stomped out of the room. He turned to McGonagall. Care for a dance? He asked her, wagging his eyebrows. Everyone laughed as she took his arm and walked regally over to the dance floor to do the monster mash. After the professors were gone, the Slytherins decided to try their hand at annoying the boy wonder. I had a great chat with my father tonight, Potter, said Draco. I made sure he knows all about your little bastards. He was most interested to hear it. Harry started to get angry immediately. The last thing he needed was for Lucius Malfoy to get wind of his children's existence. Draco smirked when he saw Harry was getting upset. He agrees with me, you should just put them down. No use in letting more freaks fill the world, said Draco. Shut your trap, you inbred wanker, spat Harry. Draco just laughed. Hope you keep a good eye on your whelps. You never know when something might cause them to disappear. Or are you hoping for that? Taunted Draco. I'm not your parents, Malfoy. I love my children. Can your parents say the same about you? Asked Harry, scathingly. Draco's face flushed. He honestly didn't know if his father loved him sometimes. The man certainly criticized Draco enough to create serious doubt. He slipped his wand out of his pocket and tried to cast a conniving spell on the boy. It hit the wards around the platform and bounced back, right in Draco's face. His face quickly started to swell. He could barely breathe. He fell to his knees, gasping. Bill cast the counter curse and Draco gasped loudly. A swelling curse right to the face. That could be deadly, said the angry Bill. He had seen Malfoy's spell bounce off the wards. I'll be telling Professor Snape about this, Potter, said the still gasping Malfoy. Harry just shook his head. Why don't you just leave? No one wants you here. No one likes you, Harry said. He wasn't trying to be cruel. He was telling the honest truth and Malfoy knew it. It just made him angrier. I'll get you, Potter. Just wait and see, he spat. Draco stumbled to his feet and hurried away to the hospital wing. He still felt like he couldn't breathe. That wanker's going to end up with a bad end, mark my words, said Bill, shaking his head and putting his wand away. Harry couldn't help but hope. The end. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.